Oslo, 8 Super Grandmasters will battle it out to win the second stop of the Champions Chess Tour. This is the Chessable Masters. Intense action and a lot of fun. The action starts now. How on earth does he save this position?
Wow, Magnus just widening his eyes there, shocked by this last decision.
More than 5 minutes.
Wow, he's showing no fear whatsoever.
The bar is inching up. This is checkmate incoming. And then king goes to a6 and there are no checks on the board.
Wow, he's blundered the pawn. He's gave away the pawn and he's lost.
He's given away the game.
His nerves are kicking in. He's throwing a thorn into the white side, holding on here for dear life.
Look at that celebration from Ralph Mamadov.
So the king goes to d3. You see the bar go back to equal. Oh my gosh. That is beautiful tactile awareness.
It's over. We have a winner. It's going to be a week of brilliancies, blunders, and time scrambles. And we'll be bringing you exclusive insights and analysis to make sure that you're on top of the action. In the studio, Grandmaster David Howell, FIDE Master James Canty.
We here.
And Grandmaster Robert Hess.
Great to be here, Tanya.
We're so excited to be back. James, it's your first time in Oslo. It's such a big month in the chess world. How excited are you?
I'm amazed. Mom, we on TV. They got us on TV. We are. It's going to be so much fun. We got lots of players. We got great teams here, great production. Everybody's here. And it's Magnus's last event as world champion.
Yeah.
No, hey, look, Robert, where were you, man? You know, we was out there dancing. We was out there Harlem shaking, having a good time. And where was you at, Robert?
Can't tell you that, man.
Okay.
We missed you, but Robert, you missed out on more than that day.
You know, I'm going to live. I believe you. I'm sorry I couldn't be there, but I had more important things to do.
Oof. Well, it is also a very important month for all of us, James, as you mentioned. Oh, my God, it feels like an end of an era, David, there with Magnus playing his final tournament as world champion. Is that extra motivation for him?
Well, it's certainly historical, this moment, this tournament. But Magnus, he doesn't need motivation. He always wants to win. No matter who's in front of him, no matter what the tournament, he wants to win it. I do feel, however, he will want to go out on a bang. And with the World Championship next week, this is a big tournament leading up to that, of course.
Yeah, he started the Champions Chess Tour with such a bang in the Athens Masters. He was a favorite then. He is a favorite in this one as well. But Robert, I look at the field and it just feels like a more experienced, dangerous list of players for this one.
Yeah, it's not only more experience, it has a higher average rating according to FIDE Classical ELO. So this field is super strong. There's not a single matchup you look like, oh, that's probably going to be the winner. You don't know. It doesn't matter if it's Hikaru, if it's Magnus. Everyone they play is super tough and can beat them.
Oh, God, I can't wait to see the action. Let's take a look at the incredible lineup for the Chessable Masters. This is our play zone. We've got 8 players playing from different parts of the world. We see Magnus from France. Wow, David, earlier in the week, he was playing the Norwegian Poker Championship. We know he's on holiday right now, a ski vacation with his family. Does Magnus play his best chess when he's having fun?
Yeah, I think every chess player plays their best when they're relaxed, when they're chilled, and they can get in the flow. All of these guys, of course, they're used to traveling. They've been on the road, on the chess circuit since they were young. But yeah, Magnus, he won the last event on the tour. He's the favorite for this one.
And with him playing his final event as world champion, the motivation is going to be high. James, what about you? Who's your pick for this one?
Of course, half man, half everything else. Who is that? That's Hikaru Nakamura. Come on, it's a world champion. Address me as such. You know what I mean? Right, so of course, I'm looking out for Hikaru.
Yeah, Hikaru is just such a favorite any event he plays, especially in these formats. He's an absolute beast. He was runners-up in the Athens Masters as well. He is fresh out of his win in the American Cup. That's definitely a big hitter. What about you, Robert? Who's your pick for the Chessable Masters?
Well, David and James took the two favorites on paper. So what I'm going to say is we will not have a repeat of the Athens Masters. We are not going to have a Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura final. I think they are going to be taken out by some of the other competitors. And I don't know who's going to win, but the two of them will not be in the final.
Wow, that's quite a hot take by Grandmaster Robert Hess. I've also got my eyes on Fabulous Fabi. He's had quite a performance over the last few months in this format. He qualified for the Chessable Masters by winning Division 2 of the Athens Masters. Now we're heading into the second leg of the Champions Chess Tour, but let's rewind. This is how it all started. It is looking dangerous for both sides, but this is Armageddon, and that's exactly what happens.
Look at what Hikaru's done. He's throwing a thorn into the white side. This black H-pawn, if you capture it, your structure is ruined. The white king is going to be weak forever. Hikaru so focused, up on the clock, up on the position. Yeah, just a masterclass.
Wesley So with a draw in this game. Wesley is knocked down to the loser's bracket. Hikaru Nakamura makes it through. Hikaru Nakamura, he cannot lose, and he has to win either this one or the next one.
There we go, we have it. Gary, the G-pawn, makes an appearance. G5, he's going for Magnus's king.
The bar is inching up for Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces.
White has evaded the black camp, whose attack is going to pay off first.
What's happening?
Can the black rook make headway against the lone white king?
Is Hikaru winning?
You have more distance from the king, so if the king goes to d3, you see the bar go back to equal. So
React Hikaru as well.
oh my gosh, Magnus Carlsen should be able to hold.
There we have it. Game 3 is a draw.
Oh, and that move is almost as nice as that trophy. He just gives that pawn where two white pieces can take it. That is beautiful tactical awareness from Magnus Carlsen. He is really earning this championship.
It's over. We have a winner. Magnus Carlsen takes it. He wins the Athens Masters. And with that win, this is where we are with the tour standings going into the second event. We've got Magnus Carlsen at the top of the leaderboard. Now, this season of the Champions Chess Tour will feature 6 events leading up to the finals. It is about winning an event, but also making it to the final with tour points. Robert, it's super critical to get those points.
It certainly is, and you can get points in any of the divisions. So even if you're not in the top division, like we saw Magnus Carlsen win the Athens Masters, Fabiano, he won Division 2. He scored a lot of points, well on his way to the playoffs if he keeps it up.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen with 150 points, Hikaru Nakamura with 100 points. Now, of course, it's going to be focused on Division 1 for us, but we'll also be keeping you updated with the action on Division 2 and Division 3. Robert, some big names there.
Certainly some big names, and we have Nodirbek Abdusattorov taking on Anish Giri. I think Nodirbek won his first game against Anish, and Vladimir Krumnik, he's also taking part, but he too won his first game. So we will rectify this, we'll figure out what's going on here, but I believe that Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Vladimir Krumnik, the big names to watch in Division 2.
Big names to watch, Robert. I'm looking at this list, and I was going to ask you, who's a favorite to win Division 2? But is there a player who's not a favorite there?
Everyone is so strong. It feels like this could be Division 1. You have super grandmasters left and right. And when they're not former world champions like this guy over here, they are upstart teenagers like that former world champion, Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
I love it. The 14th world champion fighting it out. Youth versus experience in so many of these matchups. In a double elimination bracket, who does that favor?
You know, I think it favors the young often because they're used to these formats. They're used to playing for hours and hours, and they're used to playing with few seconds on the clock and using the time scramble and winning in those.
Wow. Division 2 is $10,000 for the first prize and to punch a ticket into the next event of the Champions Chess Tour. So there's a lot at stake, but there's also Division 3 on. And Robert, some big names there as well.
Huge names in Division 3. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, maybe the biggest. He's taking on Jose Martinez, better known as Jospum to the Chess.com community. And of course, there are some players who dropped down to Division 3. It's that strong that Gukesh and Caruana, they took part in Division 1 of the Athens Masters. They're slugging it out today in Division 3, and they have their hands absolutely full.
So much action going on, so much drama, and this just shows the strength of the Chessable Masters. The Champions Chess Tour is on. It's a brand new season, a brand new format, and this is how it all works.
The 2023 Champions Chess Tour is the biggest tour yet, with a thrilling, brand new format and $2 million in prizes. It's the richest online tournament of all time. The tour begins with 6 elite events taking place between February and September. Each event features an open qualification system with qualifiers and play-ins locking in 56 players to the main events. There, players are grouped into 3 divisions and compete for $235,000 in prizes each time. Victory in Division 1 in any of the 6 events secures a spot directly to the 8-player Champions Chess Tour playoffs in December. Players will also accumulate tour leaderboard points across the 6 events, competing for another $100,000 in prize money, and the unsecured playoff spots will go directly to the top leaderboard finishers. At the end of the year, we have 2 weeks of incredible chess, beginning with the playoffs, from which just 4 players will advance to the Champions Chess Tour finals, to a single elimination bracket, which will ultimately determine our champion. Together, the playoffs and finals feature a whopping $500,000 in prizes. There can only be one. In December of 2023, an undisputed tour champion will be crowned. Let the games begin.
Wow, $500,000 for that final. You either win a Division 1 of the event or score high enough tour points to make it. That is the ultimate aim. And these are the matchups that we'll be starting Chessable Masters with. It is day 1 with Magnus Carlsen taking on Vladislav Artemiev. David, Fabiano Caruana will be playing Liam. Is there a big favorite in that one?
Actually, Tanya, I'm going to say no. Fabiano is in great form. Of course, he won Division 2 last time. He's really upped his game in the rapid format. However, Liam is one of my dark horses for the event. In the Champions Chess Tour, historically, he's performed extremely well. Former World Blitz champion, of course, and I'm not going to write him off. I think 2 just giants of the game battling out each other in this one.
Yeah, and they have so much experience in these formats. And Liam, with his creativity and fearless play, definitely somebody we've got to watch out for in the Chessable Masters. Now, the other clash that got my attention, James, Wesley So taking on Levon Aronian. That is an all-American battle.
You're right. Have you seen Wesley lately at the gym? That's Wesley So, of course. And then we have LeBron Aronian, a.k.a. Levon Aronian. Of course, it's this very strong matchup here. If Wesley stays solid, it's going to be a problem. And if Levon is ready to do what he does, then it's just going to be a clash as we already know. So it's going to be amazing to see.
Yeah, that feels like a clash of titans. I mean, these two must have played each other, I don't know, like hundreds of times.
Right.
And they also have this clash of styles. It's just such an exciting match to watch out. And the other one, Hikaru versus Fedorsev. Now, Robert, Hikaru, yes, it's so hard to bet against that guy, but Fedorsev, he's a beast and he can throw a curveball.
Fedorsev is a monster. Big fish, 1995 on Chess.com, but he's not a big fish. He's a shark, and he has taken down Hikaru Nakamura the last 5 Title Tuesday games they have played. Wow. 5 wins in a row in money tournaments. He's just shown that he can beat Hikaru Nakamura. Years ago, Hikaru dominated him in the Speed Chess Championship, but that's not the case anymore. Right now, Vladimir Fedorsev can go toe-to-toe with Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, not once, not twice, 5 times? I haven't heard that one before. I mean, that also a player like Hikaru. So even though for many of us on paper, Hikaru might be a favorite in this one, it's clear that it's not going to be an easy one facing Fedorsev. That feels like a bit of a grudge match. In round 1, we will be following the action between world champion Magnus Carlsen, but at least the world champion for a bit more. He will be playing against Vladislav Artemiev. Artemiev is so strong in these formats. He's had a brilliant performance in the past in the Champions Chess Tour. He also had a great play-in qualifying for the Chessable Masters. This is their head-to-head, a rich history there. With Magnus, 7 wins. He does lead the head-to-head score. We saw Vladislav with 4 wins there. But the last time the two played was at the World Rapid Championship in Kazakhstan. And James, Magnus lost 1 game. in the Rapid World Championship. And that was against Vladislav Artemiev. Is this a grudge match for him?
Oh, of course. This is the Chessable Chess Boxing Tour, okay? It's going to be a lot of these and a lot of those, right? And Artemiev is going to have to do his thing and stay calm as he always does here because Magnus is going to be coming at him.
Yeah, that being said, Artemiev, he's very good at ducking and diving, dodging those blows, and he's very resourceful too. So I'm not going to write him off. He's been there. He's done it before. He's beaten Magnus, and I wouldn't be that shocked if he does it again.
Yeah, I mean, if Magnus is throwing the punches, Artemiev is the king of the bob and weave. He knows how to escape preparation. He plays these cagey openings with black and does not repeat his choices. It's going to be hard to pin him down. So I think that Artemiev, he beat him in Kazakhstan. Why not again here in the Chessable Masters?
Oh, wow, that's going to be one exciting battle. Neither are going to back down. Both are going to fight it out till the end. For Magnus Carlsen, a bit of a grudge match. Last time they played, Magnus did lose. He has said in the past that beating an opponent he's lost to just once is not enough. Well, this is his chance because look at the format. The players will fight in a mini match with 4 games. The time control, it is a rapid format, 15 minutes for each player with a 3-second increment. To win the match, you've got to score 2.5 points. It is a double elimination bracket. And of course, if the match ends in a tie with 2-2, we will have the bidding Armageddon. But before that, we have got the rapid part of the matchups, the double elimination. Robert, who do you see that as favoring?
Well, when it's Magnus Carlsen, it's hard to take him down once, so good luck taking him down twice. That said, I think that there are so many players in the field who can do just that, especially because when you drop down to the loser's bracket, it's best of 2. Anything can happen in a short stretch.
Wow. And what does Artemiev need to do to take down Magnus today, David?
He just needs to stay in the game, Artemiev. He's maybe one of the few who can match Magnus in terms of endgame, in terms of positional strategic play. And if he can avoid any opening knockouts, then I think he has his fair share of the chances. He's got to avoid time trouble, however. Maybe that's Artemiev's Achilles heel.
Yeah, and it really is about these time scrambles, right? You've got to keep your nerves, your precision. And do you agree with David there that Magnus would have an advantage over Artemiev?
Absolutely. Of course, Magnus is world champ for a reason, and he actually does not have to, worry about the pressure of me being world champ anymore. He says, I want 2,900, right? And he's going to come at Artemiev. I think he's going to bring the best. Look at him on cam already.
Yeah, but you know what Muhammad Ali said? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. And look what Artemiev is wearing. He looks like a bee. He's going to be buzzing about, and Magnus Carlsen will have his work cut out for him.
Wow.
And Magnus, he looks really serious. He knows this is going to be a tough fight. We saw him play from Canada last, and that was a very different vibe. David, this looks like a Magnus who means business.
Yeah, I've got to say, both players looking sharp. Vladislav dressed as a bumblebee there, and Magnus Carlsen, yeah. Is that his hair tied back? I mean, this is a new look for him. Looking very slick. And okay, we're off.
Moves.
Yeah, and Vladislav Artemiev, he's played the Slav defense. We're going to stop calling him Vlad. It's Vladislav. And okay. This variation now, black has grabbed a pawn, but it should only be a temporary gain. Still mainline theory here. Normally, white throws the a-pawn up the board, a4, but you can also play this in a gambit manner. And if you throw your central pawn forward, playing e4 here, that also leads to new lines, modern lines that Magnus will have explored. Magnus, the new incarnation, Magnus 2.0, he's quite willing to give up pawns. He is happy to play for dynamism, and I'm still getting used to it, to be honest. I still think of him as an endgame grinder, but interesting opening so far.
He might be getting used to it as well, because he's in for a big think right now, because he has 2 big choices. He does push that pawn up to a4. So he's saying black will not be able to protect that pawn, the one that was just grabbed, with another pawn. That's a key decision, but it takes time. When you're playing on the flank, your opponent plays in the center, you see Artemiev trying to quickly develop his pieces while Magnus is going to recruit that pawn.
Yeah, and actually, Vladislav, he's gone for one of my favorite lines, one of my pet lines here as black. He's going to give white an isolated pawn, assuming Magnus recaptures now in the center with his own pawn. No, he says, OK, I'm going to keep the structure roughly symmetrical, instead play with pieces. So you would think roughly balanced, but white ahead in development. James, what are your thoughts on this opening? Who's it going to favor?
Yeah, actually, so far, I think I definitely like white here. I'm a big fan of attacking chess, so I do want to move this bishop back to d3 and get something going at some point. Maybe even queen to c2 if take on d4. Then we have something like rook to d1. Really playing for many tactics here and just be aggressive as possible, especially with the bishop tucked on c8. Still, it's not developed. I have better pieces right now. My bishop is the same on c1, but I can actually get it out by b3, bishop to b2, and have the bishops actually just be on the diagonal with bishop b2, bishop to d3, and go for an aggressive attack.
Yeah, makes sense. And I think Magnus would love to set up something like that. But meanwhile, it is up to Vladislav to maybe trade pieces, maybe try and head towards that endgame that he's so good at. Yeah, Robert, early days, but balanced so far.
Very early days, and one thing of note is that rook pawn for a white, that a4 pawn, you sometimes want to push it back a square, but that's not allowed in chess. So there is that big issue of that, when you push a pawn forward, you have to look at the squares that are vulnerable to your opponent, and that b4 square, that dark square over there on the queen side, that could be black for the taking at a critical moment.
Wow. And this last move, queen to e2, to me, it looks like Magnus is saying, I'm sacrificing a pawn. What happens, David, if black actually captures on d4 and says, well, give it to me and prove your initiative?
Good question, Tanya. Vladislav Artemiev here trying to work it out. I'm trying to work it out as well. It looks very tempting to get greedy now as black. You can snap off that knight in the center of the board. If you take it, then white has two possible replies. Either you can slide across with a white rook and pin, keep the tension. But let's look at the more natural reply if white takes. Now, black has, again, two options. Do you take it with the queen? You might lose a lot of time. However, the black queen will get kicked around the board. You'll lose 2 or 3 tempi, 2 or 3 moves here as black. Or you could potentially just step your knight out. But again, do you grab this pawn? Do you take this poison pawn in the center? You walk into a pin here. It would be playing with fire. It does feel like black will lose too much time in the process. So Magnus here making a calculated gamble. Do we think he's going to take this, or is he going to resist?
I like it. Hey, look, come on, Big Mag. I like it. Look, hey, I'm a big fan of aggressive chess, and that is aggressive. He's like, go ahead. What you going to do, Artemiev? I know you're sitting there looking all calm, but you're not going to be calm about this one. You got to make a decision. Are you going to take the pawn or not? Because rook d1, and you could be done. It actually is coming. Of course, rook d1 will be coming with maybe some ideas of obviously moving the knight and exposing the queen there. The rook is on an open file now, and we have, of course, a bishop to d3 and moving the pieces around. I mean, it's really good for white here. I do like this position, but we do got to see what Artemiev does with this bishop takes d4. Is he going to take it or not?
Yeah, I guess the option would just be a simple developing move, bring the bishop out, maybe bringing the knight out, and postponing tension until a bit later on.
Yeah, and he's really going into a bit of a think tank, but he decides eventually to not go for these complications, to go for the committal decision of giving a bishop pair and an open position. Could have been very dangerous. Knight d7, solid development there by Artemiev. Also, notice how their rapid ratings, 29-10 to Magnus. Artemiev at 28-71. That just shows how close a match this is, Robert.
Yeah, it's their peak ratings from the month of March on Chess.com, and they both have had their successes. Artemiev, he had to work his way into this competition. He qualified by playing great chess in the play-in stage, then winning a match against none other than Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the World Blitz champion. So Artemiev, he earned his spot. MVL was that World Blitz champion in 2021, and right now, he made an odd decision, bringing his knight in front of his queen, but also in front of his bishop. So he's slowed down his own development, and he's going to have to find out where to put his pieces. It's not an easy decision right now. That's what happens in chess. When you're caught off guard in an opening, sometimes you're not quite sure, where do my pieces belong? I don't think Vladislav Artemiev answered that question.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for him. Already he started to think, and historically, Vladislav, in rapid especially, he drops down to 1 or 2 minutes quite early in the game, and he's so good, his instincts are fantastic, but this is not the type of position where you can afford to get into time trouble and just freestyle. James, you've been spitballing some moves there for white. The more I look at it, the more I agree, the more I like white's position.
Absolutely. I mean, black is very solid, as black has no weaknesses, so that's one thing to pay attention to. Of course, if you have no weaknesses, it's not anything that you can target. Of course, white being the same, but white just has the better placed pieces. When you have better placed pieces, you just have lots of chances and etc. Things can, your opponent has more opportunities to go wrong based off my placement of my pieces here, and Artemiev is going to have to figure this out. He does have the time to do it, not too far down on time, but he has to figure out what he wants to do here and where, again, as Robert says, where do my pieces go? And he says queen e7.
Yeah, when in doubt, get your queen out of the eye line of the opponent's rook. I like that one. Nice and solid from Vladislav Artemiev. And evaluation bars roughly in the center here. That reflects the fact that black objectively is not in too much trouble, but it's just about whose position is easier to play, whose ideas are more natural. Meanwhile, we see on the corner there some of the other matches, some of the evaluations. Looks like a great opening for LeBron Aronian.
LeBron Aronian, of course, when LeBron is on a stride, you just want to get out the way. They say when LeBron is coming down the lane, Duncan, you want to get out the way. And Wesley So better be getting out of the way right here, or hopefully trying to figure out how he can block whatever LeBron Aronian has going on right now.
Wow, yeah. So we'll keep everyone updated on those games as the events unfold, as the moves happen, as the results roll in. But meanwhile, this one, Magnus thinking again, how to up the pressure, how to get his pieces into the game. We've highlighted a couple of problem children, problem pieces here. It's those bishops, the white dark square bishop, the black light square bishop. But Magnus, okay, just retreating. losing a bit of time there. Is he going to start stepping forward his central pawn, maybe trying to go on the attack? It still takes a while. It looks very, very symmetrical. Queens, knights kind of mirroring each other here. Pawn structure, very symmetrical. But yeah, what do you think of that one, Robert? I'm still trying to figure out the mysterious ideas behind it.
Well, they often take e4 best by test. So they don't necessarily one e4. They let you choose when to make that move. Pushing your central pawn is valuable in these types of positions. You gain space. You open your dark square bishop. That's been sitting at home, not doing anything at all. So I think that e4 is up next for Magnus Carlsen. And both sides, they're kind of just jockeying for position. Now with the move b6 played by black, the bishop is going to slide out to the diagonal fianchetto, use a very long diagonal to its benefit. I like the way both of them are playing. I just don't think that Magnus has an advantage. And to what James, what you said earlier, Vladislav Artemiev, he's not going to be afraid of whatever Magnus brings. He always is objective. He always stares at the board. He's ready to play the position no matter what is happening.
100%.
Wow. This one is heating up. We see a move by Magnus there in the center. e4 has been played, and he is eyeing to push that pawn further. e5, hitting that knight, getting the knight from c3 to that central square, and putting a lot of pressure on the king side. While the pressure will increase in this one, the pressure on the So-Levon game is already very high, and I think, David, that's the one that we should rush to. We see our eval bar. It does say that Wesley is in big trouble. Let's take a look at the magic that Levon has weaved out of the opening. Wow, what is going on here?
Yeah, what is going on here? That's the big question. Suddenly, Levon's thrown in a check. The white king is still stranded in the center. A quick material count shows it's still level on pawns, level on pieces. But maybe it's to do with that black king. And now that we've jumped in, has that been a mistake by Levon Aronian? Because the evaluation bar is roughly back in the center again. Yeah, you're right, Tanya. Commentator's curse. Maybe Wesley here, he can just snap off that black bishop, trade off that piece. The white knight in the center can step back, and it feels like the danger is past. Black doesn't have enough ammunition. Black doesn't have enough attacking pieces to really cause any problems. So it does feel like Wesley should survive this. But look at the clock as well, 6 minutes behind there. It's drastic both on board and clock. And yeah, he needs to flex. He needs to somehow shore up his defenses.
Well, Wesley So, that's what we call him, of course, as he's going to try to flex his muscles here and try to figure out what to do after this bishop c3. You could absolutely capture it. And capturing it does eliminate one of the pieces that are attacking. And black has not finished development. White still is the same here, as we haven't connected our rooks. But it is important to understand that, of course, we have to eliminate the pieces that are attacking us. So knight takes c3 definitely seems like a move here. Maybe we can even play king f1, but knight d2, we do keep our chances of castling alive here. Knight takes, queen takes, maybe knight to d2, we can still castle. There could be some problems with knight d4 there, but maybe we just castle anyway and just get out of the way and tell them have a nice day.
Yeah, this is the key variation. If white gets one more move, if white castles, then you're safe. Wow, is Wesley heading in this direction? I'm a bit worried that a move like bishop g4 might come out, attacking this white rook, gaining tempi, gaining time against the white pieces before white is allowed to run away with his king to safety. And Wesley here, critical moment. Maybe we can ask Stockfish, ask the computer what it thinks. If you have to move your king, then you might live to regret it later on. But
he does it!
Whoa. Nerves are still Wesley So.
Get him off the... What is that? What is that?
Wesley with his
delayed bomb cloud.
Delayed.
Yeah, come on. That's what that is. He learned from Hikaru. He learned from Twitch chat. He knows what to do. But in all seriousness, this is a brave decision from Wesley So. And he has shown this actually in a variety of openings. He is willing to bring this king up in the center if he feels there aren't enough attackers. What is attacking that king? It's a lone queen over there. The queen cannot just deliver checkmate by itself. White has a number of pieces protecting. There's a knight on f3. There's that rook on d1. The queen and bishop are also helping out. So now it's up to Levon. The onus is on him to prove that he has a legitimate attack, because white can start taking away the attackers. You can take that knight away with the bishop on the next turn for white. So I do think that Wesley has everything under control, even though it looks extremely scary.
Yeah, it looks scary, and we do see at the bottom of our screen the top engine suggestions there, the top computer moves. And actually, there's a few that do give black a small advantage, but it's nothing decisive. So if white is accurate, if Wesley continues to, maybe as Robert says, trade off pieces, trade off those potential attackers, then he should be safe enough.
Yeah.
But temporarily advantage Levon.
Wow, and I look at those moves, and David, they aren't easy moves to spot. The more natural way for black to go in this position, a human move, would be something like bishop to g4. You pin that knight, you want to take that knight, you want to get your own knight to e5 and start putting pressure on f3. But I see that that's not a move the engine approves of. What's wrong with a move like bishop g4?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it, Tanya. It's just computers are weird and wacky, and they love... yeah, they see chess in a totally alien way that just that we struggle to understand as mere humans. But just to highlight what the computer wants to play, knight b4. What is that?
What is that?
Never going to happen.
What is that? You see that next one, pawn a5?
Yeah, the next one, James. What is this? Pawn a5?
But I actually understand a5. The point of a5 is that if white is indeed going to take this knight on c6, after the pawn recaptures, the bishop can slide out to the h6 square with check. So it's very weird move. It looks like the opposite of what any human wants to play, but it has a deeper purpose to it.
Wow.
It's one of those moves, Robert, once you explain it, it makes so much sense. But from a human perspective, to find a5 would be so impossible. And we see that Levon has a different approach, makes another very human move, just brings the rook to the central E line, attacks the e4 pawn, and things are still very dangerous and complicated for white here.
Yeah, much more logical move, a very human touch there from Levon Aronian. And again, as we see from the computer suggestions, white doesn't actually have too many ways to minimize the damage, to limit the damage here. He needs to actually play his rook across.
Stop it.
James, never going to happen.
No, bro. No. Rook e1? You got to be careful. If you play rook e1, we go out to checking. Make sure we got the fair play behind him. Rook e1, Robert?
You know, they check LeBron all the time, too. So there were two players in the Chess.com Global Championship who didn't lose a match.
Wow.
Wesley So, he won it all.
Wow.
Remember, Levon actually made it to the top 8, but he couldn't make it.
Yeah.
You know, his baby was born. He just couldn't make it there.
Right.
So he didn't lose a match either. So now he might have that as a happy memory.
That's crazy.
Wow. These players are geniuses. They are capable of finding such sophisticated, classy moves. Maybe the second suggestion there from the engine, moving the white rook up a couple of squares, rook d3, attacking the black queen, that's more natural, I would say. Just gaining a bit of time, kicking the enemy out of your camp. But, yeah, it's up to Wesley. Pressure on the clock. 5 minutes against almost 12 minutes. That is dramatic.
And the position is just starting to get complicated. He still needs to find some precise moves. How difficult is that going to be for Wesley with just 5 minutes on the clock?
Extremely difficult. Not just that, but remember, if you lose with white, that could be a killer blow for your chances. The white pieces are normally where you want to do the damage, where you want to hit your opponent. But if you lose with white, you have more blacks in the remaining games. That could be a hammer blow to Wesley. Great start from Levon. Gotta say, love the way he's played this game so far.
Yeah. With the black pieces, Levon Aronian is the one who is flexing, James, in this one so far.
LeBron.
This is looking amazing for black. Still big questions to answer for Wesley. There is work to be done, though, here. It isn't over. It looks very dangerous. We will keep an eye out and see. Now, Wesley is known for his defense play. He is a very difficult opponent to beat. So I have no doubt this is going to be a long one still. Levon out there, looking good with the black pieces. Now I also see our Eval bar says that Fabi with the white pieces is in the driving seat against Liam. David, should we get an update on that one?
Let's go check it out. It does feel like in that game, Fabiano Caruana, maybe with a small advantage from a kind of visual way. But, okay, now I'm doing a quick pawn check. I can't count here, clearly, but it does feel... Is white a pawn up?
Yes.
Yes. Look at that weird structure. I was looking on the queen side. Black has these doubled c-pawns. I thought there must be more pawns hidden away somewhere there off screen, but no. Fabiano, pawn up, and that's why the evaluation bar, that's why the computer loves his chances. Everything protected as well. Black structure wrecked. Compromised there with doubled pawns, isolated pawns. Yeah, looking good for white.
Robert, that looks like a very healthy pawn. I don't see any compensation, any initiative. The black knight has got no juicy outpost to go to. This is going to be a tough one to defend.
No, this should be winning with best play. It's one of these positions where we look at it and we're like, no, white should win if Fabi plays precisely. And it was honestly a big blunder by Liam Le. We don't expect this from him. He's such a strong player. But earlier on in this game, he made kind of an inexcusable mistake for a player of his caliber, for somebody who is so good at chess. He blundered a pawn. Now, I'm usually generous with that terminology. I say, oh, they made a mistake. It was an inaccuracy. No, he just really blundered in the early stage of this game, and now he is paying the price.
Just a quick rewind there, Robert. Is it this pawn you mentioned that he blundered? He just forgot that this pawn could be captured. Yeah. And white grabbed a pawn, got away with it. The knight was able to later escape. And, yeah, this is the current position. By winning that pawn, Fabi finds himself in a queen and knight endgame, but yeah, it just looks like a matter of technique, as they say. If you can get the queens off, it should be an easy job. But yeah, Liam will somehow need to keep his queen active, keep annoying Fabi as much as possible, maybe by planting his queen on a square such as this one and hoping that it can't get kicked out. But yeah, Fabi, we know how good he is in these types of technical positions. He's so good with the calculation too. Liam, uphill struggle to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, lots of times there's practical chances for drawing, or actually, I mean, you have to be so precise here in these games, especially if you have a trade of knights. Let's say the knights come off, then this may be even closer to equal. Of course, it's not being up to pawn for Fabi here, but lots of times it is important to understand that, of course, the queen in games are the hardest ones. If you read your Dvoretsky in-game manual, make sure you're doing that at home. Of course, the queen ones are the hardest ones, and with this extra knight here, I mean, it does make some practical chances for drawing, but I'm taking white all day with that extra pawn and trying to push this, and the time advantage for Fabi.
Yeah, Dvoretsky name drop there, James. You've been doing your work.
Yeah, that's my uncle, Dvoretsky. That's my uncle, yeah.
Yeah, so in this type of position, we definitely, if we're Fabi, we're aiming to trade off queens rather than knights, right? Hence, Liam's last move, trying to get the knights off, heading into those queen endgames. Do you say no? Do you run away from that trade?
Cool. What do you think, Robert? What do you think?
I was hoping you would answer. It's one of those questions like, it should be good, but maybe I should keep them on. Fabi answered it for us. He plays his knight to the rim, but that knight might go back to where it stole that pawn. Notice that the black queen is offside over there. It's not helping out in the defense. So white's next move, maybe it's to jump that knight up the board. It's a weird square for it, but when you have doubled, isolated pawns like this for black, they cannot protect one another, and that forward push from black is under white's control thanks to the b3 and d3 pawns. They are making sure that black cannot push it forward, and I think that Fabi's well on his way to winning another pawn, and with it, the win should be easier for him to claim.
Yep, he's just advanced his queen, and again, massive threat. I don't really see how black is going to guard against this other than going passive again with the black knight. Really depressing position here for Liam. It looks like Fabi's got everything under control. Big time advantage as well. Everything going in his favor. Meanwhile, that evaluation bar, I can't help but look on the right side of the screen. Levon Aronian, he's really putting Wesley under pressure. And we might check back in on that one a bit later. But yeah, Liam, meanwhile, in the tank, thinking here, just ruining that pawn blunder. Simply one slip, and there's been no way back so far in this game.
Well, safe to say that this one's going to be a Fabi grind, but something that he shouldn't find too difficult to pull off.
Yeah, I think that this one is well within his wheelhouse. He also has a 5-minute lead on the clock. We haven't even mentioned that fact. So I think Lemley off to a tough start here in the Chessable Masters. And Fabiano, he was undefeated in the Air Things Masters, just in Division 2. He is just taking off where he stopped, and he's just going to keep going.
I've got to say, did you see that mug that Fabi had? I mean, he's really flexing with that one. He was just like, yeah, check out my mug. I'm going to win this position. Just resign.
Wow, I call him flexing Fabi. In fact, actually, if you check his Instagram, he's been squatting. I did squats today. I'm like, oh, and Fabi's been doing some squats, actually very deep, too. He gets deep. So he's been working out lately, and you can see he's working out this position as well.
Yeah, is that the key for chess players? Just stay fit and stay sharp on the board?
Let me ask this guy. Hold on, let me see.
Seems to work for you, James.
Yeah, maybe you probably should. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
I need some tips later, how to build those biceps. But yeah, meanwhile, Fabi flexing for sure. And 6-minute time difference now.
Wow.
Yeah, really, really sad situation for black.
A tough defense ahead, and we see H-pawn moving ahead, but that seems more out of desperation rather than aggression. Liam Le in big trouble in round 1 against Fabiano Caruana. But the other player who is looking like he's doing well is world champion Magnus Carlsen. Or not actually. Wow, there's been a bit of a turnaround there. I saw the eval bar. Vladislav Artemyev. Is he better?
Wow, okay, this is a really tense position. There has been a very important kind of trade of pawns here, and suddenly both sides have pieces coming to life. There's pawns attacked, pawns on pre that you can just kind of snap off right now. And Magnus, okay, there we go. He grabs a pawn. Black's pawn in the center was isolated, but now the queens have come off. Artemyev, he's very good in the endgame. He can match Magnus there. And there is a big threat. Black is threatening the white f2 pawn, the black knight, the black dart squared bishop, eyeing up that one. And suddenly it's not so easy for Magnus to coordinate his pieces. It feels like the white pieces are kind of here, there, and everywhere. Black's pieces, especially the two bishops, pointing in the same direction, coordinating well. Magnus under pressure.
Yeah, these are some practical problems to solve for Magnus. He has won the pawn, but that f2 pawn under attack, he does a nice defensive move there. Just moves the rook up to d2, freeing some space for his other rook to come into the game. He has an extra pawn, but practically still not easy.
Yeah, this is what we call compensation. It's often vague. You're like, what does that grandmaster mean when they use the term? I think they're just trying not to talk too deeply about the position, but we can here. Black's bishops, they're aiming across the board. The knights for black, they're connected with one another. They're also threatening the f2 pawn, as we're highlighting. So this is dangerous territory for Magnus Carlsen. One mistake could actually really cost him, because we think without queens on the board, just an endgame. This is not an endgame. It's a queenless middle game with attacking chances. Black's king safe in the corner. White's king could be in some danger, and watch out for the back rank. You may forget about it for now, but at a critical moment, you might have to spend a much-needed tempo to give your king some luft, and then the other side can take advantage of it. So I do like this position for Vladislav Artemiev, but you need to prove it, because if you're not accurate here, the extra pawn will make its presence felt.
Yeah, some big threats on the board. If I'm Artemiev, I'm looking to try and attack the opponent's pieces, gain time in the process. This rook is asleep, doing nothing. Why not centralize it? Why not gain time against the white bishop? Here, I don't think Magnus really wants to give up the bishop pair. For example, he could trade off a set of minor pieces here, hoping to alleviate the pressure. But in reality, he's just opened up the black rook. This black knight replaces its counterpart. And again, pressure on the white position. Also in the current position, is Artemiev thinking of capturing this knight, doubling, racking the white pawns? It is committal. Again, bishops here are the most valuable commodity. You don't really want to trade them off unless you get something immediate in return. But, for example, you could trade off this knight, drop back with your own knight, threatening a monster fork, a family fork, if you can capture this pawn on f3. All sorts of tricks in the air. Plenty of choice here for Artemiev, and he has a time advantage. So this is the current position. Does he take this knight? Does he just bring his rook into play? What do we think here? Who would you pick?
This is tough. This is absolutely tough here, especially because that pawn there. I am going to take Magnus in this position, of course, because I do have obviously the extra pawn. But man, that time advantage is, I'm definitely going to start feeling it. In 2 minutes from now, I'm not going to have really any time if I'm Magnus here. That's going to be really tough to try to convert this, right? And there's compensation. Of course, it's Artemiev's move. Rook A to E8 is very strong. Hits the bishop. It makes me make some type of decision here. Maybe I could go Rook E1 in that case, but I mean, it's very difficult, and you have to be very, very precise in this next few moves.
Yeah, and this is why Vladislav Artemiev is such a dangerous opponent. He has this willingness to play strategic battles as well as fight flawlessly for initiative. Currently, with the initiative is Vlad. He is down a pawn, but as David, you pointed out, there is a lot of play that Black has. He is going into a bit of a think here. He can't afford to fall too low on the clock because he needs that time to build the initiative. And I like your idea of just playing simple. Bring that rook into the game. Bring all the toys to the nursery.
Yeah, but it's always simpler when you're not facing Magnus Carlsen, right?
That's true.
We're here. We get to talk about the chess. We see the eval bar going back and forth. We can bring up Stockfish Suggests, so we don't even have to guess what should happen. But for Vladislav Artemiev, he knows he is down material, and that is psychologically difficult. And thank you to our production team to bring up those suggestions. Rook E8 looks good. Bishop takes F3 also looks good. But the point is, one of those moves, say Rook E8, you don't hurt White's pawn structure. You're just bringing your rook to center. You still remain down that pawn. That is scary psychologically when you're playing the best player of all time. So Artemiev, we know how stoic he is. We know he keeps everything under control. But right now, there's a position that can get out of control if he doesn't actually make the most of his compensation.
We're going to do a panel vote here right now, white or black. I'm going to start with you, David.
Black.
You play with black.
But he needs to move soon. He needs to move.
James, you pick white or black?
I got to go with white.
Yeah? I'm going to go with Yasser Serouan. I'm hungry. I'm a pawn grabber. I'm taking that pawn, and I'm going to run with it. So I'm going to take the white pieces as well.
And that's not a Magnus bias there.
No, it's actually, I do like having the extra material.
All right, fair enough. But I like the activity. So, David, I'm going to agree with you. I think it's just so much easier to play with the initiative. There, we've got James and Robert doing fist bump. We'll see who got this one right. But, of course, he's just taking too much time. Vlad's still in a big think tank.
Yeah, he's lost inside his own head here. He's getting carried away, working out those variations. And, OK, finally he makes a decision. It's one of the best moves. It's one of the most natural moves. But burning 4 minutes or so, burning all his clock advantage, he needs to come up with something in this position. He's forced Magnus to accept those double pawns. The white king has been kind of compelled to step forward as well. Does he have something immediate here? What was Vlad working out? It should have been this position that he was calculating. He should have been ready with a flurry of quick moves. But he's gone again into a bit of a think. And now it's Magnus up on the clock. Magnus gaining in confidence with every second that passes. And yeah, now there's more at stake. White is still a pawn up, but White also has the bishop pair. Really useful long term. If all the rooks disappear, White is going to win. White is going to win this endgame. So Vladislav Artemiev, stakes are higher than ever. He needs to move.
Does it surprise you that he takes this monumental big decision of trading the bishop, makes this obvious move, the knight retreat to e5? Magnus replies in the most human way to play king g2, and then another big think there.
Yeah, it's surprising. It's the type of thing I do, but that's why I'm not at this level. Yeah, he just needs to move. Get that rook from the corner into the game. Just a natural move. You don't need to look for the best ones here. Just need to improve your pieces. The tactics will work in your favor if your pieces are happy and coordinated. But yeah, another long think. 1 minute, pretty much half his time on this move. This position, he would have foreseen it. What is he thinking about? It's surprising. It's confusing.
Maybe some tactics with like rook e8, but I mean, you are playing Magnus. You got to be careful here. Like rook e8, and then obviously you're hitting the bishop. If the bishop goes to the wrong square, you might have a knight f3 in there. Then after king f3, maybe a knight e4, but the king might end up on g4, believe it or not. There's some crazy stuff here. Takes and knight e4, threatening the bishop, right? But there's even bishop f4. You play g5, right? The rook's hanging. There's a lot of stuff going on here. And if king, I don't know, king g4? Is that even possible? King out in the middle of the street right now. I don't know what's going on, but maybe he's trying to calculate that.
Yeah, it's a deep line, right? You can take that rook, the f2 pawn will fall, everything is happening in a position of this nature. And rook e8, the starting move is in place. But Vladislav, he's down to 1 minute remaining. And Magnus, he knows what's coming. He is going to see that tactic on the f3 square, but I don't really know how to avoid it. Maybe you can take the knight on f6 first. That doesn't look like it helps very much.
Yeah, I think you might have to take this knight unless you want to go into that kind of maze of complications. And here, the white bishop can retreat maybe to this square, maybe to this square. It does look a bit ugly here for white, I've got to admit. This white king now out in the open, ready to be checked by the black pieces. But Magnus, okay, he drops his bishop back instead. This is playing with fire.
What the heck is
Everything
this?
is loose on this file, on the F file. That black rook is going to have a huge say on the decision of this game. James, you're looking for tricks here. You're looking for the same idea maybe that you mentioned. This black knight can jump out the way. I'm not sure which square it uses. But again, just so many threats. Has Magnus got an answer to this? But notice how Magnus played his last move quickly, and now Artemiev down to under 30 seconds. Magnus is hustling on the clock.
He still hasn't made a move. Wow, 20 seconds now for Artemiev.
He about to flag move.
I think James and I were right on this one, right? It's just much easier when you have the extra pawn, because when you're down material, you're always like, how do I get it back? Make sure that I get activity and give it. But knight h5, what's the next threat? Of course, the bishop is under attack right now. You need to save that piece. But what is the follow-up? It's not easy to see that, and he only has 17 seconds.
Yeah, I call him the Iceman sometimes because he's so calm, so stoic, but he froze in that position. The Iceman froze, and he really needed to move quicker. You can't navigate this type of position down a pawn with only 17 seconds against someone world-class like Magnus. And okay, Magnus drops that bishop back. Notice how he's willing to trade pieces. Magnus is saying, yes, you can get rid of one of my bishops. But okay, Artemiev steps back. He's hoping for a repetition of moves, but can Magnus do better? If Magnus brings his bishop back to f5, that's the second time we've seen that position. Magnus, of course, will want to win. He's got white, he's got 2 minutes extra, and he's up a pawn still.
And we've got our first result of the day. Levon Aronian did win against Wesley So with the black pieces. What a start for Lev. Not just the result, it felt like that was a dominating game there, Robert.
The opening went wrong. This is the Chessable Masters. Wesley So has written a course on 1e4. So many hours of video. It looked like a d4 opening, so maybe he'll have to switch that up in the future. But Levon Aronian came well prepared, and he is a man on a mission.
Absolutely. So Wesley So trailing that one, and it looks like this one is going to be tough for Vladislav Artemiev. He's down to 15 seconds, and he's retreated the knight. Do you see Magnus repeating moves here?
No.
Okay.
I think hell will freeze over before Magnus goes for a repetition here, and he's retreated his bishop.
Look at the bar.
Different square, though. Oof, James.
David with the bar. What's up with the bar?
Okay, knight f3.
You called it, James.
Oh my God.
Hey,
It's on the board.
right here, COE, calculation over everything.
Get him off the board. 94 for the score. King g4 is king out in the middle of the street right now. And what do we do now? H5 and we live? What is this? I don't understand. H5? Nope. Knight d2. Wow.
And then f2 falls as well?
Oh,
You
my
just pick up the
goodness.
f2 pawn?
Oh, my goodness.
Is this collapse?
On national television.
He's claiming that in the endgame, use the king as a weapon, but I don't think that king should be weaponized this early. White's pieces are discombobulated. They're all over the place. That bishop, the light square bishop, it's blocked by its own king. The dark square bishop is under attack. Pawns are hanging left and right, and I feel like for Magnus Carlsen, things are getting out of hand, but Vladislav Artemiev only has 7 seconds. He's got to find
Play
moves.
a move?
4, 3.
Oh, he's got to move.
Oh my God! He's going to be
Hit the
flat.
flag.
Play!
Oh, man.
He made that move with 2 seconds left on his clock.
Scared
He
the life
throws
out
in
of
a
us.
check, giving up a pawn, trying to lure the white king even further forward. I've got to say, commentator's curse. I said Magnus would play on, but he will be regretting that decision. Look at that white king. How is it going to survive? If you take that pawn now, the black rooks are going to mobilize with time.
Oh my God.
we might see a checkmate in this game, I've got to say, guys.
But he's got no
my
time.
goodness. 4
He's
seconds.
playing on seconds. He's playing every move with 1 second. It's a 3-second increment. He's got 4 seconds on the clock. He made that last move with a second.
He's panicking Artemiev. I don't like his last move. I was going to say, material count, white is actually up. White has a bishop and knight for a rook. You're up 1 point. And if one set of rooks disappear, suddenly there are no mating attacks against the white king. Suddenly white will be safe. So I'm expecting the white dark square bishop to move, or maybe the white knight will centralize and attack disappearing.
And I was just saying, don't use the king as a weapon this early, but that white king may actually slide forward, and that black king might be the one that's checkmated. You have to be very, very careful here, because at some moment, that black king, there are many white minor pieces that can go after it. This is not looking easy at all. I do not envy Artemiev's task. I think he's in huge trouble, but they're both in time trouble. Magnus keeps thinking.
Because it's a tough position. Your h2 pawn is hanging. You can't move your bishop. The rook is... you're going to end up trading rooks, which is great for black. But there's no way to really fight the trades. Robert, are you still picking Magnus for this one?
Yeah, I am. I just think the time trouble is crazy, and you have 2 pieces to just a rook, right? So I think rook d2, maybe there will be simplification, but I just feel like there's no way Magnus is going to lose this position.
Well, you lose one of the 2 pawns, either b2 falls or the h2 pawn.
Maybe you're going to lose both, actually.
Sheesh.
It feels like the calm after the storm, though. Even if you lose both these white pawns, as long as you can kind of coordinate your minor pieces, I say if. It's a big if, but the white king now will start centralizing. Look at that black king. It's nearly trapped, actually. Unfortunately, you don't have a rook or king or rook or queen to mate that black king. But here we go.
C4?
Whoa,
Big
what is
fella,
this
what is
move?
that? Oh, he's about to take on, he's going to take the other
Yeah,
pawn.
he's trading even
He has
more.
no-
Oh!
Magnus has blundered his knight.
It's time to go.
And
it's
that's
over.
it. He's
It's
going to
over.
resign. He's going to resign.
Yeah.
with the win, the dub.
That was surprising.
Oh, my goodness.
He walked into a pin, and I told you, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, and that one stings because Magnus, he losing again and had the white pieces to boot.
That hurts. That hurts.
And that is it. Magnus Carlsen resigns after that blunder. Knight d6, rook b6. That's a pin. You pin the knight, you win the knight. That's a lost endgame. There was still hope before this, but what a roller coaster of a game this was, David.
Yeah, what a roller coaster. And Magnus there, you can see him looking over the game, trying to figure out where he went wrong. But it was actually the momentum. It was all in black's favor. Big blunder from Magnus earlier. But after all those twists and turns, Artemiev took the point.
Wow. This was such an up and down game. Our hearts are beating so fast. We're sure that yours are too. Artemiev bounces back from a difficult position to take that one away. So many big critical moments. It's time for our Lisoveta Learning Point.
And for today's learning point, we're actually going to recap the final stages, the closing moments of that Goliath battle between Magnus Carlsen and Vladislav Artemiev. So many twists and turns, as we mentioned. That middle game is well worth a study. However, it was in the endgame that this was decided, and this is a cautionary tale. Never switch off. Don't lose alertness, even deep into the endgame. Here, Magnus, with his bishop and knight, maybe thought he was reaching safety. Maybe he thought the game was steering towards a draw. He centralized his knight, very logical move. But Artemiev was full of tricks. He threw his pawn forward. Here in the studio, we were wondering, what was the point? But after the pawn was captured, rook to b4 attacks a bunch of things, attacking the pawn, attacking the bishop, and the knight through an X-ray. Here, Magnus has a few moves to keep the game going, but he needed to be alert. He needed to be accurate. He should have, for example, dropped his knight back this way just to defend the bishop. Instead, he defended from a different angle. He wasn't alert enough, and suddenly he's just stepped into a pin. The black rook retreated to the 6th rank. The white knight is pinned to its king, and that was all she wrote. That was the game. And Magnus had to resign.
Wow, what a game there. What a big win by Vladislav Artemiev. There's action on in Fedoseev versus Hikaru. Hikaru with the white pieces. He's not happy.
He's not happy, but that's because the game is fizzling out to a draw. Perhaps Hikaru was hoping that earlier he could make something. But yeah, here it looks like Fedoseev has defended very accurately. Bishop versus knight is the only imbalance. Symmetrical pawns, same number of pieces. But yeah, very easy draw from this point. Missed opportunity maybe for Hikaru. Well, that's at least what his body language is telling us.
Yeah, he's always mad. He's like, oh, come on. Oh, you know, come on, chat. Come on, chat. Oh, this is ridiculous, chat. You know. So, but I mean, he wants to win. You love that type of spirit from someone or a game, especially Hikaru being an official random world champion. Of course, he's just looking for that win, and especially after Fedoseev. I mean, they have a very heavy beef there, as Robert mentioned. I mean, literally beating Hikaru last 5 Title Tuesday games in a row. Oh, there's definitely some animosity there, and he needs to try to figure this out. I mean, he wants to win the match.
Yeah, I've got to say, despite Hikaru's head shakes, he was actually the one who was a bit lucky in this game. I think Fedoseev had a winning move earlier if he had spotted it. But yeah, in the end, a draw, a fair result in this game.
Wow. We've often heard so many players say that Hikaru, his expressions, don't believe them on camera.
Yeah, no, it's a psychological trick. You know, he's just like always throwing his head left and right. But look at this position we have. We have one game left. Fabiano Caruana, I think we can believe in him and his chances because he has an extra pawn. And now that knight for black, it's stuck back there and might get trapped.
Wow.
There's no way home for that one.
Yeah, that black knight is literally trapped. It has no squares to go to. But if the white king retreats to try and attack this black knight, the black king will race across and try and
that's a
attack
blunder.
the white king.
What's going on?
Hikaru shaking... sorry, not Hikaru. Fabiano shaking his head there. I think he needed to backtrack. He needed to go for that black knight.
Yeah.
Instead, he's let it out of the cage, and now the black knight
Don't
might
trade.
Well... Yeah.
Can you trade?
Can you
Because he
trade?
gets opposition.
I think you can trade these knights.
Is that just a draw, actually? Because you trade and you advance with your king, and
yeah.
that's a
Ooh,
draw.
goes for
That
it.
is it. He just missed it.
Yeah.
Goes for it.
No, he had to go backwards. It's so tempting to lash out, go forward in an endgame when you have a passed pawn, but we see opposition is secured from Liam Le. He is going to earn that half point, and Fabiano is going to be kicking himself because he remains up a pawn, but this extra pawn cannot promote. The game will end likely in a stalemate in the next few moves, and I think Fabiano's going to be pretty disappointed.
Yeah, you called it out. Stalemate on the board. Wrong moment to trade those knights there. With that, immediately the game fizzled out. Wow, that was a big moment, a big miss by Fabi because he could have trapped the knight, David.
Yeah, a big miss. And if it's possible, I just want to show what happened there because he let the black knight out of its cage. I think he could have gone for the knight, trapped it, won it, and Liam would have had to resign a few moments later. It was this position. Fabi went in the wrong direction with his king. He stepped forward, later allowing this black knight out via the c3 square. If instead he just raced towards this knight, he would have won the game. There's no way out. You're simply going to go back and pick it up. If the black king steps across, then it simply isn't in time. Here, the black king attacks the knight, yes, but you could jump out of the way with a check, and no matter what black tries, for example, going for the white pawn, white is just in time to hold it, defend it, and win the game. So missed opportunity for Fabiano Caruana.
Wow. That was a big miss by Fabi, but don't miss this opportunity to subscribe to our Twitch channels. For our non-subscribers, we've got a break coming up. But those of you who have subscribed, do not go anywhere. We have a very special guest and a very special interview coming up. He is the chess streamer of the year. Levi Rosman has arrived on Chessable. You want to know how to counter the Sicilian, the French, the Caro. Levi will show us the way with 1e4. He brings masterful technique to bring in those wins with white. Head over to Chessable and start upping your game today. You've got to use the command Gotham Chessable to master 1e4. And we've got the man himself with us. Let's welcome on the show, Levi Rosman. Levi, how are you? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Sorry, I didn't know if I was supposed to introduce myself. I was waiting for your cue. I appreciate them saying I have masterful technique, by the way. It says, like, gross exaggeration of my abilities. But thank you, guys. I'm humbled.
We are so excited to have you here with us. Levi, I don't think you need any introduction to anyone in the world. You are the internet coach for the chess world, and you've just won a Streamer of the Year award. Congratulations on that. How special was it?
Yeah, listen, I'm never going to win a serious chess award. I mean, I won the K3 Scholastic Championship of New Jersey, and I think I won the K6 also. I remember this because my dad said if I win the tournament, he was going to buy me Fritz. This was like many moons ago, maybe 2 decades ago. It was, it was a fun feeling. It was crazy to be in Los Angeles. I'm not really cut out for like the lifestyle they have over there, but the weather is much better in New York. So it was a lot of fun, and I just don't like 7-hour flights. So credit to Robert and James, because I'm sure they had long flights to get to Norway, but I'm sure it looks very nice over there.
It was very well deserved. And because of what you said, Levi, I have to bite the bullet and ask you, were you bothered by Hikaru's reaction?
No. You have to understand, like, that was a 15-second clip in a 6-hour stream. And generally when you stream, it's like constantly getting badgered by the same array of questions over and over. So if you ever tune into my stream and, there's a sample size of the same question being asked 10 times, I'm going to give you like 10 different responses. 2 of them will be serious and 8 of them will be ridiculous, because I don't think there's any other way to cope. Like we were just talking about the Streamer Awards. I don't know how these folks stream 250 hours every single month. It would completely drive me nuts. So now, he said something a little snappy a couple of hours into the show, but I think there's far greater things to be bothered by.
Levy, we're so excited about your award and also this big drop on Chessable. And I want to know, for this big, most anticipated coach, I think everyone's been waiting for a course by you. What motivated you to make it on 1e4 on the King's Pawn opening?
I think the lines are very practical. Like, I play a lot of e4 myself in Blitz, and I think I have the most fun in speed games. I'm not playing a huge amount of classical. The problem is, like, my goal is 2,500 elo, and Tanya, you're a d4 player, but you know this. It's scientific at that point. It's like you're not going to get fun positions almost ever. Like, it's just very kind of, looking for that minuscule advantage that Stockfish claims, or following a game that was played a couple months ago by some of these great players, for example, that are in the Chessable Masters. But for 99.9999% of chess players, e4 brings the most fun, and challenging all of the major black defenses is still completely possible to do in a very fun and exciting way without sacrificing much advantage. So I decided to make it on e4, and it was like a heroic effort. I mean, we put together a 1,200 variation, 18 hours of video course in about 2 months. So, but it's great. I mean, I've been playing a lot, like all these lines as I've been drilling them and learning them, myself, and learning their subtleties. And I'm winning about 75% of the games in some of these variations. So, of course, in Blitz, I haven't had a chance to go to classical tournaments. Yeah, I mean, I've had a blast. I love some of these lines. And I hope, the audience will too.
Yeah, Levy, that's awesome to hear, and I'm sure people are, diving right into the material. And I guess my question for you is, how do you choose which opening is most fun? Because you see some sacrificial openings, but they may be a little bit dubious. How do you actually choose which openings you're going to play?
That's a good point. Well, I guess there's like 2 things here. First of all, there's what I'm going to play. With me, I don't actually care. Like, I had a King's Gambit phase. It's like hair for me. Although, I mean, it's kind of falling out. My dad, unfortunately, lost his hair quite early, so I won't be able to use that analogy much longer. But it's kind of like having a hairstyle. For me, I can just like kind of play whatever, because it's sort of my style of chess. I don't really mind C4, D4, E4, B3, like whatever. But for the course itself, we did it in a very strategic way. We did it in a way where a lot of games have been played recently where grandmasters are going to kind of get off the beaten path. But we've also done it in a way where other chessable courses did not cover those lines. Like, there were a few lines that I wanted to cover, but I saw, maybe Gawain Jones already did a deep dive, or Simon Williams, and I kind of went, it just doesn't make sense. Like, I don't want to reinvent the wheel, because then, there's Chessable customers that also will compare courses side by side. And if you're just offering like the same thing, because at the end of the day, like I just said, chess is scientific. You can't just say, oh, I solved this variation when there's already a good solution here. Yeah, we did it in a very similar way, like that we chose our team for Pro Chess League. I mean, we just sat down, we looked at all the details, we ultimately made a decision, and we tried to keep the repertoire kind of consistent while also offering some kind of, model and unique suggestions. There's a line in the 2 nights that I recommend a move that has only been played once ever, and it was played 3 weeks ago in a tournament in Europe, European Championship. So just kind of keeping up with like the modern trends, while also recommending stuff that you can't also find in 5 different locations.
Wow. That's amazing, Levy. We're so excited about this course. And thank you so much for taking out the time and joining us. And congratulations for everything that you do. And yeah, we're looking forward to more. Thank you so much for joining. Levy Rozman, Streamer of the Year, is out with his first course on Chessable on the King's Pawn opening. So check that out. There's a short and sweet version for free on that. I've got a big reveal for you, by the way. That is not the only big drop on Chessable. There's one more course, and it's by none other than our very own James Canty.
This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're gonna forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online, it's in front of me. All of my books are here. There's gonna be folders now, so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is why I like this. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 and Blitz and Bullet. My chess comm is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success, really, it's just working on Chessable, just being honest with you. Hey, you know what I'm saying? The proof is in the Chessable, baby. Okay, that's what they say right now. Chessable is the wave. I definitely love Chessable. It's a great tool to use. And my course is coming out. It's the meanest Joe Bava, right? Got the Joe Bava London course coming out. So make sure, y'all gonna get that, right? Of course, the meanest Joe Bava is coming out to a Chessable near you.
Yeah, but I have a question first. Can we roll back the tape for a second? Let's get that back on the screen because your chain says calculation over everything.
Yeah.
I see the Grunfeld revisited over everything. So I think you're either going to change the letters on that chain or just hand it over to me.
Oh, Mike, you know what? Here you go. My bad, bro. I guess I got to take this off now. Jesus. Come on, Robert. I don't have to see that. Robert, we on TV right now. Robert, jeez.
Wow, so much excitement. Definitely check out James' scores and Levy's scores if you want to get the wins in with the white pieces. But for now, it is time for some of the players to get the wins in because let's take a look at the results that we've got. Levon Aronian won against Wesley So. Artemiev beat Magnus Carlsen. We see Liam and Fabi ended in a draw, as did Fedoseev versus Hikaru. The players are ready to go. We've got Vladislav Artemiev, Magnus Carlsen. That's the action that we will be following. Magnus, how angry is he right now, David?
He will be furious with himself because it was all self-inflicted. He allowed all those tactics to happen. He allowed the momentum to drift against him, and he made the blunder at the end. So he knows that he only has himself to blame, but 3 games left today, he still has enough time, for sure, to fight back. And, okay, early days, Vladislav Artemiev, he does tend to dodge the main lines, to dodge anything too direct in the opening, especially with white. And by developing with the Reti kind of English opening setup, he's very flexible. I'm not sure what setup he'll choose, but Magnus, either way, getting ready to play the King's Indian or the Grunfeld, very dynamic openings. And he might want to strike back with black, but the main thing for Magnus is not to lose. He needs to stay in this match and take his moment to strike a bit later on in the day. What do we think here? Is he going to... Are we going to see his anger on the board?
You know, the hard part is the emotions in chess right now. A lot of times you have to say, not even in chess, in life, like lots of times your emotions can affect what you do. So if you are angry here and you're just mad and you want to try to swing at him, and of course, Artemiev is unfazed. I mean, he has the same facial expression all the time. You don't see anything. He's losing, he looked the same. You know, he wakes up, he looks the same. Hey, how you doing? He looked the same, right? Always the same. So, of course, he doesn't have, the emotions don't affect him really much at all. So hopefully Magnus is able to do that and get it together here and be able to try to strike back in this game.
And we know at the highest level, a draw is the most common result. Right. So if you're Magnus Carlsen right now, you don't want to just go all out for a win. It's okay to draw with black. Right. He gets white in game 3. He did lose the first game of the match with the white pieces, but you do have that first advantage. You'll have to choose a different opening because I didn't really like what we saw from him there. He didn't gain the upper hand. But for Magnus, you can't go all in this early. I know he was just playing poker, but you got to relax a little bit.
Yeah, I hear you guys, but I have to say, I mean, the setup that Magnus has taken, just so flexible with that fianchetto. You know, he's not moved any of the central pawns yet. I think it does show that he's in for a long game. With the black pieces, he's not really looking to go into some long battles. He just wants a position to play.
Yeah, against most opponents, Magnus can get away with trading loads of pieces off, heading into an endgame. But against Vladislav Artemiev, I don't think that's the recipe for success. Artemiev does have great endgame stats. I've seen him outplay the best players in the world in endgames. So Magnus can't go that route. Meanwhile, he's kept all the pieces on the board. It's unlikely we will see too many trades this early in the game. We see the pawns kind of not facing off against each other anytime soon. There won't be open lines, open diagonals. But Artemiev also choosing the flexible approach. And we're going to see a double fianchetto from both sides. Yeah. Both sides putting all of their bishops on the long diagonals. And the tension will be postponed to the middle game.
Speaking of Chessable here, I mean, this is actually straight from the Chessable course. The one that it is the Grunfeld Part 2, in fact, from Peter Svidler. He actually recommends the double Finchetto versus the double Finchetto. Like, that's exactly what he likes to do. Now, of course, in this situation here, Black's actually plans are C5 and play D5 right after. Now, of course, Magnus being a part of Chessable, you remember his face was on the Chessable screen many times for the people that are Chessable users, and you see Magnus up there when you created an account. Definitely, Magnus is a big fan of Chessable, has his own courses there too as well. But these lines are very, very good. C5 and D5 are actually what Peter Svidler recommends in these situations, just to make things dynamic and try to get something to play for on the board.
Yeah, you're like an encyclopedia, James.
Oh, thank you.
You've studied pretty much every Chessable course out there. We know the go-to man for recommendations now. But I think you're right. I think that's what Magnus should be trying to do. I just have a feeling he's going to try and kind of play creepy crawly chess, as I call it. He's just going to kind of wait and then kind of keep tension as much as possible. He's seen now that Artemiev does like to burn time on the clock, does like to get into time pressure. So Magnus, if possible, would like to kind of not trade off any pawns, any pieces anytime soon. Yeah, we'll have to see. Such a tense position.
Yeah. And just to follow on James' point, it always fascinates me so much how accessible Chessable has made training, openings, even working on your middle game to learn from the best in the world. Chessable's made that so easy. James, you're dropping names of all these courses. We can learn from the very best in the world. There's never been a better time to be a chess player, Robert.
Absolutely not, because soon we can learn from James Caney. Like, what more can you say? Like, COE, I can't wait to buy the Jabal London course. So, you're right, though. We have everybody participating, sharing their knowledge. And typically, historically, chess has been a game where people hide that knowledge. Because before the advent of the internet, before engines were a thing, people are like, if I have it, I've worked on this for hours and hours and hours, and maybe nobody else in the world does. But every single game that's played goes into the online database, so we have those resources at our disposal. Helps many people from all parts of the world get better, but it also means that we can share, because sharing is caring, and I think the chess world is a better place for it.
Yeah, we'd love to hear your thoughts, chat, on which is your favorite Chessable course. There's so much knowledge there, so many ways to improve and to learn from the best. But right now, we've got the best player in the world playing this, and he currently is trailing his match against Vladislav Artemiev. Now, when we think about David playing for a win in a position, Magnus's position is looking a bit too cagey, but is this just him keeping as many pieces on the board, as much tension on the board?
Yeah, I think that's conventional chess wisdom if you're in a must-win situation. Magnus isn't quite there yet, but he will want to win. Then keep pieces on the board, as you say, Tanya. Just give your opponent as many options as possible, because the more alternatives you give them, the more options, the more likely it is they'll go wrong. That being said, White has done nothing wrong, of course, here. White's developed very naturally, so it will be later in the game that Magnus is going to try and provoke those mistakes. But it's by playing weird and wonderful moves like this one, knight to a6, putting a knight on the rim, looks pretty dim. And it's by playing moves like this that he'll provoke his opponent. He might force Artemiev to get overexcited, and that's where the mistakes will come a bit later. But do we like the look of this one? To me, it just looks a bit too superficial. It looks like provocation for the sake of provocation, not actually improving Black's position. James, thoughts on this?
It's creative. I'm a big fan of creativity, creative players, and just like fun tactical chess here. But knight a6, of course, chat. First off, don't try this at home. Secondly, right, it is very creative. The knight does have to move around. Maybe he's going to c5. Maybe he wants to play c6 or c5. Put the knight on c7. Maybe try to push for d5. But of course, he is keeping pieces on the board, and that's what he wants to do, to try to create more chances here, because he is down in the match right now.
Yeah, and Artemiev takes center. Why not? Advancing pawns, and for the first time there is this clash between the two armies. Magnus is saying, okay, we can trade off one set of pawns, but yeah, that's not necessarily going to guide the game any closer to safety for Artemiev. What do we think? Is Artemiev going to be happy with a draw in this game with White? It feels like he's played a very solid setup so far.
I think he'd be perfectly happy with a draw. It's not the result he's looking for, but I don't think he's a results-oriented player. Some people, when they're up in the match, they want to put it away. Artemiev's like, I am solid. He is that type of player. He doesn't really take too many risks. So if he can keep drawing, he will win this match, as long as he doesn't lose. And in this type of position, I think he has good chance just to slowly make some small progress. And if Magnus continues to play accurately, like he has thus far, I think the draw would be a likely result, and I don't think Artemiev will complain one bit about it.
Yeah, so we've asked the big questions. What result does Artemiev want? The other big question, what do we think of the man bun? What do we think of Magnus's hair today?
Well, you know, actually, someone in the chat said he looks like a samurai. But, of course, he's going to have to swing that sword a little bit harder if he's going to be a samurai in this match.
But a samurai also knows when to retreat, James. So playing with the black pieces, he doesn't want to take too much risk. He wants to keep things under control, and that's the kind of opening approach. It's not yet the time to go for desperation or to play super rash. He will have one more white in this match.
That is correct. He does have one more white. That's going to be good here, right? And, of course, he's keeping pieces on the board. I mean, time is level so far. He just can't blunder like he did before. It really was just a blunder, right? And those blunders, I mean, he took advantage of it so fast, Artemiev in this case. He had 4 seconds on the clock. It looked like everything was going in Magnus's way, and one blunder cost him the game. And chess is really hard like that.
Yeah, chess is brutal. You can play 40 good moves and then one bad move and it's all over. Now, while Magnus Carlsen trails Artemiev, it is Wesley So who is a point behind in his match against Levon. Let's get an update on that one. I do see it is quite a complicated middle game. David, what's going on here? The knights in the center looking good. Is this pretty even?
Yeah, it took me a while to adapt to try and figure out, firstly, how we got here. It came from a Queen's Gambit declined, but also the the shape of the position here, the outline. It does look like White's pieces have nicer posts than their counterparts. I love that White Knight in the center. It's an outpost. It can never get kicked away, evicted by a black pawn. I also love White's light squared bishop, really exerting its influence on some key squares, and it's going to be hard to get rid of that piece too. However, the Black Knight temporarily is quite well placed. If White wants to kick it back, White will have to weaken his position, and Black is the first to the open file, the open C line. So it feels like Wesley is solid enough, so solid as I like to call him. But yeah, I would choose White here, I've got to admit.
That's a good one, David. He said so solid. Y'all catch that? I was like, so solid. Oh, so solid. Oh, my goodness. It just went over your head there. That was nice by David, of course. But yeah, I mean, very so solid here. I mean, from Wesley So, Flexley So, and LeBron here, or Levon, is definitely trying to work his magic with the white pieces here. Maybe he could play F3 or a bishop D3. Queen G4 on the board. Okay, I like it, LeBron. I like it.
I think there's actually quite a big decision from Levon, and it shows that he's not just playing for equality, because he will likely kick that knight away from E4 with his pawn push that David was talking about. He'll play F3 to kick the knight out. But then his queen is focused on the king side of the board rather than where that rook went to on C8 on the open file. And the key piece in this position actually is the white knight on D4. It cannot be kicked out. It also covers important squares that the black knight cannot jump into B3. That rook can never land on C2 with that knight sitting there, and it's impossible to kick out. So I do think that White can start playing on the king side and say, I have a queen and bishop over there. You don't really have too many pieces defending that side of the board. Maybe I can make some sort of progress. How to make that progress? I'm not sure. Don't ask me that question. But that's up to Levon Aronian.
Yeah, later on, not right now, you could certainly imagine a pawn being thrown forward in typical Levon Aronian style. And yeah, he's kind of creative. He'll make that magic happen at some point if he has the right circumstances. So right now, I'm liking White's position. I agree that this move has to come sooner or later. You don't really want to tolerate the black knight in the center for too much longer. But yeah, the more positional, the more kind of solid, stable approach, the more boring approach would be to try and trade off a set of rooks on the open file. But Levon, he's a very ambitious player. I think he'll want to keep tension and go for an attack if he can. And yeah, Levon, despite the fact a draw would be decent for him, I think he will want to win this game and really put the nail in on Wesley.
Absolutely. I think probably one of the greatest moves here is maybe even playing bishop d3 first, because the problem is we want to get this bishop involved too as well. If we can get more pieces on that side of the board, of course, we need multiple pieces. I like to tell students that, you need 3 or more pieces for a successful attack. And to attack here, we need to get pieces. We need more of them. The queen's over there. We got a dark square bishop. If we can get that light square bishop maybe into play, maybe get a rook lift, right? Then, we have some problems over here for black side. Bishop to d3 is nice, because then when we play f3, we can tuck and roll with the bishop and put it on b1. So the long-range sniper there all the way, on b1. They call it a snake in the grass. It's already on the other side of the board. You stab, it's going to bite you, right? A lot of poison there. The bishop can go slide back to b1 with a pawn on f3 too as well. You'll be able to do kind of many things here. We do want to get rook lifted, or maybe move the knight around from f3 over to g5 or h4. Get the queen to h5, and we live.
You make it sound like checkmate, James, and you're right. It does look pretty scary for black, actually, allowing the white pieces to the king side like this. Meanwhile, he hasn't gone for this. He went for the maybe less ambitious approach, uncharacteristic, from Levon Aronian, but that has given Wesley now the time to start trading pieces.
He still can do it, though, David. Now he can do it now. Rook c1 actually is maybe bishop d3, bishop e1, just to the aesthetics of it.
Nice, and now it looks much more effective because this bishop no longer traps in the rook on a1. It's on a much better square now. So maybe similar idea, just a different order from Levon Aronian.
And James, I'm just looking at all these attacking tricks that you're talking about with the queen coming on the h file, the knight coming to g5, that 8-7 mate. This is looking good. It looks like attack is going to be built by Levon Aronian. Now the other aggressive player, Hikaru Nakamura, against Fedosiev. I do see our eval bar. It says that Fedosiev is doing well. I see a double bishop advantage, a bishop pair for Fedosiev. Is that the reason that white is better in an open position, that too, Robert?
It absolutely is, and we grandmasters like to call this playing for two results. Fedosiev has a position where realistically, it doesn't look like one he can lose, even if he makes a bunch of inaccuracies. But he can play for a win with zero risk. You look at the bishops slicing across the board. White's pawn structure also is healthier because black's queenside pawns, they are split. They're isolated. That means a piece is required to defend them, whereas a pawn's best friend is another pawn. So black may at some point strike forward with one of those pawns to try to trade, but it takes a lot of time, and white would like to push those queenside pawns up the board himself. I love this position for Fedosiev. I highlighted before the games even got underway that Fedosiev has a good record against Hikaru in their recent matchups, and I think he's just learned how to play the half man, half everything else that is Nakamura.
Correct. I mean, half man, half everything else. The other half we don't actually know yet. And of course, with this part, I mean, Fedosiev actually, I think he has just kind of figured it out. When you play a player so many times and you lose so many times, I'm sure. I mean, actually, what was the record, Robert, from the Chess Championship?
Oh, it was like 21-6 or something.
I mean,
Hikaru blitzed him.
Absolutely blitzed him, right? So, of course, Fedosiev figured it out at this point right now, just having a recent high record or a winning record over Hikaru, one of the very few people on the planet to do that, right? Especially in a short time frame. Look at the eval bar, just loving white's position here. I mean, this is not looking good for the half man, half everything else.
Yeah, plenty of options. I want to improve the white rooks. Maybe the white rook in the center just slides up one square to e2. The other rook then is free to slide across to a more active post. And it's not just the fact that white has all these kind of strategic advantages. It's also the fact that he's doing well on the clock. And I think that's the key against someone like Hikaru. You can't lag behind. You can't fall behind. A queen trade imminent now. White has to say yes. But bishops, the pair of bishops especially, they do gain in power the longer the game goes on, normally. But black is at least active for now. What do we think of this transition? It's always important to reassess, especially when the queens come off. I think he's going to guide Naka closer to safety.
I think he has stable chances now. Maybe practically, especially as we looked at the Fabi Liam Lei game. I mean, Fabi was just crushing it, but then it was a draw, right? So I think this is actually, I mean, it doesn't look like that game at all. He's not down a pawn. He just has a worse position, obviously, because of the bishops. But you know, he has a very active rook where he can probably try to attack and bully these pawns at some point. You have to figure out what you're going to do with this bishop even already right now. You know, so there is some things you have to worry about. A little bit of initiative here. Maybe black has slight initiative. You may be able to get c5 in. Got to be careful of a5, but there are some chances for black to try to make some things happen.
But I like your point, David, that the longer the game goes, typically the side with the bishops has the advantage. So you don't want to get into a forcing sequence until you're ready, because white has the long-term advantage in a position like this. You have a healthier pawn structure. Your rook is on this open e-file, can go up the board, and h6 played. You can take this knight. You will be better. You probably won't win that game. You shouldn't be winning with opposite-colored bishops, but you get into an endgame where there's zero risk whatsoever. And for Fedosiev, he's had two nice games thus far against Hikaru where he's hasn't really been worse for a single move.
Yeah, but this is such a big moment because white has to decide. Fedosiev has to decide, how does he convert this? Does he keep the bishop pair? Does he spoil black's pawn structure and enter with the rook to the 7th rank once he's hit that bishop? And it's happening. He's taken his decision. You need to try to convert the advantage. How big is this with the opposite colors? It just feels like it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, I've got to admit, I really hate this decision from Vladimir Fedosiev. Just the fact that he's given up his bishop pair. I'm very biased. I love bishops. But it does feel, especially against an endgame expert like Nakamura, as if you've given him everything he wants. Suddenly the white pawns are no longer stable on the queen side. Easy targets for the black bishop. It feels likely at least one set of rooks will come off the board. Despite the fact all of black's pawns are pretty much isolated or doubled, they're hard to attack. They can easily be defended by black's bishop. Again, with the double bishops, with the bishop pair, keep the tension. Just the longer the game goes on, the more chances you'll have. So why rush? You did the hard work anyway. It feels like he's undone his hard work by getting a bit hasty and getting a bit impatient, trading things off.
Yeah, now that the dust has settled in this one, and it just looks like it's going to be an endgame that has a big potential to fizzle out into the draw with the opposite color bishop. Action is on in the Levon Aronian Wesley So game. Levon looks like he's a man on a mission today. Let's bring that one up. We see our eval bar that Levon is in driving seat in this one as well, David.
Wow, yeah, we'll just get that board up in a second. James was loving that one for
hey, LeBron. Come on, LeBron. I like it. I like it. Can't wait to see that game, of course, with the aggressive intentions that he has. So many possibilities for him in that position. So we'll get it up in a second here. In this game with the Hikaru and the big fish here, which is Fedoseev, I mean, he definitely just gave the advantage away. But I think maybe even Black could play for even more. Rook B8 and Bishop C3 could have some problems. And ooh-wee, look at this.
Whoa, what
eyes just light up.
James, you're staring at that Black Knight, right?
I like this a lot. Okay, that knight about to go night-night in a minute. But, of course, you can go rook to D1. I mean, he might be even considering sacking it. What do we do about this? H4, Bishop C5, not enough. Okay.
You want to start attacking, you want to rush.
You know, sack first, think later. Grandfather Tao says this all the time, right? So, I mean, we do want to do this, but we have to move the rook first. So we move the rook, and then we go for the attack.
Yeah, this rook is under attack. The rook might well just slide across. And once the Black Knight retreats, it might be time sooner or later. Maybe you have to deal with some threats on the queen side first. But Levon Aronian, look at the potential he has. Queen just sitting here nice and pretty around the Black King, which is going to be sweating. At some point, you will be able to trade off one of the best defenders for Black, and you will have an attack. But when to go for it? I think that's the big question, Robert.
Yeah, it's not easy to decide what to do here because rooks are being traded off. And does White want to keep trading? I mentioned earlier, the knight on D4 is kind of a heroic piece because it covers the C2 square. So even if the white rook decides to slide away, the black rook cannot infiltrate like you would want to. So that is one piece of good news. But maybe White can also be quick here. I'm actually wondering if White can swap rooks off the board and then kind of find a knockout. I don't really see one. I mean, the knight can hop into C6. That doesn't look too scary. Black's bishop will just move back towards F8 and survive that. But Levon, he chose the earlier option. He just keeps the rooks on the board. He wants the material on and then to attack later.
Yeah, however, this Black Knight does find a way out. It will retreat in a second, I'm assuming. And there are holes in the white camp now. You've kind of abandoned your queen side. If you do step forward, OK, we're seeing this actually on the board, then I think the Black Knight is going to go to the edge. There we go. And start harassing this bishop. The bishop can retreat, but suddenly there are outposts for the black pieces to jump into. So it's clear that Levon has had to give something up in order to keep pieces on, in order to keep the potential for his attack. Suddenly it's not one-way traffic, at least. And earlier we were thinking about a white attack. Now White has to be careful of his queen side. And how dangerous would an h-pawn advance in such positions be, marching down with h4, h5? You're the man, James, with that.
H4, H5, and we live, baby. Come on now. It's just another day in the park, another day in the office. It is. After Bishop D4, you do want to play H4, H5. Take, sack, Queen G6, King H8, King F2, Rook H1 mate. Get him off the board, right? If King F8, Bishop H6 mate. Oh, my goodness. Come on. LeBron, let's go, LeBron. Let's go, LeBron.
I love it. No, I think it's a really good and powerful idea. And one thing to note is this black bishop on B7. It's really not acting like much of a bishop. It's staring into its own pawn. So if this knight hops and takes the bishop on b5 for black, I wouldn't be surprised if White takes with the pawn over there. Just keeps the domination in the center. That knight on d4 way outclasses that bishop on b7. And if you try to chase that knight away with the dark square bishop because the pawn can't touch it, then you're going to get checkmated. Like at some point, black's going to get mated on the dark squares. Don't do it right away because then your queen gets trapped. I just want to avoid that mistake. But we will go for this kind of attack where the bishop and queen team up together.
Yeah, I got carried away there with the checkmate idea. Robert, there, I blundered my queen, but you're right. On the dark squares, eventually, White will come in, and there's likely to be a checkmate. So let's go back to the players. It's certainly Wesley So under pressure after Levon's great last move. And point down, facing an attack. Yeah. Scary times for Wesley So fans, gotta say. I don't like Black's position at all.
Me either. In fact, I definitely like White's position here. It's lots and lots of good prospects for White. Of course, knight takes b5 definitely is going to annoy me a little bit because I do need this bishop to sack on g6. Yes, something bishop a6 is understandable too. I understand. It's just annoying. I have to get rid of a very strong piece. He plays h5, and then maybe we take and we could play king f2 and even king g3 if we have to, because the king could be pretty safe there, and play rook h1, and he could be done.
He could be. First, he gets ready to open that H-file. I just love these ideas, James. They come so naturally to you. Is that how you practice with the calculation? For me, it's like, oh, where do I attack? You know, I'm just kind of scouring the whole board and struggling. But yeah, those attacking ideas.
Absolutely, lots of calculation work. In fact, Chessable course for that is Improve Your Calculation, or Grandmaster Preparation by Jacob Agar, which is on Chessable as well, is the calculation one. Also the positional one for you positional players, but definitely the Grandmaster Preparation calculation one.
Yeah, no positional play here. It's all about calculation.
Exactly, COE.
You know, we could see a draw if the bishop keeps chasing the queen back and forth along the dark square diagonal, because if white wants to keep the game going, you have to back your queen up. And Levon probably not really wanting to retreat his pieces so badly. And he did win the first game with the black pieces. A draw, not the worst result in the world for him.
Yeah, I think that's a good point with the match situation. Actually, we might be heading for a repetition because I also don't see Wesley being too pleased with continuing the game. If not, bishop e7. Oh, wow.
Whoa, hey, hold
on that
big
note,
fella.
Wesley wants a game.
Wow.
You're going to have to chill out right now. You're going to have to relax. H6, I don't believe in it at all. Now, the engine does, of course, but practical chances, he going to push the pawn over here when I'm attacking you? I guess he's just saying, I have G5. And maybe be able to move the king. You don't have enough pieces, says Wesley.
Whoa, that's a really brave move, but it could backfire, certainly. Black's going to have to step forward even further with his pawns. There's going to be a bunch of weaknesses, and Levon, he will retreat his queen and then decide how to attack later, but maybe we can check out another game, Tanya.
Yeah. Well, Wesley isn't the only one who's trailing Levon. It is Magnus against Artemiev, where Artemiev leads the match. So let's bring up that game and take a look at how Magnus is doing with the black pieces. Wow, lots has happened. The center, it's a completely open game, very different from how it started.
Very, very different. I just want to note that Liam Lei and Fabian Caruana, they're knotted up 1-1. They drew their game. But in this one, I mean, the eval bar may say it's a level position, but it's not equal. It's not a draw. Look at the dynamics here. Black at some point can strike with those pawns. They're quite advanced. White's pieces don't pass his own third rank, and the eval bar says, yeah, who cares? It's just a level game right now. So I think both sides will have their chances. Magnus has to be careful not to press too soon. That can backfire. But for Artemiev, he needs to find a plan.
Yeah, he needs to find a plan. I'm not liking his position so much. Normally, I like playing against what we call hanging pawns, these black pawns in the center, because you can target them, you can attack them, remove the defenders, and they might become weak, especially the white rooks on these semi-open files. They can certainly peer down at those pawns. But here, it feels like white is just cramped and struggling for space. That's why he's offering a queen trade. When you are struggling, when you don't have too many squares to maneuver your pieces, you should try and swap things off. At least then the remaining pieces have more scope. But I think Magnus is going to say no. He's going to dodge this queen trade, especially in light of the match situation. And again, Artemiev, where's he going to put his pieces? It's clear what black wants to do, as Robert said, throw pawns forward. But what is Artemiev going to do? Also, we've got to mention the clock. 1 minute against 6.
God.
Oh, bro.
That could
We
be
saw
decisive.
that last time as well. But then we saw a big turnaround. You cannot underestimate Artemiev when he's playing on seconds. That was the big takeaway from round 1. David, to follow up on your point, Magnus Carlsen with the space advantage here. We see the flexibility in the center. Thinking that this will not be a trade, makes sense to keep the queens on the board. And just on that note, he says, and game it is.
Oh, man, this is kind of tough. I mean, really, the problem here is, as David mentioned, the hanging pawn structure. It is good to understand the pawn structure is a skeleton of the game, or it gives you the plans and the ideas, right? Hanging pawn structure is something to know. And actually, when you know about the hanging pawn structure, you can actually be play dynamic, right? The pawns are weak. If you push one, the other one becomes isolated. So you have to be careful why the queen trade I really didn't like as much, but I think he didn't like maybe queen b2 there after... and then maybe trading, you have to go knight e8 or something, or knight h5, and another trade. And the pawns get weaker as you trade, right? So maybe a queen b2 or something was quite annoying. But yeah, maybe the engine didn't like that. A4.
A4, what is that?
A4.
It's a pawn sacrifice, but it is to get the central pawn moving. And how good is it for white to actually accept this sacrifice? Black always has the option to drive the rook to a8, pick up that pawn. It looks like it's going to be too much compensation, Robert.
Yeah, and black goes after them, right? We keep talking about pawn's best friend is another pawn. So isolated pawn, that can often be a nightmare. But the good news is the bishop on c3, it serves as a good defensive piece when you push that pawn up to a5. So black, while you can go after those pawns, you've also cleared the path for your own pawns. You have to look in all directions. Full board awareness is essential in the game of chess. So we don't just give up a pawn and then go try to win it back. You may be springing free past pawns of your own, and that could be all the compensation you need if you're Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, so for example, if the pawn disappears, so what? These two white A pawns, they're basically equivalent to one. You might well move your knight out the way. I'm not sure which direction you go, back or forward. But now black has a pass pawn of his own, as Robert mentions. And Magnus will hope to get this one motoring down the board later.
How surprised are you with what just happened?
We all are. I mean, taking on f6, giving up the bishop pair?
Just action replay here. He took this knight.
Whoa.
Top grandmasters, they love their bishops. There has to be a reason behind this one. This shows no bias at all. It looks like that bishop was the glue holding white's position together. But he's removed the black knight from the game, maybe in fear of the knight jumping forward. And only now has he taken this pawn. But these look so much weaker now. The rook's going to go for it later on. Suddenly, this black c-pawn is going to start rolling. I've got to say, advantage Magnus Carlsen, at least in practical terms.
And the clock, I mean, practical terms, look at Artemia's clock, down to 14 seconds left. I mean, he has to move, and it's not going to be easy. Just because there aren't too many pieces on the board does not make this an easy situation, and the EVA bar keeps getting lower and lower. The bishop pair will flex its muscles.
Absolutely. It was a time issue here. I think that bishop f6 move was like, oh, I got 4 seconds, make a move, and then he made a move. And, of course, the time, as I like to say, is you have to use the time as a piece as well. You get 16 pieces, but that 17th one is the clock. And if you're not using it correctly, then you are going to start making mistakes in time trouble, as you see Artemiev doing right now.
Yeah, but it is bizarre because Artemiev, I've never, well, very rarely at least, seen him make these kind of bad strategic decisions, but giving up the bishop pair for no compensation at all, that's an odd one. Normally he makes decisions that are very well grounded in a positional sense, and now Magnus is going for those weak pawns. Those 2 white A pawns, they're doomed. They're going to fall off the board in the next few moves.
It's a wrap.
Yeah, and it's all about whether white can contain the black pawn.
Flank shoot in.
And that's a bad move. It's apparently a big blunder. And you just take on a4. The D pawn, you can stop it, but you never want to block a pawn with a piece. You want to block with a knight. But if you block with a knight, it's going to get pinned. There's back rank problems as well. I think this position is miserable for Artemiev, and he doesn't even have time to think of his next 2 moves.
Is rook c1 just coming in, pinning that knight? Bishop g5, advance the d pawn. That pawn's queening. The a4 bishop defends that d1 square. This looks absolutely busted for Artemiev.
You're totally right, Tanya. Just don't even think here if you're Magnus Carlsen. Drop that black rook onto the white first rank, and white is paralyzed.
Yeah.
White just can barely move.
You can't even trade rooks. Rook c2 is impossible. You can't come back with the rook to d1. That rook on c1 will be an absolute monster. What is Magnus thinking? Maybe what's the alternative? Well, there are actually so many good moves in this position.
That's the problem for black. That's the problem for Magnus.
Yeah.
But when in doubt, pin and win. Just drop that black rook down to c1, and that should be game over soon. First, he attacks the white rook. I don't think this changes anything. He's maybe just testing Artemiev. He's saying, OK, you have 9 seconds. I'm going to flick in a little threat. Did you see it?
He might push the pawn, right? So he just attacked the rook. You push the pawn. The dark square bishop will come across the board as well into the c3 square, hitting the rook and the knight. Notice they're on the same diagonal there as well. I think Magnus is playing this perfectly. I mean, bishop takes f6. That was a head scratcher. But since then, Magnus makes it look easy. It wasn't as simple as it appeared. And he's just bringing all of his pieces into the party. And it's a party for one. Artemiev not invited.
Love it, Robert. And, OK, he's still struggling on. He's limping on in this game, Artemiev. OK, he's at least broken the pin. He's trying to trade off a set of pieces. Remember, that does guide you towards safety if you're struggling, especially if you can get a set of bishops off. The remaining bishop will lose power, but Magnus, of course, won't trade unless it really suits him. He's looking to cash in on some material, and that might well happen soon.
You're thinking about moves like d3, which are possible. Get that bishop to c3. There's still a pin on the first rank. Magnus in driving seat, and Artemiev with just 6 seconds on the clock. This is the big moment for Magnus Carlsen to strike back.
Yeah. It feels like self-destruct mode from Magnus in the first game and then Artemiev in this one.
And that was that moment of trading that bishop on f6. That was a shocking decision, even if it was the clock that made him do it. It makes no sense at all.
Yeah, it goes against the principles, right?
So, yeah, absolutely, of course. Yeah, you want to stay principled here, and he did not. He could have made any move, maybe h3, just make a quick move just to get some time on the clock here. But this is busted. Game over. Start a new one, right? He's going to have to just reset and try to come back in the next game because Magnus is going to win this one.
Can he actually go d3 here? Can he start pushing the d pawn, David?
About to say.
Yes, Tanya.
Yes.
I think that's one of multiple winning moves here. The black light square bishop can also drop back, hit that white rook in the center, but you're right. You called it. And this looks like it's walking into trouble, this move.
You can't play that, bro.
Yeah, the 2 white rooks are both on dark squares. Black has a dark squared bishop. There must be a knockout blow right now.
I'm not sure which diagonal to use. I can attack both your rooks. I can attack your rook from every angle that I want. And that's what happens when you give up a dark square bishop. He goes straight into d4. He's attacking the rook on e3. He's trying to kick it away from this passed pawn on d3. If the rook slides over, then knight loses defender. If the rook goes up the board, then the problem is the d3 pawn is safe and sound, and that black bishop will likely go into c3 next. I feel like white is about to lose material and the game, and Magnus is going to be right back in this match, not up 1-1.
And you're right, Robert. Actually, Vladislav didn't even struggle on. He resigned.
He hit the resi button. He hit the button.
Yeah, we're tied 1-1. Magnus strikes back.
Wow.
Beautiful.
And what a game this was, with the black pieces starting so slow, but then it suddenly blew up. And a surprising decision there by Artemiev to trade the bishop for the knight. There was no looking back from that. Magnus with the Magnus touch, as our viewer said, squeezing water from stone, but I think this was very self-inflicted.
Yes, this was self-inflicted, and the position actually where Vladislav Artemiev earlier made the mistake, this should go in strategy books, why you shouldn't part with the bishop pair in an open position. Here, simply take the pawn. The position is fine for white. You're still relatively solid, relatively stable. He parted with the bishop pair, and suddenly, look, Magnus got the pawns rolling, and if we fast forward to the final position, it was actually on the dark squares, on the colour complex where he'd gifted the bishop, that Magnus broke through. The final move was bishop to d4, attacking this white rook, and as Robert said, this rook is stuck. It needs to stay defending its knight. If it had stepped forward, then multiple ways to win, but maybe the simplest, just bishop c3, you line it up, skewer, and that was game over. Easy win for Magnus actually there in the endgame.
Yeah, a big win by Magnus Carlsen, leveling the score. This is where we are going into round 3 of day 1 of the Chessable Masters. Magnus Carlsen, Vladislav Artemiev at 1-1. Hikaru Nakamura, Vladimir Fedosiev, 1-1, 2 draws, but very fighting chess. Those results don't tell the story of the match. Fabiano Caruana, Liam Lay, very solid play by both these players so far. Also on 1-1, and punches being traded there between Wesley So and Levon Aronian. Another match where the score is now level after Wesley strikes back. And with that, we will be taking a short Twitch break for our non-subscribers. In not just Division 1, but Division 2 and 3 as well. We will be keeping you updated with all the chess that's happening in all these 3 divisions with big names and a lot of prize money at stake, but also tour points to make it to the finals of the season. And Robert, these are our Division 2 results. Is there something that surprises you?
I'll tell you what's not surprising is seeing the 14th world champion, Vladimir Kramnik, winning his match. But you see some great results from Nurdirbek Abdusattorov. He takes down Anish Giri. Abdusattorov, the Olympiad champion from Uzbekistan, the former world champion, he gets it done. So the players we highlighted at the start of the show, they win their matches. And I see 2-2 between Keimer and Georg Meyer. That must be going Armageddon.
Yeah, and so many big names, I've got to say. Maxim Vachilegrov getting through his match. Pragnananda, one of the stars of last season's Champions Chess Tour, winning 3-0 in his match. Daniel Dubov going down against Denis Lazovic. So many upsets. And, of course, those who lost their match today will have another shot. But, yeah, so many decisive games, I've got to say. Only one playoff. That's surprising.
Right now, it's the youngsters. The youngsters are killing it. Look at Nurdirbek, 2.5 over Gary. It don't even look right. I thought that was a typo. Then Arjun, right? You got Arjun, the youngster. Dennis Lazovic, youngster. Vincent Keimer, neck and neck, youngster, right? Okay. And then you have Prag. I mean, everybody, right? Everybody here is going the kids here are taking it over right now.
Wow. I mean, Nurdirbek against Anish winning 2.5. That is an amazing result by Nurdirbek.
It's amazing how easy he makes it look sometimes. And Gary won the Chessable Masters. He's been in great form. And Nurdirbek
and you know who came second in the Chessable Masters?
I was about to say, he's angry. That was revenge.
I've got to say, maybe Anish is too busy with the CEO duties. Chess.com.
Well, he's got his priorities, right? But of course, the action is still on, and it's not just in Division 2, but in Division 3 as well. Take a look at those names. Well, one big favorite, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, has won his match against Jose Martinez.
Yeah, Jocelyn, well known in the Chess.com community. We also have an FFL, a famous legend in Gada Kamsky. He takes down his opponent, Rasulov. But we see some really elite players in Division 3. Wei Yi, are you kidding me? In Division 3? What's that about? And then we see that all the way down to the bottom, players who are in Division 1 at the Everything's Masters. Gukesh, ring a bell to you? He lost to David Anton. That's a super grandmaster matchup in the first round of Division 3. That's how strong the Champions Chess Tour is.
Oh my God. Robert, I can't get my head around this. I mean, we're talking about Division 3, and take a look at the bracket, at the matchups, the players who are playing. And this is what I love about this new season and the new format. We've got all these big fights, big names playing in Division 3 as well. But right now, it is all eyes on back to our Division 1 as we go into round 3. Action is about to start. The results are on. We've got Magnus Carlsen, who did level his score against Artemiev. For this round 3, we will be keeping our attention on Wesley So against Levon. Now, this has been a match where they've been trading punches, 2 decisive games. What are you expecting from the third round?
I don't know what to expect. How can I? I mean, they're winning games left and right. It's back and forth between these two, and it's a clash of styles. Levon, he likes these kind of artistic positions. Wesley, he is like, I'm the scientist here. So we're not going to get into Coldplay songs, but I do feel like Wesley So, he's feeling good right now after that victory.
I love it. James, art versus science. Who wins?
You know, we're going to go with the art every time. Okay, LeBron Aronian. That's what I'm going with, the creativity and the fun stuff. But this ain't creative at all right now. I'm going to just tell you right now. Okay, maybe a little bit. Now we got the C5 in there. So I was expecting something a little bit more sharper here, but this is pretty good, of course, so far. We got isolated pawns, so we'll see what happens. Maybe knight C6. Oh, wow. Trading queens? Yeah, I'm about to go to sleep. I'm about to go to sleep right now.
This is what they call the Berlin of 1d4. It heads straight to the endgame. Black's king is misplaced. Black has a slightly kind of fractured pawn structure, but everything else is relatively balanced. This one's been worked out to death, almost. The top players have figured out how to draw this as Black, but has Levon done his homework? Does he know his stuff? Wesley taking a solid approach with White. And maybe not a surprise. We should mention Black has won both games so far in this matchup. So maybe Wesley with White, he's saying, OK, it's actually a disadvantage. I'm just going to get out this game and move on to the next one.
Yeah, and the one player who's burnt this position with Black to death is actually Wesley So himself. This is an opening that he plays, so he definitely knows what he's doing. Coming to David's point, Robert, that Levon has to be sure because Black still has to navigate to complete equality in these endgames.
Yeah, so many of the top players have used this opening successfully. Your good friend and compatriot, Vida Gujarati, he plays this. We've seen many games, Jan Krzysztof Duda, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and the list goes on and on. But the key to this position is while currently Black is up a pawn, those are double isolated pawns in the center in front of the Black king, and that king has already moved, and it just moved again, so you can't castle. Will you find true shelter where White has the pair of bishops? That's a critical question. But oftentimes, White has to relinquish the pair of bishops just to get the pawn back, and we may see some opposite-colored bishops in this game, and that often leads to positions where they're quite balanced.
Yeah, the fact that Wesley So is thinking right now makes me just a bit wary, a bit skeptical that he's actually come armed with a big idea. It does feel like he just wants to take the sting out of Levon's sails, and it does actually, in terms of chess karma, tend to backfire. If you play for a draw with White, you often get punished. But yeah, we can't blame him. It's been such an emotional day for both of them so far, such a roller coaster that a timeout, a solid game, wouldn't go amiss. So, OK, he brings his bishop out. I'm expecting Black's rook actually to slide over 2 squares to defend that knight. You don't want to allow White's bishop to take on c6 and break the structure even further. But yeah, Levon, he'll be wanting to be as accurate as possible. There we go, rook c8 on the board.
Very logical play by Love there. Brings the rook out onto the c file, extraying that king. Wesley moves, sidesteps with that king to b1. Now, well, this is going to be a slow grind, an endgame. It's a solid approach by both these players, something that we haven't seen in the day so far. I think we're going to come back to this. But there's one game that's heating up, and we're going to jump to that one. It is Hikaru Nakamura against Fedoseev. Currently a level score with 2 draws. It looks like this one, Hikaru's got an advantage. I see an H-pawn, and I know James loves it.
Yeah, that's me. H-pawn for me all day, every day, baby. Okay, H4. What is this opening? First off, some type of King's Indian attack, I think it looks like. Right, we have a pawn on E6. Knight to g5 looks good, but my bishop, okay, it's nothing there yet. So we have to build up this attack with knight h2, the knight g4 stuff, but it's not there. I might even play pawn g4 at some point. Knight h2, put the pawn on g4, go g5, move the knight. I mean, all kinds of ideas. I even like to think kettle the bishop. There's a weakness on e6. I like white chances all day.
Wow, you're so aggressive, James. And Hikaru also plays a very ambitious move. He plays c4. He's trying to break this structure. If black commits now, if, for example, black trades off, then in the endgame later on, he will be saddled with an isolated pawn. If he steps forward, however, yes, you gain space, but there's a nice juicy outpost for white's knights later in the game. You could imagine one knight coming forward, the other knight maybe centralizing as well, and black can never challenge for this beautiful square in the center, backward pawn as well. You also mentioned there, James, some ideas of actually going for this pawn in the near future. Definitely on the cards. I'm liking white too. I'm
going to be James's worst nightmare here. I'm going to say, what if black takes this pawn on c4 and then trades the queen?
I'm out, man. Come on, bro. Why you got to do that, right?
You know, it's funny because I'm a little worried about you now. I'm sitting next to you. I'm feeling all these tactical skirmishes that you want to see on the board. So I'm like, I don't want to fight James Canty. Are you kidding me? You see those biceps over here? So I'm like, let's trade those queens. And Fedoseev, well, he plays a calm move. He's like, let's just go h6. Let's just chill. Let's keep James happy. Those queens stay on the board.
Yeah, queens stay on the board. That's good because I'm definitely not trying to trade those queens. You don't play the kings in an attack just to trade the queens, of course. But of course, Hikaru is half man, half everything else. He can do whatever he wants in this life and still win the game, right? Now, of course, I'm not trying to trade it at all, really, the queens, but it is possible to also have maybe a bishop h3 here to attack e6 is very weak, right? Maybe bishop to d2 or queen to c2. Anything other than trading the queens. Anything other than that.
Someone needs to go back and clip that. Did you see Hikaru? You mentioned trading queens. He just walked out. He just got out of his chair and just left. And as soon as he saw that the move wasn't played, the queens are still on the board, he came back. Now he's more interested in the position. And I like it, James. Just get that white queen off the d-file, avoid that tension, avoid any trades. And it's still very tense, of course, but I like white's chances. It feels like that black e6 pawn that we highlighted a few moments ago is maybe the key to the position. It's a weakness eternally.
And I just want to bring up what I saw in our chat, that this competition is brutal. And I couldn't agree more with it. We did the All Things Masters, but just even the scorelines so far, it just shows how evenly matched and stacked it is, top to bottom, James.
Absolutely, of course. I mean, even the Division 3, you're like, that's Division 3? Oh. 3? Bro, what are you talking about, right? Everybody is so strong there, right? So in a double elimination format, I mean, really, if anything is up for grabs, anything.
Yeah, remember, some Grandmasters didn't even get to Division 3, some really elite players. So that's how stacked it is. That's how lucky we are with this new format. Really inclusive, kind of making the chess career more viable for everyone, hopefully inspiring the young players, the young viewers out there to keep studying, keep improving, to maybe try and qualify for the event. But yeah, we're just blessed and to be treated to this feast of chess.
Wow, and this last move, 8-6, and we see Hikaru having a think, and finally he goes for the move knight h2. Robert, where's this knight headed? Because the g4 square is still guarded. What are the plans in this position?
Well, whether by hook or by crook, I think James wants to see that attack. And maybe the knight goes to h2 to push the pawn up the board. Oof. That square is covered, and you may want to use the h6 pawn as a hook to open up that flank. I don't really believe in it. And one thing I want to note, because this is an unusual opening at the highest level, is that Hikaru Nakamura may play too much chess. And I'm not saying that for all you viewers, calm down. I know you love watching him stream. That's not advocating for him to stop doing that. But I mean in terms of preparation, that when you play so much, your opponent is never surprised by what you do. When you prepare for Hikaru Nakamura, you prepare for everything under the sun. Yeah. And so when he plays a King's Indian attack, you're like, yeah, he's done that 7,312 times before. I'll be the 7,313 times. Did I remember that number correctly? I don't know.
Yeah, you can't surprise your opponent if all of your games are out there, like, able to be researched in the database. Poor Hikaru, trying to come up with new ideas, trying to learn all those openings. Big brain, I've got to say. But it's still on tap, James. That queen trade, is it going to happen?
Oh, my goodness, I hope not, man. Because he could just take that boy, and then, I mean, yeah, okay, white is better. But, I mean, it's queen trade. I mean, it's boring. I played King's Indian attack, and now I'm in an endgame. Like, that never happens. King's Indian attack and endgame, you never put in the same sentence. If you look at all Bobby Fischer's games, none of those were endgames in King's Indian attack. Having this one, it's going to be, hopefully, doesn't trade.
I see Fedoseev is reaching out for the mouse. Let's have a deal. If d takes c4, pawn captures, queen captures, trades, we switch games.
Wow, you're just making James happy over here.
Let's go,
I find the
please.
endgame fascinating, and I think for everybody watching, we're joking around here on set, but endgames are of critical importance. I think for newer players, they don't get into so many endgames because the game ends with a tactic, with a sacrifice, with a checkmate. But endgames are of critical importance, so we may see some very instructive play here. Things that you should just point out, just like visually speaking, is that black's pawns on the queen side, those a5 and c5 pawns 2 squares apart, they're in dark squares. Some of the light squares will be vulnerable. So you just want to pinpoint all the nuances in a position, and we are seeing that queen trade is a good decision. Good decision by Wesley So. I really like what he's doing here. And he actually didn't trade the queens, you can breathe,
all right,
but he's going forward. He's opening up his light square bishop.
Right now.
Queen's rough, Robert. Let's go. Let's move on.
I want to keep talking. I was like, oh, nobody will notice if I say that. They'll think I'm telling the truth.
Wishful thinking that the queens are still on.
Oh, we signed on the deal. Queens have been traded, but Robert, to take your point forward, you're absolutely right. It feels like a queen-less middle game, and there's still everything to play for here. That last move is pretty aggressive by black. You push that pawn forward, Fedosiev looking to activate the bishop on c8, bring that out. E-pawn will advance further down to e4, also controlling that d4 square. Things look good for here, for now, for Fedosiev, but we will stick to the pact that we made. Queens have been traded. We will move on to our next game. Fabiano Caruana taking on Liam Late. That match is also level. Let's bring it up, David.
Wow, and actually, it's almost deja vu to their first game of the day, where, look at that white knight. It's threatening that black b7 pawn. He's not going to blunder it again, surely. No, he defends. And, OK, Fabiano reroutes his knight. I've got to say, I love white's position. Just look at the central control. Yes, you've got a set of doubled pawns on the e-file, but they control every important square in the middle there. You're able to kind of switch your focus to the queen side, to the king side. Imagine the white rooks stacking up behind each other on the f-file. To me, it looks beautiful, but where's the breakthrough? That's the big question. Liam is rock solid right now, barely any weaknesses. The black knight will cover any weaknesses if there are any. And yeah, Fabiano, the question, the onus is on him. What to do next? You need a plan. This is all about planning, long-term strategy. Again, maybe not as fun as those attacking types of positions that we like to see, but Fabiano, he knows how to work his magic here, and I think he's the favorite.
Yeah.
Definitely think he's a favorite. I think maybe you double the rooks first, and then you have to figure out how you defend this pawn. He could try queen e7 or something, maybe give up 2 for the queen, but I don't believe that is actually the greatest. It could work, but maybe he goes knight d8 or h8 or h6, maybe knight h6 or something like that. But we have to figure out how we get, double the rooks right, and the key here is maybe if he's able to play the knight on c5, maybe play d4 at some point and open some things up, we may have some chances here. But I mean, it's difficult. I do like white here, but black is kind of solid here. We don't have more, like the material's level. We have the same pieces, so it's really hard to really create anything right now without making some type of concessions ourselves.
Yeah, it's so weird. It looks like black is super passive. This queen, these rooks on really terrible squares, blocked in, just purely defensive. But they're actually doing a good job of holding the white army at bay. So, yeah, this one very tense. He played the move you predicted there, James, just shuffling across with the white rook. And question to Liam. OK, he defends by centralizing his knight. Still early days, I guess, in this one. It's going to be a very stodgy battle, and the knight goes back where it came from, hoping to grab that pawn on b7, but lightning won't strike twice.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to keep black frozen, because there's not really an idea in this position for Liam Late. He's saying, you attack my f6 pawn, I defend it. My b7 pawn's under attack. I need to keep that defended. I can't push that b pawn because the queen and the knight are teaming up on the queen side over there. So right now he's playing defense. I'm not sure if he's ever going to be capable of putting it into offense with a pawn push. And I often say the side that controls the pawn breaks is the side with the advantage. I don't see any pawn breaks for either side. That's why I think it's quite level.
Very nice.
Yeah, actually, the more I think about it, you're right, Robert. You can't really push any pawns for white without creating weaknesses yourself. And that would be a very risky strategy for Fabi to just kind of throw everything forward. That might well backfire. I call him the Professor Liam just because, firstly, he's the head of Webster University chess team, but also just his approach. He's so scientific. He's very, very careful with how he kind of handles things, defends things. And I did see a bit of a head shake there from Fabi. I think maybe he's just frustrated that he hasn't got any more out of his promising opening position. Tanya, are you excited with the development of this one? We wanted to jump over from that queenless position, but this one's even more, even slower.
It's definitely slow, but one thing that strikes me is how Fabi's chosen the same opening and the same setup as his game one. Well, why fix what's not broken? It got him the point. And here we see the double pawns in the center, 2 sets of double pawns, that knight on a5, hitting on b7. This is going to be a slow grind though, David. I think, again, it's the kind of position where it feels like if anyone will push, it will be white.
Yeah, I did make a chessable course on the art of grinding, but even here, I don't believe in whites. Thanks, James.
Yeah, I do have that one.
Was that course on TikTok or on Chessable?
It was a chessable course. It was with Magnus Carlsen. It was more an endgame grinds, how to squeeze out those extra half points here and there.
Okay, got it.
That type of grinding, Robert. But even me here, I would be struggling to see white's potential to grind this one out. I definitely don't see any productive plans for either side. Liam is reduced to just waiting. He's going to shuffle his queen back and forth. Fabi just slowly inching forward, giving his king some breathing space. It's hard to get excited about this position, I've got to admit. Maybe we can switch, check out some of the action elsewhere.
Wow, let's take a look. We've got action on everywhere. And as you said, David, in this position, it is going to be a long game. Currently looks like both players are doing fine. Let's take a look at the world champion against Artemiev. Magnus Carlsen did strike back in game 2. Game 3 is on with Artemiev. Well, this time, better time management by Artemiev.
Yeah, for now. We've got to add that on because later on he might well tank. We've seen him freeze a couple of times, just spend 6-7 minutes on just one move. But it looks like he's got a healthy position. I've got to say, it looks very balanced. We look at the pawn structure, almost symmetrical. Again, we're going for those fianchettos. Seems to be the theme of this match. And yes, white has access to the open file, but that could be challenged any time by the black rook. On that C line, I'm expecting black to offer some trades at some point. In general, I tend to prefer white here just because, I don't know, it feels like with the open file, with an extra tempo that you start the game with, it feels like you're first with any complications, with any action, but black is rock solid.
I'm a big fan of that, actually, too, as well. Yeah, black is rock solid here, but I do like the fact that my bishops are active. I can even play something like bishop a3 at some point, or maybe try to get, obviously, we can't get the file now, but if we can maybe play it. G4 is very committal, but trying to get, queen c2, queen c7, take the 7th rank as much as possible, or if we can, if it is possible. But it's kind of difficult. Maybe queen e2, queen b5, right? We have the b5 square seems pretty weak there. So we do have lots of possibilities and activity. I think the bishop on f5 is just there. It's just there, not really doing anything. Of course, we have lots of activity, I think, from white.
Yeah, I think your point is well taken. It's a game of squares, not a game of captures at the moment.
Right.
And that can be difficult for a lot of chess players because they think, I want to checkmate. I want to takes, as we know a certain streamer likes to say. But in this type of position, it's all about maneuvering. And you see black's last move, rook t8. I'm not really sure where that rook is going. What is his next move? If you gave black a free turn, I'm not entirely sure what would happen next. And that's the nature of a position like this. Quite closed, no side, can easily create a pawn break. Any pawn push is committal in its own way. I think it's just going to be a tough maneuvering battle between these two.
Wow. And David, that last move, rook to e8, is it potentially ever going to threaten the pawn advance in the center, f6, e5, or is that just too much for black?
It feels like too much right now, at least, Tanya, but I agree. Maybe he's just hinting to Magnus. He's saying, OK, that idea is on my radar to throw some of black's central pawns forward later, to evict that white knight, kick it away. But he's just keeping his options open. Yeah, it's always psychological. I've played Artemiev so many times. He always crushes me online, especially in Blitz. But over the board, I've played him a few times too. And he asks questions. That's the key with him. He's saying, OK, you've got 5 sensible moves. Which one are you going to pick? I'm going to hint that I'm going kingside. Then I'll switch. I'll go queenside. And he's very kind of... He's like a spider in a way. He's just creeping around. You never know where he's at, where you've got him. But yeah, he keeps tension and he's very, very calm. We've seen him beat Magnus even with 2 seconds left on his clock. So, OK, Magnus locks down the queenside fully. I think clamping down on squares. James mentioned the white queen would love to get to the b5 square later. White has taken control over that one. But yeah, still yet to see that kind of action that we're all craving right now. At some point, this position will explode, it will open up, but who is going to take the first step? And, OK, the black queen now activating herself. Nice move.
That was a nice move. That was a very nice move, highlighting the fact that b3 is weak. Now you can't really move the queen. Go queen e2. I'm going to take that pawn and look at you at the Zoom camera all crazy. Like you just dropped the pawn. You just literally dropped one. Right? So and b3 is definitely weak here. Now I can even bring a rook to the file. My bishop is strange on f5, so maybe I'll take with the bishop. But I also could take with the rook, obviously, too, as well. So, yeah, it's definitely an annoying move to face for white.
Yeah, it reminds me of this thing, right? We always hear about it in chess that pawns don't move backwards. And every pawn move has its own set of consequences. Magnus decided to stop black from advancing his own pawn down the A file, but in the process made the B pawn weak. And Artemiev immediately jumping in with that queen, connecting the rooks. There are always threats in the center, but right now he ties down White's queen on D1, making sure that Magnus cannot complete his development and connect his rooks.
Yeah, and this game is looking quite level, and a game that's already concluded with equality was the game between Wesley So and Levon Aronian. It says 1-1, but there were actually blows traded in the first two games. Yeah. Now we see a solid draw in Game 3. Nothing exciting. James, for your sake, we won't even look at it.
Thank you.
I just want to let everybody know that game is drawn. They're getting closer to that lovely Armageddon with bidding.
Yeah, I think it's the most likely result right now. We called it. We saw the opening. Queens came off. Nah, move on. It's going to be a draw, and that did inevitably happen. These top players, they kind of cancel each other out. They neutralize each other. If it's a level position, it's unlikely either side will go wrong. So very balanced that match so far. I don't know who the favorite is. Levon does have White, however, in the fourth rapid game of the day. And in this one, Magnus has activated his bishop. Again, hard to get too excited, especially after this last move by black, neutralizing the pressure on the open c-file. Things are going to start coming off the board, flying off the board. Trades are imminent.
But David, there is a threat, knight c3. You've got to watch out for this knight jump. Hit that queen. The queen doesn't have a great spot to defend the b3 pawn. So suddenly there's a little bit of poison in the position that Magnus needs to be careful about.
This is true. I underestimated this. Every move does have its consequences, and I liked Magnus's decision to put the white dart square bishop on the a3 square. Looks like a nice diagonal, but suddenly there are holes that he has abandoned. And just to point out Tanya's secret hidden plan there. Knight c3, nice outpost for the knight, supported by the black rook, and it would be sad if you're Magnus Carlsen to retreat your bishop just to cover this square. I don't think it's going back. Maybe he assumed that a rook trade could happen and he could start grabbing pawns, but this one gets really sharp, and the black knight might just start jumping in. Everything will spring to life. Let's go back to the players.
Yeah.
Big moment.
Yeah, big moment in this one while things are heating up. But Magnus is taking a think. While Magnus decides what to play, let's take a quick look at Hikaru Nakamura taking on Fedosiev, another big match. And wow, look at that center with those three knights. What on earth is going on here?
D's Knights is what he calls it on his own channel. D's Knights is what Hikaru says. And look at those knights right there in the center. They look great, in fact. Now, of course, there are no queens on the board, so it's definitely boring. But at the same time, of course, it's not that boring. There is some activity. The knights are in the center. The pawn on e5 is quite weak as well. I mean, White definitely has some good chances here, but Black is active. So active, you know, the great knight on d4, right? So it's just about who is going to be able to make something out of this.
Okay, there's so many knights on the board. Which one's your favorite? I can't even tell. They're all so strong, right?
Right.
I can't even see a productive move for White. It's so locked up, so blocked. I don't think you ever want to trade off Black's knight in the center. It will just be replaced by an equally strong pawn. And yeah, maybe it's just a kind of status quo position. You just both tiptoe around, neither side trying to disturb too much, neither side really willing to open it up on the opponent's terms. And okay, he steps back. One of the knights is gone from the center, but he's opened up. You
have to be very, very careful here, because that bishop on g2, it's sniping across the board. The bishop in front of the white king is very, very dangerous. That b7 pawn is in its sights, and if it can actually grab that pawn, oh boy, two rooks are under attack at the same time. So Hikaru, he's been maneuvering. If we just think about this structurally, Black has an isolated pawn in the center of the board. White's pawn structure is healthier. Black has these active knights. The knight on d4 is a monster. It's maybe the best piece on the board. But the knight on g4 is kind of awkward, and maybe it can be kicked at some point. So I'm starting to like some of the elements of this position for White. The contour of it seems to be favorable for Hikaru, and I like his maneuvering. I think he's put his pieces on great squares.
Yeah, he has, for sure there, Robert. Okay, and a bit of a sad move to have to play for Fedosiev, but it does bring it back to your first point that this pawn needed to be defended. So it doesn't signal good things for Fedosiev if he has to take time out for such a defensive move, but maybe it was necessary.
Wow. And we see a bishop trade has been offered.
Wow.
Bishop e4. Fedosiev immediately blitzes out the move g6. So he says, I will trade, but on my terms. You take that bishop, I will get a side pawn to the center of the board and control the e4 square. That would be a very favorable trade for Black. Hikaru not looking too happy with his position. That move rook b8 also hints at a potential b5 at some point, breaking open the position.
Yeah, that may look bad for the pawn structure. You'll get two isolated pawns over there, but you're getting the activity. And we know chess players, they love activity. They might even give up a pawn so their pieces are active. And I like the way Fedorsev is handling this. The position, the dynamic is changing, and yet he responds instantly. He is not going to go down on the clock against Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru used the clock as his biggest weapon. He wrote the book, literally, on bullet chess.
Oh, yeah,
He wrote that book, I don't know, a decade ago.
Yeah.
And the point is, for Hikaru, is he loves to use that clock as a piece,
That's
as
right.
a certain James Canny has said.
Come on, Robert has speaking of nothing but fact. Man, get this man a raise, man. He has a raise, right? That's crazy. But yeah, it's really a difficult situation. I mean, from both sides here. I like white just because maybe we have the activity. I mean, obviously we have the first move too, a little bit of tempo here and there, right? But A4 is weak, E5 is weak, and we do have some chances, but our pieces don't look the greatest. I mean, at least not A1 doesn't. The work on A1 doesn't look as good. The knight D5 is fine. I mean, maybe we want to draw. I think he probably is okay with going to the blitz or the Armageddon here, but I mean, even there, he lost the last 5 games to Fedorsev, so there's no advantage there either right now. So I mean, really, he's just trying to make anything work. Maybe F3, F4 at some point, but trying to move forward, and he needs to use the clock a little bit better too as well. He's down a little bit of time.
Yeah, it does feel like his type of position, Hikaru. There's not that much risk. The stakes are higher for Black, as you guys mentioned there. Black is the one with actually more weaknesses, so if things open up, then it's more likely Black's position will fall apart than White's. And Hikaru, he's very good. Now that he's a bit older, he plays so much, as we see. He plays hundreds of blitz games every day. He's mastered the art of grinding.
Right.
And yeah, if he gets given the opportunity, he's going to try and massage this advantage, slowly step his pawns forward, slowly improve his pieces. And if Fedosev's stuck, unable to get active, then it's going to be one-way traffic later.
And you say a lot of slowlies there, David. While I see our bar has really quickly moved on to favor Artemiev. What on earth is going on in that one? We will come back to this. It is a very fascinating endgame. But for now, let's rush back to Magnus taking on Artemiev. But yeah, Black might be slightly better, but not that much. There's still game on. You've got a bishop pair, but that knight on e5 is nice.
The knight on e5 is nice, but maybe later it will get kicked back. Black also has easy access to the open file, the only open file of the board. We mentioned earlier it was quite an important one. The black rook at some point can shuffle over, attack that white queen, kick her away. And, of course, the bishop pair long-term, not right now, but long-term, is in his pocket. Artemiev, he lost the last game because of the bishop pair. He might win this one because of the bishop pair later on.
Question? What happens to the b3 pawn as well? But right now the bishop on f5 is attacked, so you've got to fall back. But you've got to find a way to defend that pawn on b3. The queen on the c file can't stay there for too long. Black intends to go rook c8 next.
It's looking like Black is having all the fun, right? This is a position where Artemiev, he can just maneuver. He can take over the only open file on this board. He has the bishop pair. Remember, he lost the previous game because he handed that advantage to Magnus Carlsen. And right now, with Magnus striking forward with g4, that can backfire. Your king may find itself a bit airy and without protection.
Yeah, well, I saw a chat, and I've got to bring that up for a panel vote. Magnus looking like Nepo. Yes or no, David?
I like it. He's channeling his inner Jan. Jan doesn't have the man bun anymore. We know where all the hair went. But yeah, I'm liking it either way. He's got his own style. These top players, you know, they're all stylish in their own way.
Oh, man, that's funny. The man bun there, of course. Yeah, the Magnus bun, I saw Magnepo there, right? From somebody like Magnepo. That's pretty good there. Chat, keep them coming.
Yeah.
Wow. Jana Famnishi in just a couple of days, will be fighting for the World Championship again against Ding Liren, who, by the way, happens to be the reigning Chessable Masters champion.
Okay, yeah, he won that title last season on the tour, Ding. Yeah, in really impressive fashion, I've got to say. But yeah, he's taking a break from the tour now to focus on the World Championship. We can't blame him for that. I heard you had a few words with him, Tanya, recently. And
Yes.
yeah, that will be revealed later in the week.
We will be bringing you some exclusive footage with our interview again with Ding before he left for the World Championship match. It's definitely something we're all very excited about. But for now, g4 has been played. And I saw someone said trapped bishop. Well, the bishop does look like it's got some squares. You can move it back to e6, but it does make me think, why is Artemiev taking so long here?
He does this. We've seen it before today already.
Yeah.
He's tanked, he's frozen, and he spent half of his time. Before this, he had 5.5 minutes. Now he's only got around 2.5. So he spent nearly half his time on this one move. Is it worth it? We've got to see. We've got to wait on his decision now. there is maybe an argument for taking that white knight off the board now, trading it off, just because the light squared bishop, would be able to jump into the position. It would get access to even more squares, but that feels committal. At some point, you just have to decide. You have to say, okay, it's not clear that I'll get an advantage that way anyway. Let's keep the tension. Let's keep the bishops. Let's keep the game going. But he just needs to decide. There's no right or wrong here. He's got multiple options as long as he keeps his bishop safe. But Vladislav needs to speed up. Yeah, his time advantage is gone, and I think Magnus is very happy.
Is he thinking about putting in a rook c8, Robert, here?
Yeah, I think that's what he's calculating. I was looking at his eyes because for a moment I thought he was frozen. He's frozen in terms of not making a move, but I thought maybe his camera went out. That happens in these events. You disconnect and you could lose. But he does play rook c8. That's what he was calculating, and that's what he needed to figure out. Bishop c5, interposing the attack on the white queen by attacking the black queen as well. And now, if the black queen moves, you lose your bishop. But at some point, David's idea with the black bishop in front of the king, taking that knight in the center, their pawn on d4 might be overloading. It's protecting minor pieces in both directions. It's going to have to capture one and then lose the other.
Yeah, the white pawn wishes it had 2 moves here in a row, 2 lives, but yeah, it looks like you actually have to remove this black bishop from the board. There are too many threats. The black bishop, for example, taking this pawn next move, threats along the c-file with some nasty pins. But if the bishop is captured, as Robert mentions, the white bishop falls, and I think Artemiev was trying to evaluate this endgame. He's looking 5-6 moves into the future. He's trying to guess maybe whether he has any winning chances here. To me, it looks pretty balanced, but he is the one with the more active rook, so maybe. But yeah, he's looking deep into the position. Maybe it was worth that time investment if this position happens on the board. But does Magnus have options? That's the question. Does, for example, this queen try to get out the way? I'm not sure where it goes. It definitely feels like this pin and the tension on the white knight is too much for white to bear. You have to enter that rook endgame, but then it's very much likely to head towards a draw. So Magnus now coming to terms with that. 1 minute on the clock against 1.5. This one is going to be a scramble, but we are heading towards that endgame. The bishop needs to be captured now. Magnus can't really keep the tension. He's playing with fire, dicing with death. If he does ignore that capture, and there we go. Queen's off as well, most likely. And we're in the endgame now.
In the endgame. 2 sets of double pawns. This is a strange structure. Like, look at the 2 pawns. I mean, like 2 sets of double pawns. F5, F3, and then E3 and E5. Like, you never get a position like that. So, of course, there are chances from both sides, lots of weaknesses. Of course, if you go for my pawns, I'll go for yours, says Magnus. And with this pawn on F6 being a nice wedge pawn here, you know, you can get some problems. There's some back rank problems in there. And maybe I could even get a rook to the 7th rank. If you allow me to get this D pawn, you'll be in some trouble here. So maybe, most likely a draw, not trying to take any concessions here.
Yeah, but this last move important by Magnus, as you mentioned, just creating that wedge, just creating some counterplay. Magnus, the big risk for him was just being passive, going defensive with his rook, and the black rook kind of getting active, attacking pawns. The black king could have come into the game, but now that black king is going to take an age to find a good square. Yes, Magnus has weak pawns, but the white rook will soon get active. Looks balanced.
Well, this looks like a level endgame, but both players have to be careful with just a minute on the clock. Let's take a look at our other board, which is getting super exciting as Fabiano Caruana takes on Liam. That king on G7, that long diagonal, queen on A1. This is tactics everywhere. The rook is hanging. What do you do as black? But there's a fork on E2.
That's the exact point. Black's last move was actually putting the rook in the queen's path. If this were bullet, maybe Fabiano would take that rook on C3 and then lose his queen immediately because the knight comes into E2 with check to the king and check to the queen simultaneously. Down goes the queen. So I think that Fabiano, he's now looking at this like, whoa, what's going on here? Do I have to also watch out for a rook C1 check? If black had a free move, that would be it, because then you win the queen again with this knight fork on E2. So things are crazy in this position. And Fabi, the eval bar says it's in his favor. He doesn't know that. He has to calculate on his own.
And you could take the knight on G3 after rook G3. Black has, David, an intermediate queen E5. Don't take that rook back on G3 because then the C3 rook does hang. It looks like tactics everywhere. Our eval bar says there is a blowout here. David, what's the move?
Knight C6.
Ooh, James, nice. I'm not sure. I think it looks strong. Knight takes pawn, but it's so complicated right now. You are attacking this queen.
Rook
now this comes with check.
On the board.
Whoa, rook F7, but
it gets the queen.
This one gets complicated because now, look at the current position. It's rook and knight versus queen. but this king is trapped. You've got to be really careful for checkmates. And as Robert points out, huge threat on the board.
And I was like, what about rook c1 check before? That rook was pinned to the king. So I was like, oh, don't you win the queen back on the spot? The rook, you try to move it, it can't do that. The king was in the other line from the queen on a1. So, David, I'm with you, though. This is looking scary for white. In a blitz scramble, you get checkmated, but I love that move king f2. Great move by Fabiano Caruana. The king is going to continue up the board.
Yeah, finally it can breathe clean air, fresh air, and if you keep your king safe with white, you should be winning. The queen will overpower the black rook and knight eventually, but that was a tactical mess. Oof. It feels like Fabiano navigated it well, but it took him time, and still some work to be done.
Well, he does pick up the b3 pawn, so if you just do a material count, black isn't doing that bad, but it looks like all the pawns on the queen side are going to fall one after the other, like a house of cards. Queen e5, I like it. c7 falls with a check, b7 will be hanging. Black can currently pick up the b4 pawn as well.
He can, but I guess he just wanted to get coordinated with his pieces. The knight now acting as a blockader, defender. Yeah, this won't last too much longer, I have a feeling. Fabiano, just why not? Be greedy. When in doubt, take pawns. And the white queen will easily deal with black's pawns, whereas the black rook, the black knight are far less agile, versatile pieces. So it will, most likely, the white b-pawn cost the life of one of those two black pieces. Yeah. This one should be game over any moment now.
Wow, Fabiano Caruana on the brink of taking a match lead with the win on this one. He has that very active queen and, more importantly, that b-pawn rolling down the board. The a-pawn cannot go far down with a check on b2. The pawn can get to a2, but will be hard to go ahead. More than that, he first sidesteps any check with king f3, but action is heating on the other boards. This looks like it's going to go Fabi's way. Let's quickly go to the Hikaru board. Wow, there is a lot going on there. Fedosiev in a winning position. Let's bring up Hikaru Nakamura versus Fedosiev.
Wow, Hikaru
what is happening?
Is he getting checkmated?
Oof.
Look at that white king.
Oh, my goodness.
It's fighting against a black rook, a black knight, a black king. And if it's not checkmate, Hikaru's going to win. So the evaluation bar says yes. But where is the knockout blow? The white pawns are running, so black has to do something now.
But black can stop it by threatening a checkmate, because the rook sliding in front of the king, you deliver that critical check. But Fedosiev, wow, he says not yet. But what he is going to do is, if that white pawn pushes forward right now, you actually are able to stop by giving a check on g2. The king slides to the corner, knight f2 check. This is all happening right now. The black king will take it, and the rook covers the passed pawn. You do not get to promote, and black is winning this game.
Oh, my goodness, and he's shaking his head here, and it is, again... He's winning again. Unbelievable. This is an unbelievable streak. I've never seen anything like this from any player on the planet, to be able to beat Hikaru in all of these games. Look at him. He's frustrated. He's angry. Oh, my goodness. This is crazy. This is like, what, 6 games in a row now?
Well, they drew these two, but yeah, it's like decisive games.
Decisive games.
6 in a row for Fedosiev.
Wow.
Yeah. Hikaru looks very frustrated, and that's it. He's smiling, because if he doesn't rub it, he's going to cry with the position that he has. Knight d2, that's an extra piece, and you've got 2 pawns to convert this into a full win. You trade, the knight is in time to take it back. This is just over completely. Knight e4, knight f6, everything under control.
Yeah, everything under control. Easy win now for Fedosiev, but we've got to commend him. It looked so messy. He kept a calm head, and Hikaru just not at his best today.
Storm is away, and big fish. Wow, that's a big fish right there, man. That's a big, big win from Big Fish, Fedosiev. Unbelievable.
Wow, and Hikaru didn't even resign. He let his clock run out. He just left. Big result there.
Oh, my goodness. Look at this. Fabiano Caruana was winning in game 1. He was winning here in game 3 with the white pieces. And for the second time in a row with a decisive advantage, he has let it slip.
It's a fortress. Black has a total blockade. You can never get rid of this black knight, which holds everything together.
Brilliant.
Black's knight holds the pawns.
Brilliant.
Black's rook defends, blocks the checks. Whoa, James.
I'm just as baffled. Fabi shook his head like, bro, what am I doing? I mean, I'm baffled too. I mean, this was. It just
You're baffled now? Artemiev won against Magnus Carlsen.
No, you playing? That ain't right.
He takes the lead in that match.
He didn't. He didn't do that.
Yeah,
No,
he did.
He did?
Yes, he did. So right now, Artemiev and Fedosiev, the new entrants into the top division in the Champions Chess Tour here at the Chessable Masters, they're leading Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen.
Who would have thought this, right?
Yeah, you said it, Robert. It's not going to be a Carlsen against Naka final. Could it be a Fedosiev against Artemiev final?
It could be.
This.
What results we're seeing here in this round?
All right, but this one, is this just a fortress? When white has a queen, is there any way that Fabi can make something out of this?
Baffled.
Well, apparently not.
The answer is no. Commentator's curse again. Draw agreed. I had an almost identical position once against Hikaru, and I managed to hold it. You just keep the knight, and yeah, that's the glue. Whoa.
Wow.
Gotta catch our breath.
What a round this has been. Just some shocking results, amazing, incredible chess there. And it looks like the world champion has to win the fourth game on demand to force into a playoffs. Let's do a deep dive with David. David, take us through some critical moments.
Yes, so in this position that we actually left a bit earlier, Artemiev was going pawn hunting. It was a rook endgame. We said it was balanced, likely to fizzle out towards a draw. However, Magnus maybe miscalculated something because he simply went down a pawn. He activated the white rook, a good start, but one pawn fell. He managed to get a pawn back, but suddenly Black's rook was the one grabbing all the pawns. It's like hungry hippos here, grabbing everything with tempo. And as we saw in the game, at the very end, it's simply 4 pawns versus 3 pawns, but more importantly, these 2 black pawns are connected. The game went on a long time, but Magnus was never able to create anything with his advantage, his majority on the queen side. And if we fast forward to the final position, the black pawn simply stepped forward. The black king supported them. This pawn is dropping, and the black pawn is promoting, whereas white's pawn is under lock and key. Great technique from Artemiev. He's one of the best endgame players out there, and he showed it in this round.
Oh, man. Yeah, he's absolutely pissed off. I mean, you see him and Magnus, him and Hikaru feeling the same way today. I mean, they're on the same wavelength, just absolutely mad at himself, right? An endgame where he probably could have held, but he was not able to, and he's down. Wow, in the match, that's 2 games, that's 2 losses, Robert.
It's what we've been talking about from the beginning.
It's
that
crazy.
Every player in this field can take down Magnus or Hikaru. And
Wow.
David, got to give him a shout out. He said that Artemiev, he is the endgame maestro. He knows how to get it done. Usually against Magnus, you avoid the endgame. You're scared. You run away. You keep those queens on the board. But Artemiev, he has no fear, and he's showing that he's here, and he might continue in the winner's bracket, sending Magnus down below.
Jeez.
Magnus losing 2 games with white in a day? When was the last time we saw that happen? It's very rare, and clearly Artemiev, he's got his strategy spot on with the black pieces.
What a round. We've had so many twists and turns and a very angry Magnus Carlsen at the end there going into round 4. These are our results from round 3. Magnus Carlsen has to win on demand the 4th game. Hikaru Nakamura has to win on demand. The 2 big heavy favorites, the 2 finalists of the Athens Masters on the back foot right now on day 1 of the Chessable Masters. Fabi Liem. Fabi had that golden opportunity, but that match is tied just as Wesley and Levon Aronian is as well. There's so much chess action, including a very big open. The Reykjavik Open is on right now, and the Chessable team visited the tournament to ask the players about their favorite opening. Take a look.
My name is Johanna, and I'm from Iceland, where we are right now. I played a really good game yesterday, probably one of my best games in my career. He was 200 points higher rated than me, and always when playing classical chess, I try to prepare as much as possible. Today I prepared for maybe 2 hours, I mean, it differs how much time you have, so it's better to do it gradually and regularly over time, so that you're always on point with your openings. However, I've had difficulties doing that because of schoolwork, but so I try to spend as much time as I can while I'm playing classical tournaments and give myself at least 2-3 hours of preparation for each opening, for each opponent. So.
And now for our non-subscribers, we've got a Twitch break coming up. Well, the action just never stops. If you are inspired by all the chess that we've been seeing, the amazing play by the best in the world, this is your chance to take part in the International Quant Championship.
Hi, everybody. International Master Danny Wrench here, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer. We are here and excited to be collaborating and partnering with World Quant as an official partner of the Champions Tour in the year 2023. I'm now speaking with Chief Strategy Officer for World Quant, Natish Maini. The people have met us, and now time for the big questions. Jumping right into the basics, tell everybody a little more about World Quant and what exactly is it that World Quant does?
Thank you for having me, Danny. And you already introduced me. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at World Quant. World Quant is a global asset management organization. It was founded by Igor Tulchinski in 2007. World Quant today has over 850 employees who are working towards designing investment strategies in multiple asset classes across global markets. World Quant believes in empowering the ideas of the talent across the globe, and we have 23 offices in 13 countries today.
Amazing, amazing stuff. So tell us now a little bit more about this project called World Quant Brain.
So World Quant is built on the belief that talent is global, but opportunity is not. And we strive to take this opportunity to everyone around the globe. World Quant Brain has been designed as a tool which empowers us to take that opportunity to anyone.
That's fantastic. Seriously, that's amazing. I had no idea about that. Learning about this along with our viewers, and obviously as a website and a company with a mission to also connect global communities and increase the opportunity for chess, that makes it even more of a natural partnership. Tell me a little bit more from World Quant's perspective why you guys run the IQC.
So World Quant has this mission of democratizing quantitative finance. And International Quant Championship is one of the tools we have to spread the message about this opportunity which World Quant is offering to everyone to be a quant in the quantitative space. And International Quant Championship empowers the individuals to utilize their ideas and show that they can do it, and gives us an opportunity to take this message to them wherever they are.
That's great. Now, you said the finals will be in person. Was I right that it'll be in the Bahamas? That sounds like a pretty great location. Can I come?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I can? Okay. So I don't know that I'm qualified to be in the IQC, but tell everybody a little more. So the finals are going to be in the Bahamas. What will that be like for those who make it?
Yes. So the finals, as you said, is planned to be in Bahamas for the IQC. So World Quant celebrated its 15th anniversary last year in 2022. To celebrate that occasion, we are getting the whole World Quant organization together in Bahamas this year. And we decided that we will organize the finals of IQC at that event. So this will give an opportunity to our finalists to meet the World Quant team in person. It will give them an opportunity to watch the culture and rigor of the organization. And we are very excited that everybody will be able to get together at that event in Bahamas.
Well, this has been awesome. Nitish, thank you so much. This is where I remind everybody it's their chance to get involved in the IQC, the International Quant Championship. You can use the command IQC. You can visit the World Quant Brain website. We encourage you to do so ASAP. Registration is open until May, so it's time to jump in. And maybe you'll get to meet the CSO and others in the Bahamas. Maybe I'll be there. If I'm lucky. I don't know, but it sounds like a great time either way. And Nitish, the Chess World and the Champions Chess Tour, thanks World Quant for their partnership, and we're looking forward to the rest of the year together.
Thank you, Danny, and good luck to the community for participating in IQC.
Imagine an ultimate quant challenge where your unique way of thinking could propel you further while competing against some of the best. The International Quant Championship 2023. A three-stage competition where teams of 1 to 4 people will use World Quant's brain simulation platform to build algorithms. Ready, set, quant. Competitors gain points based on the quality and the quantity of their ideas. Those who perform well may be considered for internship or full-time employment opportunities at World Quant. Winners could receive cash prizes and attend the live global finals in the Bahamas. Don't wait. Break into the world of quantitative finance in one of the largest quant competitions on the planet. Sign up. Team up. Train. Compete. Are you the next quant champion?
Wow, what a day of drama and action it's been in the Chessable Masters. Big results, big turnarounds. But earlier today, there was another big result for women chess. We do have the winner of the women's candidate. A huge congratulations to Lei Ting-jae, who will be challenging Chu Wenjun in July for the World Championship match. That is a big one. It's going to be a big fight. Robert, but Lei Ting-jae, what a comeback this was by her.
Yeah, Lei Ting-jae slightly higher rated between the two players, but Tan Jung-yi had a good head-to-head record coming into the match, and she struck first in game 1. But Lei Ting-jae, she showed that she is all class. She won game 2, solidly drew game 3, and then won 2 in a row. She sealed the deal with a game to spare. That is some great stuff.
Wow. Amazing chess, amazing fight there. Well, some of the players have to show amazing fight here at the Chessable Masters and also make their comebacks because as we know, Magnus Carlsen is currently trailing Vladislav Artemiev going in to this final round. Round 4 is about to start. David, how do you see this one being played out? What do you think is going on in Magnus's mind right now?
It's chaos in his mind. Who knows at this point? For Magnus, he's done it before. He won his previous game with the black pieces, but to compose himself, Artemiev's now going to be playing ultra solid. It's not going to be easy. I think Magnus is up against it in this one. I think he needs a bit of magic, a bit of luck maybe, to even bring it to Armageddon.
Yeah. If Magnus Carlsen wins, we will have the bidding Armageddon. And what about Hikaru Nakamura? He is second on the tour standings, the finalist of the Air Things Masters, the winner of the American Cup, on the back foot against Fedosiev.
I can't say I'm surprised. It wasn't the expected result overall, but it's not surprising to me. Fedosiev is that good, as is Artemiev. And Artemiev may be the worst person to face in the world when you need a victory, and he is the white pieces. He does not take risks. He plays a very solid style. The one piece of good news for Magnus Carlsen is all 3 games have been won by the black pieces in this match. And guess what? He gets black. Yeah.
And he starts with knight f3. James, that's a solid start when you need a draw to win the match.
Of course, you need to go King's Indian here, big fella. Something very strange and for some change, okay? You're going to have to make it happen here or you're going, you're getting, not eliminated, but you get to the losers bracket here. And it's going to be tough to see Magnus in the losers bracket there. So it's pretty tough.
Yeah.
That's hard, right? G6, we got bishop G2, bishop G7. Come on, let's see it. D4, D6, 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 Magnus, D6.
He's willing him. James is willing Magnus to go d6.
Okay,
Well, it might happen.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is. KID. It's a dub. It's a dub. It's a win. We good. We good. It's a win.
Yeah, he could not play symmetrical chess. He could no longer just copy his opponent's moves. That would have just fizzled out towards boring equality, really sterile positions. Now it's really flexible. All the pieces on the board, James. You're happy with this one?
Absolutely. King's Indian, of course. Actually, I beat my first GMOTB with King's Indian, so I was happy. I'm like, King's Indian all day, baby, forever. Right now, you love the KID stuff. Knight C3, this is a strange variation. Of course, they usually go with like A4 here, too, as well. So this is a strange one, but you can get lots of play. KID is when you need a win, you go for KID, and that's definitely something that we're going to see from Magnus here, the world champ. Hopefully, he's able to strike.
Yeah, but the problem is you just can't afford a draw. So at this point, Magnus isn't really even playing chess. He's playing for a specific result. So if there's the best move, which is going to trade queens and keep equality, he can't go for that. And that's not a fun position to be in, especially against Artemiev, who will punish you and will take no risks of his own.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Artemiev will try and bully Magnus with the thought of equality, with the thought of a draw, with the thought of an endgame even. And it's rare to say that. But yeah, Artemiev can definitely use the odds, which are stacked in his favor now, to push Magnus in certain directions. And this last move already forcing Magnus to think that white A-pawn is going to push itself even further up the board if given the opportunity. White can also occupy the center anytime he wants. There we go. The pawn really clamping down on that black queen side. And Magnus, okay, he looked away. He doesn't look too unhappy, but a bit of an odd one, I've got to say, this last queen move from Artemiev.
What is that? David, Queen D3?
Don't ask me. Robert?
Hey, that was a good rhyme there, but I don't want to be the one to answer the question. It doesn't really make so much sense, but I think he's just waiting for Magnus to strike in the center. And when he does, with E5 or C5, some kind of pawn break, he'll slide his rook to D1. So I just think that Artemiev does not want to commit his pawns forward, because as soon as you push your pawns forward, you may create some weak squares that you can't deal with so well. So I think Artemiev, he's just keeping everything tame for the time being, but he kind of has to do something at some point.
Yeah, I think he's waiting, as you say, Robert, for Magnus to push a pawn. Then he's just going to trade off, open up a line and try and swap off the queen, swap off all the pieces and kill all of Magnus's fun. So right now, it's a bit of a standoff. Magnus wants to push a pawn, of course. He's really cramped the black pieces, stuck in their own first 3 ranks, but he can't afford to do that. He needs to win. He needs to keep pieces. And difficult, Tanya.
Yeah, and it's telling how for the first time in the match, Artemiev is also ahead on the clock out of the opening, because Magnus Carlsen, with the black pieces, needs to find a way to keep the game going, to somehow create his chances against a player who is so difficult to beat when he just needs a draw. Artemiev just needs to keep it solid to put Magnus in the losers bracket, something that Magnus is not used to in the Champions Chess Tour. While this heats up, while Magnus has a think on how he can create some chaos on the board, let's do a little opening tour and take a look on some of the other matches, as Hikaru is also trailing Fedosiev. David, let's take a look at that one. Hikaru Fedosiev, another big matchup. Hikaru on the back foot. has to score a win to level the match. I think few would have predicted that, Robert, at the start.
Yeah, no, at the start, everyone's like, Hikaru Nakamura, that's my streamer. That's my guy. But what happens when you play Fedoseev and you're Hikaru, you say, well, that's the guy who beat me the last time we faced off in Title Tuesday, 5 times in a row. And so Fedoseev is not going to back down. And we look at this current position. This is the type of position that Hikaru wants. It's messy. We don't just have a symmetrical position. But that said, he needs to find a way to win. He needs some inroads for an attack. And Fedoseev's king is perfectly safe castled over there. The D6 pawn with that rook staring down it, that's a permanent weakness. And I just like the look of this position for White, even though I think this gives Hikaru good chances to play for a win. Getting that done is another question.
Yeah. Both these big hitters, David, playing with the black pieces, have to win on demand. But I agree with Robert there that if anyone's got the kind of chances you need to win, it is this position for Hikaru.
For sure. I think for the match situation for this game specifically, it's been a success for Hikaru. I'm not saying his position is good. I think I would choose White, as Robert mentioned there. But it is imbalanced. Yeah. That is the key. You just need that one word. Imbalance the position, give your opponent new questions. And I will also mention, Fedoseev, he's not the type of player who can go for a draw. He's not Mr. Solid. He doesn't have that kind of reverse gear, the kind of pull the brakes type of chess that some of the other top players have. That's maybe why he's never really hit the elite levels in classical chess, that slight lack of consistency. I've also played a tournament once in St. Louis. I was half a point behind him heading into the final game. He only needed a draw to win the tournament with White. And he lost very, very quickly against Sam Shanklin there. And I do fear for him here. Suddenly the black piece is getting active. Look at the evaluation bar, slightly in black's favour.
The last couple moves didn't really make sense for Fedoseev. That queen sliding back to D2. What's your knight on B1 doing? It's stuck at home, and he goes for this pawn. So he's going for pure liquidation, thinking this gives him the best chance to hold. But look at Hikaru go. Move. That is tremendous understanding. James, he's like, get those queens off the board, see what happens. Look at that knight on F4, by the way.
Right, that knight is nasty. It's a nasty knight on F4, especially if you take on F3 too as well. The knight is just there, stuck right there. You even have chances of attack. We love attacking, obviously. Rook G8, G5, G4. After you take on F3, just to open the G file. But again, the knight is very bad on B1. We have an active rook now on C8. We even have chances to even play something like knight to D4 and try to highlight the fact that your bishop is really bad on C2 as well. There's so many things here that can go wrong with White's position.
Yeah, so maybe we examine what happens if he just takes the queens off the board. For example, the black king takes. I think the main dilemma here for Fedoseev is, as you guys mentioned, how to bring this knight into the game. The problem in this exact position is that if you move the knight, then after a trade of pawns, at the very least, black can drop a knight in with a check, hitting the king, and of course, gobbling up the pawn on C3, restoring the material balance. Yes, it's level material. Yes, it's symmetrical, but black's pieces are far more active than white. Suddenly, this white rook is hit, has to move. Suddenly, the black rook from the other side comes in. This rook is a monster. This knight is a monster. This bishop can trade off any time he wants. And this knight is also going to jump in. It's one-way traffic, all about black. And Hikaru, I think he's really caught Fedoseev off guard. I think this has been a dream for him.
Right, so huge advantage, eval bar here, right? After A5, what is the move? What do we do here? This is huge advantage for black, engine-wise.
I would be too tempted to capture this knight.
Me too. I do want to take it.
This forces the queens off too. If you take with the pawns, suddenly a checkmating attack will happen. Queen and knight, a dream attacking combo. And this is actually on the board as well. So the queens are off. And now how does black take advantage? James, I think you called it earlier. What about this knight jump?
Knight D4
it's on the
for
board.
The score. Boom, there it is.
So
I hear you.
Wow.
I hear you, Hikaru. That's my guy. All right, Knight D4 for the score. That's a big boy move. You got to take that. After captures, there's Rook C2, and the Rook's on the 7th rank, or 2nd rank. And then B2's hanging. Your knight hasn't developed. Knight H3's coming on tap. I mean, get the man off the board.
The other rook is coming to see it. It's
Right.
all the pieces against White's king. This is looking very dangerous for Fedoseev right out of the opening with such few pieces left.
It's been a massacre.
Yeah.
Just
dream game by...
How many moves was this?
We're early on right now.
13 moves,
Yeah.
14 moves or
We have 20 right now.
20,
But
okay.
yeah, it could be over in the next 5-10 moves. It just looks beautiful, this endgame.
It was self-induced, though, right? Fedoseev brought his queen backwards, right? The queen was active. He's like, let's go back. And he blocked in his own pieces. So Fedoseev, he's played so well in the first 3 games. He was worse for maybe a handful of moves, not many. He had the better position often in those first 3. But here in game 4, he's collapsed completely. And the good news for him is he's starting up a point. So even if he loses, he'll get Armageddon with bidding. But this is not the way you want to go in Armageddon if Hikaru is indeed able to win the game.
I think someone needs to do a count. Has White won any games today? It seems to be black every time. Wesley So, Levon Aronian traded blows with Black. Magnus's match, Black's won every single game. Fedoseev beat Naka with Black. Naka's about to win with Black here. It's just, Black is okay.
You can blame Fabiano because he had 2 winning positions with White, and Liam Lei was able to draw both those games. But yeah, you're right. The black pieces, second move, not a disadvantage here in today's Chessable Masters Division 1. And right now for Hikaru Nakamura, he's well on his way to winning this game and sending us to Armageddon. It feels weird. Like, this wasn't the Fedoseev, almost like Fedoseev isn't playing. Like, someone else took his chair for this game just because he played at such a high level in the first 3, and this was a collapse.
Yeah.
What do you even do here? What do you even do?
Resign?
okay, that's
I think it's crossing his mind right now. He's thinking about it, but the thing is that it doesn't get him anywhere. He wants to try, of course, to keep the game going. You try to live another move and hope for the best, but knight d4, it's hard to even come up with a move for White. You take on d4, rook c2 looks game over. You move that bishop, knight jumping onto e2, the f3 pawn hanging. Yeah, it just looks like Hikaru's bounced straight back out of the opening.
Right. You have
what
8
a beast.
Points. You have 8 points stuck on the back rank. The knight and the rook, especially after rook takes c2, you can't really move them. Now you can move to d2, I guess, if you like. Actually, maybe you can go knight d2 there, but then you just hang b2 and then the rook. Maybe even bring the other rook in. I mean, b2 is on top at some point. And you take on d4.
Knight d4?
Geez, knight e2 check. Like, pick what you want. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just take and create a pass pawn, put it on d3. He's never getting rid of that one, never getting past that pawn.
Tough game.
It's horrible, this position. Poor Fedoseev. He's done so well, but against these beasts, you can't relax for 1 minute.
No, I think the best choice here is bishop a4. You do not want to allow that rook to get active for Black. So even though you give the f3 pawn with check and your king may have to get into the corner of the board, you still have some chances here because you are threatening to take on b4 at long last, get your knight off the first rank, and you are just a couple moves away from developing your pieces. That said, your king is in a mating net over there. And he played bishop a4 is out of desperation, not desire, but it does give him a chance to kind of coordinate his pieces at long last.
Nicely called by you, Robert. And I'm just wondering what happens if Hikaru gets the other rook into the game. Rook d8 comes to mind. You want to try and trade off White's only active piece on d1. It also makes sure that White doesn't complete development. This is why you always finish your development.
Yeah, I wish you told Vladimir that earlier. Suddenly, look at this knight, look at this rook. Ugh. Ugly for White, but he's still alive and the game still goes on. So, okay, he found the best defense. He's composed himself. Can he cling on? It's very much kind of tightrope stuff right now. Just one slip, you've fallen off and you're gone. But Hikaru needs to finish things. He certainly hasn't looked at his best. Tanya, your move is on the board. Great call there. Great shout. And, okay, after trade of rooks.
And that knight on b1, it still needs a move. You can't take on b4. You probably have to take on b4 to get that knight out. Otherwise, it's got no future. You're basically playing without the knight and the rook. And I love that move. And, Robert, I say that because this makes sure that White doesn't get that b4 pawn. You've got rook c1 coming in with a checkmate.
90%, maybe more, of players who've taken back with the rook. You're going to the open file. But what Hikaru Nakamura just did, he said, no development for you. And he's happy to move his knight back because he's attacking the pawn e4. And remember, Black's not down material anymore. You sacrificed a pawn on d6, you got it back on f3, and now your knights are active, and they're about to pick off the pawns. This is great play from Hikaru Nakamura. Still, White cannot complete the development, and this is just terrible news.
Yep. What do you do about this guy? You can't move your knight out. Suddenly you lose this pawn. You can't take the other one, as you mentioned there, Robert. Look how paralyzed White is here. Just total domination.
Yo, get this off the screen, David.
Sorry. This is brutal. Pin this way. White resigns. Yep. It's still looking.
It's checkmate to follow, actually, in that position. You're probably going to get mated in the next move.
All Black needs, actually, is to get his rook to the back rank. This White king is mated. This White king, nowhere to run. And
what a game by Hikaru.
Yeah.
Just flawless play.
Where was just the first 3 games, right? You're like, man, I mean, what a game here. Absolutely domination.
Yeah, you don't keep these top players down for long. You really have to hit them while they're kind of finding their footing. But, okay, he's got his rook active, Fedoseev.
I like that move.
Yeah, but the Black Knight's going to start gobbling up pawns.
That's true.
And creating threats on the way.
It's coming. 94, 92.
Yeah.
Easy.
Simple chess. Yeah.
Yeah, again, you don't even have time to capture him b4 after knight e4. Well, he goes the other way.
Oh, my goodness.
He goes knight to h3. And you know what that does, James? That takes away the g1 square from the king. What a guy.
Come on, man. We're on
Unbelievable stuff.
Oh. And that rook may lift up from c6. to G6 to G1 with checkmate.
Oh my God.
Like, that's actually pretty hard to stop. So I won't be surprised if that kind of mating net occurs here. It's that straightforward. White's pieces not in position to stop that checkmate. And at first, I have to say, Fedoseev made this backward queen move that was bad. But since then, Hikaru has played perfect chess. He's making it look easy. It was not that simple. He's played precisely, and this is precisely how the game is going to end, I believe. That rook is sliding up and delivering a checkmate.
What an idea. I mean, can we just admire the last two moves by Hikaru, recapturing with the king to d8, and he does that so instantly. David, just this moment, rook d8, such a natural move, but he makes sure that White's knight can't develop. First goes king d8, then he retreats with the knight to g5, and you're like, he's going to pick up that e4 pawn, makes a lot of sense.
Right.
But instead of picking up that e4 pawn, knight to h3, really boxing up that king in a kill zone. White's got to go knight d2, try to get that knight to f3 to defend that g1 square. Or it might be as simple as Robert's saying, just checkmate in 3.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, bang. Checkmate.
Right. You also have knight f2 on tap, and you're winning a piece full. Knight takes f2, give me the bishop, you can hit the button. That's the resign button, I mean. And that's game over.
I think he'll resign any moment now. Fedoseev, simply nothing to be done. You either lose a piece or you get mated.
Wow, that means that would be an Armageddon. It's still not over. I know it, and I know there's a thing as commentator's curse, but I don't think it will be in this one. This just looks absolutely busted. It looks like it's hopeless here.
It would have to be a mouse slip, and that's going to hurt, but it would have to be a mouse slip for this one to go down for Hikaru.
How many times has Hikaru mouse slipped? I never see it.
That's
He's just so good on the mouse. So good on this thing.
Very rare.
92, because otherwise you're probably just getting checkmated.
But now you're losing at minimum a bishop.
You are.
The knight takes the pawn. It hits the king with check and the bishop. I think we're about to see that, and Hikaru wins this game.
He doesn't even do that. Robert, you
Hey, this is a
called
family
this.
channel.
Oh, my.
Man, we got kids watching this. You can't do this, bro. This is family channel, my guy.
Sadistic.
Wow.
It is, but he can still win that bishop, right? He can still go for it if he wants it, because the white knight will stop the checkmate. He said, I don't need a bishop. Yeah, I don't need it yet.
What bishop?
I'm going to get it later.
He's going to get it on the next move, because it was really the only way for Fedoseev to not get checkmated, is to give up a piece.
Yeah.
But that just means resigns. That essentially is resigning.
Yeah, and talking of resigning, Tanya, you called it. It's 2-2. We're heading to Armageddon. Fedoseev has resigned. Oof.
Oh, my God. That means we're going to have bids on this one.
Yeah, but let me ask you something. It looks like the result is in the book, and Hikaru has officially won. I was about to ask, if you were Fedoseev, would you have spent some time before resigning just to compose yourself, giving you a little bit more of a break? I guess it's not going to start until these games are done anyway, but I just feel like, for Fedoseev, he needs to get that out of his head somehow, throw that game out the window and never look at it again.
Absolutely. That's a very good point, actually. That's really good strategy, because so much went wrong with White, and to just calm your nerves a little bit, put it behind you, get ready for a new format, get into that mindset. It probably would have made a little sense to just burn that clock and calm yourself down. But right now, it is Magnus who perhaps needs to calm down, because his heart's going to be racing very fast with what's going on the board. White looks dominating here. You've got the bishop pair, the control on the d file. The only two open files on the board are controlled by Artemiev right now.
I'm not gonna lie, this is probably the worst King's Indian I ever seen in my life. I'm not gonna lie, bro. And I mean, Magnus is not a real King's Indian player. Like, he don't actually really play it like that. He can play anything, but he doesn't play like he's playing the King's Indian positionally, and that's just not what you're supposed to do with the King's Indian. And it is not looking good. Look at this knight. Oh man, this is rough. This is a rough King's Indian.
Yeah, what a move. What an instructive move there from Vladislav Artemiev. Even in a situation where he's happy with the draw, he's definitely going for the most principled options. This last move, it looks like you're slightly loosening the white king, weakening the shelter around it. But the most important point is to dominate that black knight. That black knight on h6 is going to take an age to get back in the game. In the meantime, Vladislav will have asserted domination, will have got over all of his pieces to dream squares. Magnus desperately trying to ask questions, try to open up lines for his pieces, but there must be a way here. It feels like White has so much space. There must be a way to shut things down, block in Black's pieces even further. This last move was good, though, from Magnus.
F6, right, break it open.
Needed to be done.
You go F5, takes on H6. I mean, you could go F5 and then take on H6, take on F5, play E6. It's something like that. You know me.
Tempting games.
But the thing about
calculation over everything
is that's what Magnus wants. Even if it's a good move,
that's true.
Magnus wants the position to open up, because he's saying, I'm not in a situation where, let's say we just do simple trades. That's not good for Magnus. But as soon as you start going forward, that's when Magnus has a chance to strike back, because let's say even pawn takes F5, the G file is open, that's where the white king is. I feel like Magnus would be thrilled to get in this position, even if the bar said white is better, Magnus said, I'll take this. I need winning chances, even if it means I lose the game.
Right. That's
Yeah,
beautiful.
so something like this, it's very complicated. It looks quite good for white to me, at least visually, just because this black bishop will get locked in, but some lines open towards the white king, as Robert mentions. And what else? How does Vladislav shut things down? Is there a safety first approach? I don't see it yet. Feels like maybe this one is the safest, just trading off a set of pawns. But after black recaptures, black will bring his pieces back to life now. The black knight has a route back towards the center. The black pawn will step forward, opening up this King's Indian bishop again on the long diagonal. Okay, he's gone for the safe approach. No complications, no mess there. He's still got enough time on the clock.
Whoa.
Now F5.
Oh,
Whoa.
bishop F4.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, James, you said it before I could. He's going for this skewer here, the queen and rook in the same line. But I still believe this is what Magnus wants. He may lose some material. The eval bar saying that Artemiev is better, and he is, objectively.
Right.
But practically speaking, this does give Magnus more chance to win, as I said before, even if it means he might lose the game.
Yep, total mess. I guess now you do have options. You could consider, for example, taking this pawn, even if you move your queen out the way. I'm not sure where. Then, yes, white can win material, but the white king is slightly vulnerable long term, sorry. So, yeah, still a mess, but Fedoseev and Artemiev kind of experiencing different fortunes here. Artemiev, yeah, he's done everything right. He's done everything that Fedoseev didn't do. He's kept control when necessary. And, okay, pawn takes pawn. I'm expecting that to be, I was going to say recaptured. Maybe you could move the white queen as well. I don't know if you want to get carried away, capture the black queen right now. It's got to be calculated. Calculation over everything, as James says. And that's the most forcing move, I guess.
Right.
It's the most linear variation that you can try and work out. But it is still complicated, I've got to say. Under 5 minutes, is Artemiev going to get nervous? That's the big question.
I don't think nervous. Yeah, I mean, he had 4 seconds to beat Magnus. Like, you know how many people got 4 seconds? You're going to just flag against Magnus, right? Or like you just mess up, you hang a rook, you do something crazy. Magnus effect, but it doesn't affect Artemiev at all.
But I just don't like the trajectory of where this clock right now, because I'm looking at this position. I'm like, you know, Magnus, he's getting more chances against the white king. And Artemiev, if he continues to use that clock, this is messy. The position we had a few seconds on the clock, it was an end game. The moves were a bit simpler. Here, this remains complicated, and that's when mistakes happen.
Wow, okay. He's moved his queen, Artemiev. He did get her out the way of that attack. The black queen was threatened as well. She did scoot out the way as well. But suddenly, you can go and grab the black rook, but it does come at the cost of your beautiful dark-squared bishop with white. I do fear on the dark squares that long-term Magnus will get some counterplay, will have some tricks. The black dark square bishop doesn't look great right now, but imagine it coming to life. Imagine the black dark square bishop parked on a square like e5 in the center. Magnus will surely try and keep the queens on if possible. There are some tricks there that he has to navigate. Can he keep the queens on?
They might take on h3 first, though. I mean, can you take on h3, try to open a g file with a smile? Like, whoo-wee. You know, it could be possible. Take on h3, and then take on g2. We're about to see.
Uh-oh, I think there's a big problem with it, though.
What is
it?
it?
The bishop on b8 still lives. So after pawn rook a7.
Wow.
Right, that bishop actually plays a part
gross.
in the game. You
Look
think,
at
oh,
that.
I'm going to capture it next
crazy.
move. But if you capture it, you get checkmate along the 7th rank. So I was looking at that, too. I was like, well, can I throw in g takes h3, an intermediate move? The answer is not in this position.
Yeah, it's gross. Rook a7. You got to be looking at that. That's crazy. You have to take this bishop. There's no other choice. Rook takes b8. I really don't want to trade.
I think the problem he's realized as well that he wants to keep the queens on, rook takes b8, but suddenly there's another trick. Bishop takes c6, deflecting away this black queen. If queen takes bishop, suddenly the rook falls, no longer protected. And even if you try and run away, even after bishop takes pawn, if you try and move your queen, there will be tricks, for example, later on, of just trading off, getting rid of this rook, and now, after rook a8, you get the black queen off the board. No more losing chances. I don't know if you're still winning, but you definitely won't lose, and Artemiev will take the match in that case. So Magnus now, he's caught between a rock and a hard place. He has to make a decision, but maybe the best decision is getting the queens off, objectively. But that won't get him the win.
I mean, with knight f5, we just try and moves now at this point. I mean, shoot, knight f5, nothing works. You have to say queen takes b8 is the only move, which may send him to the loser's bracket.
Oof. Knight f5, the queen moves, hitting this loose bishop, and white will remain a whole rook up no matter what.
Yikes.
Tough times for Magnus. I think he's going to lose. He's going to drop down to the loser's bracket. What a turn up for the books.
Yeah.
Oof. He's looking away. Look at him on the camera. He's disgusted with his position.
Well, Magnus Carlsen did try to create his chances with that move f6, but very nicely navigated the complications by Artemiev there. And Magnus takes the right decision in this one to trade the queens, keeps the bar where it is, but it looks like Artemiev's the one with the advantage. There is no attack now. He has the extra exchange. There are weaknesses on the queen side. If anyone's winning this, it's got to be white.
Yes, Tanya, I don't know what else to add. It looks pretty safe right now. If the queens were still on the board, the reason Magnus could have been optimistic was because the white king is really, really open. But without the queens, there's no way to ever attack it. And at the right moment on tap is that rook exchange. The white rook can land on a8, trade off the black rook, no danger.
And Artemiev silenced me because I was saying, ooh, this position, it looks adventurous. There are chances for Magnus Carlsen. The king is open. And Artemiev says, not when I'm playing chess. I'm going to be very precise here, force the queens off, force the rooks off next. And what was that about winning chances? You got 0. And it's just a great play from Artemiev because from a distance, even Magnus believed in his chances. He thought that he could maybe keep the queens on the board, but the answer was he could not. And with that, his winning chances are gone. It looks like Artemiev is going to sail through to the winner's semifinals.
Yeah, the only thing that could stop him now are nerves or mouse slips. And I don't think he's shown either of those in the action we've seen so far. He doesn't even want to trade off rooks. Yeah. He's Mr. Ambitious right now. He hits that black bishop, which has to move, and only then will he decide what to do next. Still full control for white. Oof.
Man, what an absolute beast Artemiev. Came in, same facial expression throughout the whole thing. You don't see any emotion from him at all. He just came, I have a job to do, right? I have a job to do, and that's to calculate and play this game and to win, and to try to win this match. And so far, he's doing that.
Yep, it does look like he's close now, but they do say you sometimes slip up when you're close to that result, when you can see the finishing line.
Right. What
can Magnus try? If Magnus's dark squared bishop does get back into the game, maybe, but there we go. Rooks are off the board.
Oh, wow.
And Magnus just has to...
Don't take the b6 pawn. That's the only trick in the position. Bishop c5 check would be an absolute disaster. He takes the other pawn.
Yeah, he takes the other pawn, and whoops, sorry, I was just looking at the other game there. But if we go back to Magnus's game, we do see, yeah, there's no danger. Again, just to show Tanya's trick, don't take it now either, because there is a nasty fork in the position, a double attack, hitting the king, hitting the rook, and Magnus would suddenly get to Armageddon, but that's never going to happen. The white rook has plenty of safe squares, for example, f4, and luckily the white king is very safe in the corner because the white bishop protects the long diagonal. No checks, no hope. White should be safe.
Yeah, and if I'm Artemiev, at some moment, I might even consider in that position giving up the rook for the light square bishop, opposite color bishops, if I can steal that passed pawn. That's the one thing giving Magnus chance here. That pawn on h3, it's very far advanced. And so it's going to be hard to stop completely. But if you can give up some material to win it, I think that Artemiev will do that to make sure his losing chances are at 0.
Yep, they're almost 0 right now, but he would love to just remove that final bit of doubt. And, OK, could the clock be a factor here under 2 minutes? We've said before he's pretty cool under pressure there. But, wow, giving up the rook for the bishop here.
I mean, all he needs is a draw. That's what he says. All I need is a draw, bro. Yeah. I'm not losing this one, says Artemiev. And, you know, zeros make it a draw. That's just it. I clinched the match.
He's playing the match situation and not the position right now.
Yeah, he's, wow, what a classy move. If the Black Knight does try to get into the game, it will just be chopped off in the near future. Yeah, he's just got full control. As long as you don't allow that Black Knight in, I'm not even sure where, but in to create some nuisance, then you will be holding this one. It should be a draw.
The White Knight will be jumping on to d5 next, attacking the b6 pawn. In fact, even in this position, despite being a pawn down, it is the queenside pawns that can be dangerous. Artemiev, what a flawless way to finish the match. Just great practical choices here, giving up that rook in the end, sacrificing it back, keeping everything under control. And there we have it. Knight d5, b5 has been pushed. Magnus just delaying the inevitable here. It looks like Magnus Carlsen will be in the loser's bracket tomorrow.
Yeah, because the next 2 moves for white can be putting the king in front of the pawn. You want to blockade the passed pawn, and then bring your knight, which just left forward, back towards that pawn and trying to capture it. So I'm with you, Tanya. It looks like Magnus's chances, they are very slim, almost none at this point. And it's been a great match from Artemiev, winning 2 games with the black pieces. And then here in the 4th and critical final game, he says, you are not going to have a winning position. You are not going to get those chances. I'm going to remain solid, trade off the pieces, give up my rook back for that bishop. And now, really, there should not be winning chances for Magnus.
Yeah, no way to hustle anymore. He killed all the hopes and dreams, killed all the fun from the position. It's cynical chess, but that's what you need to do at the top level to succeed. That's what Fedoseev should have done with the white pieces, just locked it down, kept things solid. But he went down in flames instead against Nakamura. So, yeah, right now, I'm expecting exactly Robert's plan. Under 30 seconds, though?
You need to move. Like, what do you... Like, yo, hey, man, hey, you're playing with fire here. You got to make a move.
Yeah, at least he's trying to eliminate that remaining black pawn on the queen side. He's going to play c4 next, trade off one set of pawns, get closer to that draw. Still logical, but he should have played it a bit quicker, maybe.
Right, maybe.
30 seconds, room for doubt. How confident would we be here in the studio? 100% now of the draw with white?
If I were playing the game? Well, if I'm playing, I'm bound to mess up somewhere. But I do think that the chances are extremely high, because the only way you lose is if somehow that pawn gets to h2, which takes a journey. You're going to need to move your bishop back, bring your knight in, push the pawn. And even then, it's hard to see it continuing up the board. So I do think that Artemiev has everything under control. The one thing that he would need to be careful about is if the knights get traded off the board and black is able to freeze the white queenside pawns, there could be an endgame there where the black king runs on over to the queen side. So it's far away, but the point is that if these knights, and I appreciate you, David, getting those knights off the board, and then black gets to throw in this b4 move, then the king runs over, and we see that actually would be a winning endgame.
Mm-hmm. Suddenly the white pawns are ripe for the picking. The black bishop's just going to come and take them and win the game. So, yeah, this is unlikely to happen, but that does show the urgency that Vladislav needs to show. He does drop his knight back, hitting this bishop. And the problem for Magnus is when the bishop moves, the king comes. And, yeah, this pawn is not long for the world. You could try and give a check, try to create some forks, some nuisance, but the white king will step forward. I don't think you can ever promote this pawn because the white bishop's eye line is fixed on the h1 square, the promotion square. But at least Magnus is trying some tricks. At least he's setting some traps. And with 25 seconds, Vladislav needs to dodge them. And, yeah, Magnus, he's doing the right thing. He's sitting there, composing himself, saying, OK, one last trick, one last hope for this game. But not going to work.
Yeah, but it always feels like it's not over till it's over against Magnus. And Vladislav Artemiev's clock situation is, again, very scary to look at. With just 25 seconds, he needs to watch out for these ideas of the queenside pawns getting fixed on b3, c2. But this is a big moment in the Chessable Masters, as Magnus Carlsen does stare at his first showing in the loser's bracket if he is not able to win this one. And it looks like that move c4, it's so important because all these ideas of fixing that pawn on c2 and creating a passed pawn on the queen side with that c4 pawn, now that's gone as well.
4 seconds.
No hope lives, except the clock. 6 now. And the b4 pawn falls. Is this over?
Oh, the black knight is coming in. It should be a draw, of course. White could even just give up a piece as long as you remove all of black's pawns from the board. But, yeah, I'm really worried about the clock situation, actually. Nerves, I mean, they have to be kicking in at some point. And now the black knight can come in with a check. Ooh, Vladislav playing with fire.
If Magnus pulls this one off, I mean, that'll be nothing short of a miracle. But we've seen him do that.
Needs to buy a lottery ticket if he wins this position.
Wow.
Okay, he's going to throw in a knight check.
3 seconds, 2 on the clock.
G3.
Okay, king g3. Don't take that h3 pawn. All the discovered checks with the knight landing on f2.
Oh, but what, that second h pawn, that could be dangerous. Like h5, h4 check, and oh my goodness!
Oh, what happened?
h2.
He's coming.
He just.
But bishop
But he goes
e4?
back.
Bishop f5, and he takes the bishop.
My goodness!
You gotta be kidding me.
Magnus is
You gotta be
back.
kidding me. Look at Artemiev's
this.
face.
Look at Magnus's face.
Look
You
at-
can't
oh
believe
my
it.
He can't believe it. Can anyone
my
believe
He
this?
won.
Oh my God!
What?
And Artemiev just lost.
He need to buy a lottery ticket. He need to buy that
flagged.
lottery ticket, David.
He resigned.
We
You
said
gotta be kidding me.
Oh,
Nerves.
what just happened?
You have to be kidding me, bro.
And there we see Magnus Carlsen. He can't believe what just happened. Well, no one can. This was all but over, and now Magnus lives another day. We've seen him do this over and over again. And Artemiev now, not only does he need to deal with this loss, he needs to shift his mindset, his momentum, everything. It's Armageddon coming up, and I have to say that's Magnus' advantage now.
Look at his hair. That just happened right now. It was all up and immediately after that happened, his hair got all messed up. I mean, that's crazy with David.
He looks less shocked than Magnus. I've got to say, Magnus more shocked than anyone.
Jeez,
and yeah, we'll
crazy.
we'll have to unpack that one later. But this one, meanwhile, Wesley So going to take the win.
Wow.
It's all about the black pieces in this day. in the Chessable Masters so far, black simply has a rook for bishop. Once the black rooks combine to attack some of the white pawns, especially on the king side, Levon's going to resign.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single win with the white pieces. And here, Levon Aronian, he's down a rook for a bishop. For now, that pawn on a6 remains on the board, but you see that f2 pawn on a dark square. That's a light square bishop from white, which means that black is going to team up on it, and you're not going to be able to defend it. So it looks like Wesley So, the third-place finisher from the Air Things Master, he's looking like he's going to make it through to the semifinals of the winner's bracket here at the Chessable Masters, but it wasn't easy. He lost early on the first game, and then he was able to strike back. But David, James, is this as over as the eval bar suggests?
No, I'm not even going to. No, because the last game we just saw, I can't even believe. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what just happened in that Magnus game. That was the true Magnus effect. I mean, this one seems over, but I mean, who knows at this point what's going to happen in these games?
Yeah, who knows? But okay, now the white pawns have been forced to step forward. There will be some nasty checks from behind. The black rook can go pawn hunting. I think Levon's banking everything on some counterplay. The white rook wants to go up to the 7th rank and start taking that lone black A pawn, but it should simply be too slow. I'm stunned to trust the eval bar here. Levon Aronian as well. 5 seconds on the clock to defend this miserable position. That's a check. The white king has to start running.
Oh,
there we go. The pawns are dropping.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
That's a wrap.
Yeah, this one should be the end now. You can go
A
hunting.
pawn. That's the only one. That's the only hope that he has. He will pick up the A7 pawn and then maybe try and put some tricks. E6 hanging while the bishop's been pinned now. Is there some hope?
No, you're going to lose all your pawns in the process, and the black rook is behind what might be a passed pawn. So I like what Levon's doing. He's giving some chances, but after this check here, unfortunately, the rook's hitting you from all directions.
Yeah, both the rooks hitting you, and there we go. The pawns falling like flies.
Take on f4, yeah, yikes. And then take on a6. Just give me every pawn. And wow, rook f6 first, GG.
Yeah, now just kick away that white king, and Wesley can breathe. He can relax.
Levon there shaking his head. He can't believe it. And he's the one who won the first game. And then Wesley's just stolen this match from him.
Yeah, what a day it's been. Just so many twists and turns. Normally tournaments, they start, everyone's a bit nervous, a bit cagey. We see a few quick draws here and there, but this one's just been fire all day. All the decisive results.
Yeah, but the shocker has got to be the Magnus comeback. I mean, what happened there? It was 2 moves and everything over, and now we've got an Armageddon on our hands.
It's a problem when you're a glutton for time trouble. You end up getting in severe time pressure, and it costs you. And right now, I mean, this game here, it looks like Levon, it's going to cost him that he couldn't keep it up. The momentum after game 1 was fully in his favor. He then, after winning with black, he struggled with white. He lost the second game with white. He lost the match here. Wesley So has confirmed his spot in the winner's semifinal. I think he's the first player to do so.
Yeah. And the only one to not take it to the Armageddon. Wow. That is an amazing performance. After losing game 1, Wesley takes down Levon Aronian with a big match win. Goes into the semifinals while Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura will fight it out, and Fabiano Caruana will be taken to the Armageddons.
Yeah, and Lemley, Fedoseev, Artemiev. I mean, for them, they were the 3 new entrants into the field, but they went toe-to-toe thus far, and they're not done. I expect at least one of them to make their way through. I know they may be the underdog on paper, but in Armageddon bidding, you never know. Everyone has their chances.
It's crazy. The 2 world champions, Magnus and Hikaru here, were down in the match. We thought it was all over, and then they said, this is why I'm a world champ. And it swung back, and now they're here, and now it's a level match. We're going to Armageddon, and we don't know what's going to happen now. And momentum is definitely on our side.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it happens so fast. I think we need an action replay on how Magnus worked his magic, how he managed to trick Vladislav Artemiev. It was actually in this position where Artemiev started to go wrong, started to lose the thread of the game. He only had a few seconds left. If he had a bit more time, he would have realized that Black's knight coming into the position was Magnus's only trick. He could have, for example, dropped his bishop back, ready to eliminate the Black knight if it ever lands on this square. And now, next, White just brings his king forward and takes this pawn. Easy draw, nothing to work on there. But instead, he dropped his knight back, allowing Magnus to get active. This nasty check. Now there's a trap suddenly. A discovered check here from the bishop would be deadly. And the trick started working in Magnus's favor. We saw the Black king step forward, hinting maybe at another pawn being thrown down the board. But this was the killer blow. The final blunder from Artemiev. No time on his clock. He got greedy. He took a pawn. But he forgot that after this black pawn steps forward, the only way to prevent it promoting is to drop your bishop back and suddenly a skewer. Black brings his bishop forward, hitting this bishop, trying to deflect it away, and the only way to stop this black pawn is to move it back, and your knight falls. Magnus won with this trick. He won the piece, won the game, and Armageddon time.
One really has to admire Magnus Carlsen's ability to create chances and to create opportunities in a position where it does seem impossible. Well, one can say that against Magnus, you have to beat him thrice. Once in the opening, once in the middle game, once in the end game. If you can't, you will lose. And that's what happened to Vladislav Artemiev. One missed opportunity, and with that, Magnus Carlsen strikes back. These are our results. Well, there's been so much action and drama in these 4 games, but we're just getting started because there's more drama coming up with 3 matches going into bidding Armageddon. Take a look at that. Wesley So is the only player to take it to the semifinals in the rapid portion by defeating Levon Aronian, who finds himself in the losers bracket, in the elimination bracket for tomorrow. And Aronian did get the first win, but Wesley winning in game 2 and game 4 with the black pieces just took it away with 2.5 points. We're going to have three big Armageddons, but before that, we do have our semi-finalists joining us. Wesley So, let's bring him on. Wesley, congratulations.
Hi guys. Yeah, thanks for having me. Yes, it was a pretty tough match. Losing the first game with white was really a big blow to me. But I managed to come back because Levon was making some unnecessary mistakes.
Yeah. Wesley, I have to ask you, I mean, after that first game lost, how did you steal this match? How did this happen?
Yeah, obviously needed some help from Levon there. I think, we just finished playing in St. Louis a few days ago, and we're still getting used to now playing online again. It's very different. The first game, I was adjusting my setup and all that. I was way too slow in the first game. 2 minutes against 11 is not really... It's never ever going to work against anybody. But the second game was obviously crucial, bouncing back. I mean, he was happy to draw at some point. I thought he got a better position out of the opening. Yeah. But I kept playing, I kept fighting, and he got low on the clock, started making mistakes. But it's a very nice feeling to win with black.
Yeah, and that also a player like Levon, he is just such a beast in these formats, and of course a very formidable opponent. I have to ask you, Wesley, you're the only player who's made it to the semifinals in the rapid portion. Who are you hoping to face tomorrow? You've got 3 Armageddons coming up.
It's definitely been a crazy day. Magnus losing with white in 2 games. I think also Hikaru losing with white, and also myself losing with white. So been a crazy day. I guess, to be honest, prefer not to play Hikaru again, but it is what it is. I'll definitely be watching the Armageddon and and see what happens. But I think everybody has a chance when it gets to Armageddon. I think maybe Fedosib has like a 45% chance, and maybe Artemiev has like a 40% chance. And so it's going to be a big fight in either way. But I'm just very happy to win today and still be in the winner's bracket.
Yes, congratulations, Wesley. Big Armageddon matches coming up, and we wish you all the best for tomorrow. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow, there is so much action with 3 big Armageddons. Do not leave your chairs right now. We're going to go into a short Twitch break and be right back. It's been an action-packed day here at the Chessable Masters. I'm still reeling from all that we witnessed with Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura striking back in that game 4 to take it to the Armageddon. We are waiting for the players and their bids. Let's take a look at the format of the Armageddon. Now that the players have tied the rapid portion, there will be bids. They will be placing their bids, and the player to place the bids with the lowest time wins the bid and gets to choose the color. The opponent will start with 15 minutes. That is the base time. There's no bonus increment. And of course, whoever chooses black has to draw, gets the result odds, but white will start then with 15 minutes. Robert, what are the mind games right now?
Yeah, this sounds confusing, but it's actually quite simple to work out. You bid. Whoever has the lower bid, they get to choose their color. They're going to choose the black pieces because they want the draw odds. In an Armageddon game, if you're the player with the white pieces, you need to win. A draw is not good enough, you lose the match. So that's how it works. So you bid. Let's say I bid 10 minutes, you bid 12 minutes. You get the full 15 minutes, you get the white pieces, but you have to beat me.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is, right, the player who bids the lower time gets to decide the color. Do you think they will definitely pick black?
Yeah, it's nice to give people choice. That way they feel like they're free. But in this case, you're going to choose the black pieces because you want those draw odds.
I'm always taking the black pieces every single time there. Of course, there's so many ways you can go. And today, black won every game. So, with the black pieces, it's absolutely going to be an advantage for you. And you get two options. I either win or I draw, and I win in both. I mean, if that's regular chess, I'm taking black all day. Absolutely an Armageddon.
I'm going to put my neck out and make a bold prediction. I think we're going to see some crazy low bids as people are desperate to get black. So far today, we've had 16 games, 7 draws, 9 wins for black, 0 wins for white.
Crazy.
One-sided, something's in the air. They want black in the Armageddon.
But you know who might not want black so much? I'll say one player in particular, Liam Lei. He struggled with the black pieces. If we go through those games, we saw Fabiano had winning positions in 2 different games with the white pieces. So I wouldn't bid too low if I'm Liam Lei. He actually was much worse in critical moments. So I think Fabi is one player in this field who might want the white pieces.
Well, you've got a big reveal coming up as we do receive our first set of bids. It is Hikaru versus Fedosiev. And take a look at this. Wow, Hikaru went really low there to get the black pieces, 9 minutes and 38 seconds, while Fedosiev bid for 12 minutes, which means he would be quite happy to get the white pieces.
I'm shocked, I've got to say. Vladimir Fedosiev's last experience with the white pieces was a disaster. So to bid that high, I'm almost speechless. I think he should have gone lower. Naka's going to be happy.
I absolutely believe in that too as well. Nakamura's going to be happy, crushed with the black piece. That was the game of their matchup there, was that 4th game. I mean, you still have to shake that off as Fedosiev, as you just absolutely got destroyed in that last game there. And then now Hikaru gets black. It could be the same story.
Oh, wow. And another one. Fabiano Caruana loses the bid. With 10 minutes and 59 seconds, he bid almost 11 minutes. Liam wins the bid with 9 minutes, so Liam will be deciding whether to take white or black. Our experts feel that the player who does win the bid will choose the black pieces, get the result odds. The other player gets a full 15 minutes on the clock. But black just needs a draw. And we've seen the day has been favoring the black pieces. Wow, are you surprised with this one? This was a lot closer, though.
I think that this was risky bidding by Liam Lei because that is not a lot of time. He bid less time than Hikaru Nakamura did, and Hikaru Nakamura is the bullet champion, right? So I think that Liam Lei's taking a huge risk, 9 minutes and 29 seconds against Fabiano Caruana with that wealth of preparation. That's scary territory for me.
Yeah, that is scary, actually.
He needs to survive the opening. He's had a couple of disasters in the opening phase, and it's not going to be easy. I agree with completely Robert. Yeah.
100%.
And there's also the psychological win, right? About winning the big bid. And we have our final bid here. And take a look at that. Magnus Carlsen absolutely desperate for the black pieces. Bid down to 7 minutes, 58 seconds. Is this the lowest bid that we've seen in the Champions Chess Tour?
I think so.
Wow.
In the last tournament 2 months ago, the Athens Masters, we saw Magnus and Hikaru try to outbid each other. They were both over 8 minutes, though, if I remember correctly. Here, I mean, that is a massive risk. He could get flagged easily. At some point, Artemiev will just try to play on the clock.
James, is that disrespectful?
He is very disrespectful. But also, you know what? He says, I'm world champion and I want to play blitz and I'm about to take it to you right now. This is the time. It's Armageddon. I got the black pieces or whatever he chooses. I'm going to play blitz and I'm about to beat you right now. That's what he's saying.
Wow. The players with the white pieces will start with 15 minutes. Black gets result odds, which means that Black just needs to draw to win the match. Hikaru, Magnus, after their comeback win in that 4th round, is the momentum with them? Has that shift happened, David?
It must be on their side, you would think, but these players are so strong that anything can happen. Also, Armageddon, the nerves are going to be jangling. There will be mouse slips as the players try to hustle on the clock. Yeah. My predictions of the times were maybe okay, but I'm not going to make any predictions on the result. It's anything can happen.
And I think these are two actually quite bad opponents for Magnus and Hikaru, because both these players, look them up. Look up Big Fish 1995 and Sib Elephant on Chess.com. Their bullet ratings are near the top of the platform. So you do not want to be down 5 minutes on the clock against them, because they will keep the speed up.
Wow. And we've got liftoff. Fedoseev, 14 minutes right now. Hikaru with his bid has about 9 minutes. There is no increment, so you've got to get a result in this much time. It is a solid opening. It is the English opening. What do we think about this approach?
Yeah, it looks like Hikaru here, he is choosing his most solid repertoire. I've seen him use this before, even in candidates matches like back in 2016. He used this when he was happy with a draw. And Fedoseev, he's going to be burning a lot of time on the clock, just trying to keep those winning chances alive. So Naka, as long as he's quick, survives the opening, he'll be confident.
Tanya made a great point here, actually. You got to remember, guys, there's no increment. When there's no increment, I mean, you do have to move almost instantly, especially when you get down, 4 or 5 minutes from now. It will be a real blitz game, and there's no increment here. Now, of course, hopefully you're hoping for with the black pieces that your opponent actually does use a lot of his time, so you can make it more even there, and chances are better for black there. But that time edge is definitely huge.
And I use the word disrespect, but there is no such thing as respecting when you need to win. Right. If you are Fedoseev, or you're Artemiev, or you're Fabiano Caruana, if you see that your opponent is in a rook endgame that should be a draw, but they don't have time, you are going to flag them. You have no other option. So Fedoseev, he is nasty when it comes down to mere seconds on the clock. And I feel like for Hikaru, he needs to be very careful and play very quickly in this early stage.
Yeah, that being said, I do believe that Fedoseev, he will be trying to play quickly. His opening hasn't been a success. Look at what White's done so far. He's retreated his knights. Black's pieces are super active. This black knight in the center is surprisingly hard to get rid of unless you're willing to really weaken your own king. I think Nakamura's got the dream position out of the opening, and he hasn't burnt that much time. He spent less than a minute so far, Nakamura. And, yeah, he's keeping the pressure on at the moment, keeping pace with each other. But I prefer Black's chances on the board. Looks perfect for you, James. Nice attacking position.
I love it. And you can't move too fast as White here, because, I mean, Black is just going to pounce on you. I mean, Hikaru is going to pounce if you move too fast without precision here. So, of course, Black's pieces are very active. I do like the knight on d4. He goes rook e1 to defend e2. He also wants to play b4 in many cases here as well. Black needs to get something going. There it is, d5, activating his pieces or the pawns in the center here, making some trades here and trying to open things up. But I'm okay with, again, the draw. Hey, we can trade everything off if you like, big fella. We go into a draw, and I would win this anyway.
Fedoseev really needs to keep the pressure up on the clock. That is big chances, big hope. Flagging is absolutely allowed and not dirty at all when it comes to the Armageddon.
It's recommended. What do you mean? We want that. But right now, what Fedoseev wants is he wants to carve out the light squares. The one bit of bad news for Hikaru is that bishop on h5, that light square bishop, it's out of play. And look at how directly Fedoseev is trying to punish him. b7, the queen attacking that pawn up there. It's also on the diagonal, hitting the pawn on d5. So this is a problem for Hikaru Nakamura. He may have to give up the bishop pair in order to keep the material equal here. I like Fedoseev's position. I know, David, at first it was okay for Hikaru, but that's when you just don't have quite enough time. You need to make quick moves, and that's when mistakes happen.
I completely agree. I loved Hikaru's position, but after one set of knight trades, suddenly things aren't so simple anymore. A double attack, these two pawns hit, and you don't really want to have to eliminate this knight. The more pieces that come off the board, you would think you're more solid, but White gets the bishop pair. And here also a nice attack on the open file against this b-pawn. Hikaru's playing for tricks now. a4, what is that? Can the pawn be taken? It looks like there might be some double attacks, hitting the rook, hitting the knight, but the knight just slides back, and White has grabbed a pawn. Looks like a bluff to me.
That? Yeah, that's a bluff. I'm taking that. I mean, you got to show me, bro. And you're down on time. Knight takes. Queen a5. Yeah, he says, show me what you got.
Yeah, is he a poker player, Hikaru? Wow. It's as if he's going all out for the win. It's as if he needs to win at all costs, Hikaru, but he's just a pawn down. He needs to create some counterplay, so now going on the attack, maybe throwing this pawn forward later if possible, opening up lines. He's going to try and swing his rook across. Still anything can happen, but White is a pawn up.
Oh, but this has got to be a bit of a disastrous outcome for Hikaru. Out of the opening, you want to keep everything solid. You're looking for that draw. You don't want chaos when you've got little time on the clock. He can't be happy at all with this.
He's down a pawn, and he doesn't have the compensation. So I think right now we're looking at a Vladimir Fedoseev who is determined. He played really poor chess by his lofty standards in that fourth and final game of Rapid. But right here in the Armageddon, look at the clocks. He started with a 5.5-minute lead. He remains 5 minutes ahead of the clock, and he's up a pawn, and Hikaru's task is not getting any easier, and the evaluation bar is going up in Fedoseev's favor. It's easy for him to play this. I'm very worried for Nakamura right now.
Look at him shaking his head there, too. Like, what is this? This is garbage. What am I doing? I'm a moron. I'm a moron, right? What is he doing? That's what he's saying right now, of course, but he did move a little bit too fast. I mean, he has to move fast in a way as he is down time here, but he made a critical mistake. I mean, he's down a pawn. Now, there is chances still left there. He's going to try to create some chances, make things tricky, because we know he's one of the greatest to do that. I mean, just look at that Magnus swindle that just happened earlier today. So anything can happen here, but definitely in White's favor.
Yeah.
Down a pawn and down 5.5 minutes.
Look at that bar, just slowly and steadily inching forward and forward for Fedoseev. Hikaru Nakamura looking more and more frustrated with his position. This is a nightmare, down a pawn. He's trying to look for compensation while he tries to find it. Let's take a look at our other very important, very crucial Armageddon. We've got two more on. This is Magnus taking on Vladislav Artemiev. We also have Fabiano Caruana against Liam fighting it out. Wow, this one is a lot more stable and calm.
Yeah, this looks like 9-year-old Robert Hess playing. I used to love the close Sicilian. You see not a single piece has been traded. White not looking that ambitious at the time. But look at the clock, right? So for Artemiev, I don't actually think this is an unwise strategy. I like it because he's just keeping the pieces on the board, and that makes it more difficult to play quick moves, and also means you can't just force a draw. So I think that for Artemiev, he's playing for the clock more so than the position.
Yep, certainly. And Magnus, he's going to have to make difficult decisions like his last move, just in no time at all. And this last move is committal. Yes, you might achieve a trade of bishops. You would think that guides you closer to the draw, but there's still so much tension. White's f-pawn at some point could step forward. Maybe there'll be a sudden blitz attack against the black king. You have to be really wary here, really careful of how the position develops. And to be honest, I would choose White. I'm not a huge fan of this opening in general, but with a 4 or 5 minute clock advantage in such a tense situation, I think it's an opening success for Artemiev. And Queen jumping in there.
Spicy.
But yeah, it's getting spicy, as you say, James.
Spicy, but okay, maybe after he just takes back. I mean, where's the spice? Like spice where? You know, there's no spice at all in this position. In fact, after that, and as Robert mentioned here, I mean, just keeping the pieces on the board, it makes you think, right? So you have to think about where do I want to put my pieces? What can I do in this type of situation? Like, I mean, everything's just all nice and compact and like very tight. Making trades. Look at this. He wants to trade. Maybe trade bishop f6. I mean, yeah, you definitely like White here. f6, bishop back to e3. We can trade knight d5, things like that.
Yeah, f6 isn't actually possible right now. Maybe it can just be taken. So if Black can't block this attack against his knight, maybe we'll see a trade, bishop for knight. And White's knight jumping into this beautiful outpost on d5. Wow. Strategic kind of switch up there from Artemiev, but it makes a lot of sense. Black under some pressure for sure.
Just grab that and take the d5 square. I mean, White is having all the fun here. That bishop on g7, although if you do take on e7, at some point it might slide out to h6. You have to be careful about giving up new diagonals. All that being said, I think that Artemiev, he has the pressure. His rooks are doubled. They're staring into the black position. That d5 square is juicy for that knight to hop into, and that's the nature of when two pawns are two squares apart. The square in between is your opponents for the taking, and that knight should hop right in.
Yeah, so just eliminate this knight, the only challenger, the only defender of that outpost, and I think you're safe enough to jump in right now. The black rook will move, I'm not sure where, and you will get a chance at some point to evict this black knight too. The dream scenario for White, we should mention, is a good knight versus bad bishop. Here, beautiful knight and really ugly bishop as its counterpart kind of staring at its own pawn. So here, White would be in full control, big positional advantage, maybe strategically winning, we would say, but Magnus needs to fight against that. This is actually the position we have on the board right now.
Wow.
We predicted it by accident, but yeah, can Artemiev force these knights off in a favourable situation? You could even make an argument for taking them off right now. I would choose White. Also, 4 minutes up on the clock.
Yeah, 4 minutes up on the clock. One's got to admire Artemyev's mental fortitude in this position, in this game, going into the Armageddon after what happened, after almost wrapping it up in the rapid with a winning position and then a drawn position against Magnus in that fourth game, but one slip, and here he is fighting it out, but playing it to perfection so far, keeping his chances. Artemyev has to win. If this ends in a draw, Magnus takes the match. Is Magnus taking a nap right now?
Yeah, he's asleep. Yeah, he fell asleep. Yeah, too much partying out there in that poker. You know what I mean? Out there. Yeah, he's sleeping. Oh, he's up. All right.
Maybe he just hates his position, regretting his life choices. But this one's difficult. Artemyev, though, is tanking a little bit. He's slowed down, lost his time advantage. He started with what was it, 7 extra minutes, and that's dwindled down to 3 or so.
Yeah.
But he does play c3. Black has to dodge this trade of knights. Don't swap off. Don't give yourself that good knight versus bad bishop scenario. And there we go. He retreats.
Great idea there by David, because the knight on d5 cannot be kicked out by a pawn. And it's going to stay there. You don't want to give up a rook for a knight. So this knight at some point may have to trade off. This bishop on g7 eventually would like to get to a better diagonal, but it doesn't look very pleasant for black for the time being.
All right, well, we will come back to this. Let's go back to the Hikaru Fedoseev action. That is heating up. Let's bring the Armageddon. And here we are. Hikaru Nakamura needs just a draw to win the match. But Fedoseev, is he completely in control, dominating the position?
Yeah, we might get our first white win of the day. Not only is Fedoseev a clear pawn up, he's got a 2 versus 1 pawn majority on the queen side, but he can grab another pawn. Why not just take this pawn that you've been offered? Firstly in the centre, but I was going to say the H-pawn. And look at those white bishops. Have you ever seen such beautiful pieces?
These bishops look very good. And look at the knight on b5. In fact, I mean, that's such a strong piece. I mean, he's like, yeah, trade, bro, I'm up. You know, you're not. The pieces don't look good. In fact, it's almost like it flipped from the last game that they had, right? Where the pieces were really bad on the back rank, and that's kind of what it looks like now. Okay, now he goes bishop b6 to hit e3, trying to get a little bit of activity, but again, he is down a pawn and a draw. If he's able to swindle something here, he could. The draw does help. He will win, but I mean, man, look at that eval bar too. Yikes.
Yeah.
Takes. Rook c8 is there. I mean, you got rook takes, bishop takes, and maybe you have to move the knight there.
I think yikes is the right word there, James.
Yikes.
It's looking really, really bad for black. You do have to take with the bishop. You can't allow the white rook into your camp. Now, the white knight will move, but plenty of good choices, plenty of good squares. I would probably pick the d4 square if I had to, just because it blocks the black dart squared bishop. It covers the whole board, and still looking good for white. 3 minutes up on the clock still as well.
b7's hanging there, too.
Yeah, I was about to say that, right? It's easy to forget. That pawn is hanging from the light square bishop for white, so everything is just problematic for black. You're also down a pawn. Your pieces are less active. You got nothing going for you, and you're down nearly 3 minutes on the clock.
He's swindled worse positions than this, Hikaru, but he really needs a bit of luck on his side now. He's going for white's a-pawn, but that can simply be defended. Look at that, the white rook, and the black rook now on a really passive square. It must be the case that white can improve. Look at that. Look at those bishops, the centralization. Show this to your kids. This is beautiful for white. And the black king trying to slide over to the center, but not really achieving too much there. Looking good for Fedoseev.
Definitely good.
But you still can't push the pawns on the queen side, and white has to find a way to break in. What is the plan forward with the rook stuck defending the a3 pawn?
Well, he's shown us. He brought his king towards the center. He's like, let's help those pawns. Maybe that king can go all the way over to protect that a3 pawn. It is loose, but he throws in bishop b8, and he goes back and forth, but he goes to a safer square, farther away from black's pieces. Don't be surprised if he throws in a check here or a threat there. So I feel like for Fedoseev, he's also leading on the clock, and he is one of the best blitz and bull players. And wait a sec.
Another pawn?
F7 hangs.
Spink. Look at Hikaru's face. Spink. Oh, my goodness. Thanks for the generosity. Wow. That's a rep.
He realized immediately, Nakamura, you spotted it too, and Fedoseev 2 pawns up now.
And up on the clock as well. He's played this really well, taking advantage of all the misses by Hikaru and not spending too much time. Also, these little moves, right? It forces Hikaru to burn the clock more and more, and with no increment, that's further pressure.
Speaking of little moves, the knight is great on d4, but he moved it up to b5. I thought he might even retreat it back to f3 and into the center, but still, he is just improving his position at every turn, make sure all his pieces are defended. And if he doesn't win the game over the board, he might just try to flag Hikaru at some point, because the choices for Hikaru are not getting any any easier as white can start pushing these pawns forward.
Yeah, but you got to be a little careful because e4, there's this check on the d8 square. You can't really block it with the bishop because the e4 pawn is pinned. There are all these ideas that you need to watch out, which is why he keeps things under control. Hikaru trying to go from one side to another, create some play. That's what he's got to do. It is desperation for Hikaru Nakamura. Let's get an update on the Magnus Artemiev Armageddon. We've got that on, David. Take it away.
Yeah, we've got this one on, and look at that white knight in the center of the board. It's been cemented. It's like a granite statue right now, that white knight on d5. However, black is solid apart from that. So is it enough for white to win this game? It's going to be a good knight versus bad bishop, but Magnus is just going to try and curl up into a ball and defend. He only needs to draw, and now the time difference is only 1 minute. So what do we think odds here?
You know, because the time's getting closer, I'm actually leaning on Magnus here. I do like white's position, but I mean, you can't. It's not like you can really push for anything right now. I can't really make big threats right now. Everything's just really solid. It reminds you of the game with Liam Lee and Fabi, where he was down at pawn, but then or actually no, it was the game where it was just the double rooks on the file, kind of very similar to this actually. And I think that ended in a draw as well. But this one, a draw is not going to be good for Artemiev, obviously. So
I'm going with Vladislav. I think this position is closed.
Okay.
Magnus doesn't have an easy way to liquidate trade pieces, and I feel like the time advantage is still huge. And Artemiev is that great at bullet. He's over 3,100. I mean, that guy does not fool around.
That's gross.
He knows how to work the clock. He knows how to flag his opponent, and he will have no shame.
Wow. If it comes down to a blocked position where Artemiev has 2 minutes, Magnus has 1, you can play forever. Play 49 moves, push a pawn. Play 49 moves, push a pawn, and then flag your opponent. What about the pre-moves? But yeah, meanwhile, Magnus, he's gone to the edge of the board with his knight. That's not the final destination, clearly. He's going to reroute his knight back, probably via b8, c6, and then into the center. I do think Vladislav maybe missed a small trick there by allowing the black knight to dodge the trade. I think he should have swapped off instantly, because knights are so tricky in these types of positions, especially when the clock is ticking. And here we go. He's getting ready to play on that flank now, the queen side. He's getting ready to throw the white pawns forward.
Look at the reroute.
Yeah, nice, sophisticated. Really classy move there from Magnus.
I mean, these players are playing like it's a classical game. These little moves here and there, all these positional strategic ideas, nice juicy squares for the pieces. I love it. Well, you got one more Armageddon on. Let's get an update on that one. Fabiano Caruana takes on Liam. There have been a lot of moves, and wow, Black King under fire.
Wow, and maybe you can go for checkmate immediately. Look at this, Fabiano switched focus. Now, look, the white queen, the white rook lined up behind each other, and how do you defend the black a6 pawn?
Oh, you don't.
Maybe you don't.
Yeah, James has it right. Now, normally a pawn's best friend is another pawn. You push it forward, but the pawn in front of the king is pinned, which means that white queen is just a grab it all. James, this is your kind of game.
Oh, absolutely. This is game over, of course. We take on a6 right now. The king move. Oh, queen b7. Tactics. I smell something.
Well, no queen trades.
Exactly right. No queen trade. Queen a4, of course. And look at the time edge, of course, that he has. I mean, Liam has been very, very bad with his black games today. I mean, maybe he should have taken white, maybe try his chances there. This one's just clean advantage for white. I mean, we can even try to switch sides, queen b4, and try to go the other way. Nice. Queen b4 hits the rook. You can go check on f8 and there it is. Come on, Fabi. I know. Yep. Fabi, if you get some money, you can send that this way. Absolutely.
He's coming in, he's invading, and not just that, but also less than 2 minutes on the clock for Liam. There's no way you survive this attack in general, but with 2 minutes, it's even more hopeless. And
oh,
whoa,
my goodness, here we go.
Full invasion.
That's it.
That is a mate in one.
And
Queen d8 is a big threat. He defends it with rook d6.
Queen f7 hits the king, hits that rook
b6.
Oh,
okay, you're right.
Nasty on the board. You called
Yikes.
it, David. This
Yikes.
would be resigns, and we see Fabiano. He picks up his water bottle, and we know what that means.
Yeah.
He's going to pick up the rook.
Yeah, he is. And now it's an extra rook. Liam Lay, he doesn't want to play on, but he loses the match if he resigns. He loses the match if he gets checkmated. So he's just going to play a few more moves. But this one is over.
Yeah, full rook down now and getting attacked. Yeah, this one has been decided. Fabi, nice breakthrough. And it was just a comparison of the kings the whole time. The white king safely tucked away in bed, nice and safe. And the black king has been chased to its death and continues to be chased into that corner. Checkmate is coming.
Yeah,
Fabi just leaning into the screen, trying to finish it off in style.
Yeah.
Where's the mate? I know the king runs to g7.
Why does up a rook? It doesn't matter where's the mate. Why does up a rook? Why does up about 4 minutes almost on the clock. Is just completely busted this one. Fabiano Caruana will be the second semi-finalist. Queen F8 will be unstoppable. Expecting Liam to resign. Very hard to defend this. No checks on the board. And that is it. Fabiano Caruana is through to the semi-finals. We've got action on the other Armageddons. And Hikaru against Fedosiev. Fedosiev completely winning. He's got two extra pawns, 2 passes on the board.
Yeah, normally opposite colour bishops do grant some drawing chances, even if you're 2 pawns down. But here it looks like you can't stop the white B pawn from reaching the 7th rank, 1 square away from promotion. That will paralyse at least one of black's 2 pieces, the black bishop or king, and the other pawn will do the work. Here, yeah, it does look like it's too many pawns.
Unfortunately, as he calls it himself on the stream, the wide peepos here is, which is the pawns, in fact, the B pawn and the E pawn being wide peepos are it's very, very a big problem here, and we can actually grab the G pawn too as well. So white just has so much play, and we're up on the clock.
Yeah, to me it looks like bowling. When you got that split, you can't get them all, and unfortunately for black, you can't control them all. These pawns are uncontainable. They're going to the other side, and it's very important actually that there's 2 of them on the B file because sometimes your king takes one, your bishop takes the other, but there's still one more pawn that will be remaining, and that's going to be a win for Fedosiev. And I mean, he looked out of it in the 4th game of the match, but somehow he was able to get his composure back.
Yeah, also still up on the clock. He's maintained that time advantage since move 1. And the only job to do here is make sure your E-pawn, your central pawn, does not get blockaded. Well, that one's a bit risky because suddenly some stalemate tricks.
I knew that would happen too. Oh my God.
There's a G-pawn. There's a G-pawn. It's not stalemate just yet. You can't give up your piece.
Not yet, but the evaluation button.
And look at Hikaru. He feels it. Look at him.
Oh my goodness.
He knows it.
And the reason why is because when you keep pushing your pawn, the bishop will sacrifice, and the white king is too far away to defend those queenside pawns. That is unbelievable.
I think he had to move. He had to keep that in reserve. He had to move the king up around.
He rushed it.
Yeah, he rushed it. Absolutely. And this could be over.
It's totally impractical. He could have played this any move over the next 50 turns.
My God.
He rushed it, and suddenly it's the worst possible moment, and he's realizing.
And if this ends in a draw, it means Hikaru wins the match.
That's
and
right.
Robert, there is no way to get away from what you're saying. Black gives up the bishop for the pawn, just advances the G pawn down the board, gives that up, and it is a stalemate. There is no running away from it. I'm in shock right now. This is just heartbreaking for Fedosiev.
You gotta try to flag him. I'm serious. Like, I know Hikaru is fast, but you put your bishop back, you push your pawn, make like 50 moves, then you finally like bring your king back and sacrifice one of your pawn. You just have to do something crazy and try to flag the guy. I'm serious.
Keep one pawn on the board, and that's enough.
But his time advantage is gone. So like, even that option is out the window.
Wow, there's nothing.
Yeah.
There's absolutely nothing.
And just G4 now?
Yeah, just
push that pawn.
Push it. I mean, you push, I check and
Sacrifice
take.
the bishop.
That's it.
And yeah, if the white pawn had pushed forward, bishop to a3 would have been a check. And actually, we see that now. The white king moves, and black's bishop is ready. Anytime that white pawn steps forward to sacrifice itself, stalemate is inevitable.
But you have a number of 50 move rules at your disposal. That's an important rule in chess. If 50 moves are played without a pawn push or a capture, the game is a draw. So what Fedosiev wants to do is to give up a pawn. And that way the 50 move count starts counting again. And you look at Hikaru's clock. He's down 30 seconds. Fedosiev is a beast at bullet. And now what he's going to do is he's going to play right now 49 quick moves. He needs to keep an eye on the move counter. And then he'll push his pawn, give it away. Then he'll move his bishop at some point. He's got to do things like that.
Yeah, and Hikaru can't pre-move just in case white pushes the pawn to the e7 square.
This is just a flagging battle. That is the only hope. Robert, that's a great call on the strategy of what Fedosiev is trying to do right now.
Excellent call.
The problem is, yes, you can give up the white e-pawn, but as soon as that pawn is given up, black will never need to capture anything else.
And there won't be any 50 move anymore.
There won't be any more 50 moves. So you can go 49 moves, give up a pawn, then the counter resets, another 50 moves, and then that's it. So Hikaru needs to make a maximum of 99 moves from a few moves ago. He can do it. 71 seconds, plenty of time.
99 moves, chat. Do you hear that? That's amazing.
Can you make 99 moves in 70 seconds?
Easy.
Easy for Hikaru.
Hikaru, right? Yeah, it's definitely Hikaru.
All right, because this is going to go on, let's take a look at the Magnus Armageddon. There is just too much drama in the Chessable Masters. And look at this. Fedosiev just dominating this position. Rook G6.
Magnus is the queen.
Oh, my God.
Magnus blundered on the last move.
Oh, my goodness.
Loose pieces drop off that move. Knight to D3, Rook G6, game over.
Yep. Tactical wizard, exact calculation over everything.
Over everything. Spink, get him off the board. That one hurts.
That one hurts. He's got to flag him. He's got to...
Yeah,
Artemiev has
he
30
can
seconds.
do that.
Right, you got to move.
We didn't realize.
Wait, what's Magnus doing? How is Artemiev down?
I think he's having a psychological battle whether he should go for the flagging or not in a dead lost position.
He should. No, he absolutely should.
I mean, there's still chances.
Yeah, but you always think about it. You don't be respectful here. The reason why he was in trouble over the boards, he didn't have time to calculate. So if your opponent doesn't have time, flag them.
What's Artemiev thinking?
Oh my God.
Artemiev-
20 seconds. How do you win this in 20 seconds?
You might not. But he's doing a pretty decent job. Push the pawn.
It's queen for rook advantage, but there are some checks against the white king as well.
Rook F5.
20 seconds, is it enough?
He gives a check.
Okay, 7. No, there's no mate.
Watch out for a mate.
Yeah.
Watch out for the king.
But king H3
I smell it.
and rook takes F3 is always available for
Yeah,
white.
you're right.
But 10 seconds.
Yeah, Artemiev, what is he doing?
He's not pre-moving. He spent so much time.
There's no increment.
Oh, wow. There could be some checkmate threats around here.
Oh, the pawn's gone.
Oh my gosh, he's not going to win.
He needs to win in 9 seconds.
No, he's not going to.
He's not got any time. Just now there's going to be checkmates
Rook
against the
F4.
white king as
Did
well.
he find
Rook
it?
H4. Rook H4 is game over.
Who's checkmating
Oh
who?
my God.
Wow.
Where's the mate?
Black
Queen
king
Queen
moves.
D8.
Queen D2.
Queen D8.
It's gonna be
Rook
checkmate,
F6
F6.
only move.
The Queen D5 is mate. Oh, he has a
missed
mate
it.
there. Queen
5
D5.
seconds on the clock.
It's going to be checkmate now.
Oh my God.
He's got it.
Yeah,
he has it.
He got it.
And
he
that
has
is
enough
it.
time. GG.
Wow. He's walked away. Did you
Yeah.
pre-move? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you know,
Look at him walk away.
Normally bees sting once and they die, but Vladislav Artemiev will not die. He
Right.
takes down the world champion.
Wow.
That was sick.
That was sick. Absolutely great. I mean, he stung him there, and the world champion is going down, and he's going to be in the losers bracket. Unbelievable. Wow. Especially, I mean, I guess, you know, what happened was that swindle that Magnus got, and then it just kind of came back on him in this game round. But that's insane that Artemiev was able to take this. Amazing.
What just happened
Speechless,
there?
right?
Wow. Artemiev checkmating Magnus Carlsen with just 4 seconds left on the clock. And Fedorov, Hikaru, we didn't get to see the end of that game.
Good call.
Yeah, they probably on move 78 right now.
It's just ended in stalemate, finally.
Oh my
Move
God.
127.
Yeah, you can't flag Hikaru, can you?
Don't want to look at me. I can't. That's for sure. I thought Fedorov could though. He's really good.
Unbelievable. Hikaru Nakamura does manage to survive, finishing that game in a stalemate. That was dead last. He survives. He draws the game, which means that he wins the match. And it is Artemiev who beat Magnus Carlsen, taking it to the semifinals. We've got Magnus Carlsen joining us. Magnus, what a match this was. Taking it to the Armageddon. Sum it up for us.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty bad. He generally, outplayed me in the third game. First was, just a barrage of blunders, really. But I mean, the last game was terrible. I played one very poor idea, and I was much worse. But I mean, I had this strike with F4, after which I should never lose. I mean, I was even up on time, but still, he managed to find resources. I thought Knight H4 and Rook G4 was really strong, and then I just hung the queen. And then after that, I still had some minor hope when it came to the time situation, but obviously it was tough.
And Magnus, you bid 7 minutes 59 seconds for the Armageddon. What was the mindset on that? It felt that it was too low in the studio we were discussing, but you really wanted the black pieces.
Well, I mean, I thought I'd be fine with the black pieces. I wasn't particularly worried that he would outplay me, so I thought, let's just ensure that I'm black. But right after I bid, I thought about it, and I thought he's not the kind of guy who bid very low as black, so I should have tried to optimize and bid a little bit more. So, but I mean, too low. I mean, what is too low? I mean, games have been won with those times in other tournaments, so that's fine. And as you saw, the time wasn't the issue.
Yeah. And Magnus, for tomorrow, how do you now reset and prepare for the match tomorrow?
I don't know. This was a really, really awful day of chess. Like, I did everything to lose and then some. Obviously, it takes a strong opponent to exploit that, but that was really, really poor. So we'll see. I'll do my best tomorrow, but this is unacceptable.
Magnus, we really appreciate you joining us. Thank you and all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Magnus Carlsen will be in elimination bracket. He's used one of his lives, Artemiev, with a big win over the world champion. Let's take a look at the results of the day. And we saw Magnus surviving the rapid potion, taking it to the Armageddon. Artemiev striking in that, and he wins his match. Fabiano Caruana with a fabulous game in the Armageddon beats Liam. Hikaru Nakamura, Fedosiev, what a match that was going into the Armageddon. And then Hikaru dead lost. It just, I don't know how he does it, Robert. Fedosiev did slip that, and with that, Hikaru Nakamura managed to find the stalemate, managed to not get flagged, and takes that match. Wesley So against Levon Aronian ended in the rapid potion with Wesley qualifying to the semis. Wow, what a day, guys. Robert, your thoughts?
It's been an incredible day. I mean, ups and downs for all the players. So many wins with the black pieces. But I think the highlights. Artemiev takes down Magnus Carlsen. We said it. You might not have believed it, but it did happen. Artemiev is that strong. Fedosiev almost did the same, but I feel like he just let it slip out of his grasp. He was winning in the Armageddon. He was up 2-1 in the regulation, the rapid, and he just gave Hikaru a golden chance, and you can't do that not once, let alone twice against Nakamura.
What a day of chess we've had. And we've got joining us our other semi-finalist, Fabiano Caruana from St. Louis. Fabi, hi. Congratulations.
Hi, Tanya. Thanks.
Fabi, it went into the Armageddon, but even the rapid portion of the match against Liam, it looked like you were the one pushing. Tell us, how was this day and how did you take this away?
Yeah, I had a few disappointing games. I felt like in the first 4 games, I was very clearly ahead in most of the games. I don't think I was ever seriously worse. And I had 2 completely winning positions, just like mathematically winning in a knight endgame. And then I was up a queen, and even that wasn't enough to win. So that was quite disappointing, but I was happy with the openings. That's why I was quite optimistic about Armageddon, because I thought with white I'm getting a fight. And if I have to play with black, then I'm not really suffering yet. Of course, you never know in Armageddon. It's always going to come down to a random time scramble very often, or you can lose very quickly with the black pieces. I've also seen people lose very quickly with the white pieces, like against Levon recently. I played an Armageddon game. I lost. I got mated, so that wasn't too great. So, but anyway, I was rather optimistic.
And Fabiano, were you at all surprised by Liam's bid? Because in the studio, we thought it was quite low, especially considering how good the positions you got with the white pieces were in the rapid.
Yeah, I thought 10.59 was my bid, and I thought our bids will be rather close. I had a feeling. And then he surprised me by 9.29, and then suddenly I saw that Magnus bid 7.29, or what was it, something like that, and I was like, whoa, what's going on? I mean, Magnus's bid I thought was really, really surprising, because you're taking half the time of your opponent. Yeah, I was very surprised, but I guess he was rather confident about his chances with black. I was happy to get the white pieces. Even though we had drawn all the games, I still thought I would get chances.
Fabiano, great chess today, man. Yeah, of course, it was some ups and downs, but you made it through, right? So, of course, we saw on your Instagram that you've been lifting weights, you've been squatting, getting real low in the trenches there. So, of course, how much does that contribute to your chess?
Well, I don't know if I do it for chess so much, but it's something that I do for enjoyment, and I like to, I'm very competitive. I like, even if I'm not competing with someone else, I like to compete with myself. And with lifting, even though I'm, of course, a complete beginner, still it's nice to see progress and to get some new records, new personal records. That always feels good. So this is something I've been doing relatively recently, but it can't hurt to be in good shape as well.
And congrats, of course, Fabi. A couple of months ago, you won the Airthings Masters Division 2 to qualify for Division 1 this time. You played in the American Cup. You're back here again. Is this a format you love now? Is it something you're getting used to, the double elim?
Yeah, well, it's very stressful. So I guess it's fun for the people watching, but I have to say for the players, it can be rather tiring. Like especially the American Cup. Okay, I got knocked out, but at the end of it, when Wesley and Hikaru were playing the final, I can't imagine how tired they were playing like multiple matches of, where one mistake cost you the match. So I mean, we'll see. It's still only the first match here. It could be a short journey or it could be a long one, as is usually the case. It's always rather unpredictable. But the fun thing is that you always have something on the line. Like in a classical tournament, let's say a round robin system, very often some players who are making a lot of draws or who aren't having the best tournament, they lose motivation at the end. But in match play format or in elimination format, then you always have something on the line. Everyone's always super motivated. So I think that's one of the really good things about this format.
Yeah. And Fabio, you had such a fantastic day of chess going into 3 Armageddons. What are your thoughts on this field? It just feels like such a dangerous mix of players.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great field. And we saw today that anyone can get eliminated. Magnus lost to Vladislav, which I thought that it would be a tough match. Of course, Magnus is the favorite, but I wasn't surprised to see that he was struggling because Vladislav is also so strong and was playing quite well. And also Hikaru against Feroce. Normally Hikaru would be quite a big favorite, but he was struggling quite a lot. And to be honest, it was a miracle that when I saw this final position, b6, b7, and the e pawn, it's like so unfair that white doesn't win this. White is 3 pawns up, and if you take away the b6 pawn, white wins. But somehow this extra b6 pawn costs the win. It's amazing, an amazing formation actually. Shows how resourceful Hikaru is to spot that this is a chance to save the game, especially when you're playing Armageddon. You know that you could get flagged, and very often the impulse is to rush. And Hikaru is always keeping his cool, especially in bad positions. So, but anyway, we saw that anyone can win, anyone can lose these matches, whether you're the highest rated player or not. Everyone is very strong.
Fantastic play there. Thank you so much, Fabi, and congratulations on making it to the semis. We will see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Wow, and now we've got joining us the big winner, Vladislav Artemyev, who took down world champion Magnus Carlsen in a nail-biting Armageddon. Artemyev, congratulations.
Good evening. Thank you very much.
Artemyev, what a match this was. But before we get to the Armageddon, I have to ask you, it must have been maybe a little disappointing that it even got that far because you played so well in the Rapid.
I think that at least it was a very good match because, as usual, Magnus is a very interesting and strong opponent, and you have big challenge. Every time about match, I think that I played good, but sometimes I have troubles with time on the clock. So it was my problem maybe, but it's not easy to have many time against Magnus. I think that 2 games when I have black was very comfortable for me, and I won all games. But with white was problem for Magnus and for me. And of course, I was very disappointed when I lost draw with endgame. Because I think that I have great chances on the draw. Objectively, it's just draw, but I lost finally. And of course, after this, I have situation when I know nothing about Armageddon because it's my first time. And I told arbiters that I want to have black and 11 minutes and waiting.
Well, Vladislav, congratulations. That's such a big achievement by you. But the question I have is not about chess. I'm wondering, what are those pictures behind you on the wall over there?
It's an interesting question, but it's a cat from TV because I have a little child and my daughter loves this cat. So we go to shop and take it. Yeah.
Very cool. Vladislav, congratulations. I have a question here. My question is, how do you stay so calm when you, like, we see emotion from you now, you're smiling, but this is like the first time I've ever seen you smile. In fact, actually, when you're playing, you look like a cold-blooded killer, calm, playing anybody. Doesn't matter who you play, how do you stay so calm?
But it's very easy. I just love chess, and every time when I playing against strong and famous opponent, it's a good day, and I'm really waiting this. About smile, I think that it's very individual, but I think that I'm positive usually, so it's my way, and I like this.
And Vladislav, beating Magnus is, of course, fantastic, but what are your goals for the rest of this event?
I was very glad when I go to the next stage after Swiss tournament. Here I wanted win one match at least, but now I will just continue playing chess, and we'll see. I think that next opponent will be Fabiana probably, and it will be another good match, and we'll prepare and have a good sleep, I hope.
Wow, Artemiev, I'm still thinking about this match, and it was just such fantastic play by you. I have one more question about the Armageddon. When you got that winning position, when you won Magnus's queen, were you at any point a little scared that you might get flagged there?
In this moment, I was fully understanding that I have a very bad position, and it's just like collapse. And my mind was that a few moves and I will recision, but I have last counterplay with knight on h4, rook on g2, and Magnus make a very big mistake, knight d3. And in this moment, I understood that I must win, but I must play quickly because usual problem with time. Yeah.
And you did just that and managed to checkmate the world champion. Congratulations, Artemiev, and we wish you all the best for tomorrow's semi-final. Super performance today.
Thanks a lot. See you next time.
Thank you. Wow, Vladislav Artemiev doing what few can do. He defeated Magnus Carlsen in a mini match, taking it to the Armageddon. He was dominating the Rapid as well. What a performance, what a day of chess. Let's take a look at our bracket of day one. And here we have it. Robert, your thoughts?
Well, I think it looks a bit familiar if you look at the winner's semifinal. Hikaru, Wesley, they got here through unfamiliar means. Hikaru barely escaped, but the top looks very different. We have Vladislav Artemiev taking on Fabiano Caruana. You love to see two new entrants making their mark in the event already. Artemiev said, I'm here just to play chess. I just want to win one match. He beat the world champion, who's now down in the loser's bracket.
Yeah. You haven't seen that happen before, James.
That's crazy. I mean, that's my biggest takeaway today is Artemiev. That was just a tense matchup. Of course, the Hikaru match with Fedoseev 2 was very crazy, but biggest takeaway here is Artemiev just taking down Magnus. That's insane. Taking down the world champion with confidence, with the face that he had, being calm and stoic like that, that's just next level. I can't wait to see what he does in the rest of this tour.
Yeah, and all I can say is that the level's been so high, just expect the unexpected because everyone could beat everyone. There were 3 Armageddons today. The margins were so small, a few seconds here or there, one move here or there. We could have seen Naka lose his match as well. But yeah, tomorrow it does get spicy. Ooh. Magnus in the elimination bracket. It's only 2 games. Imagine if he gets eliminated. More shocks ahead.
What an action-packed Division 1 this was, but also there was a lot of action in Division 2. Take a look at the big match results we had with Nordebek Abdusattorov destroying Anish Giri, 2.5 to half.
Yeah, the kids are all right. You see Abdusattorov, he takes down Giri in just 3 games. Arjun Erigaisi beat his fellow teenage compatriot, Ranak Sadwani. But Denis Lazovic, that has to be the biggest upset of the day for those who don't know. But for us, in the know, Denis Lazovic is a monster. Back in the Chess.com Global Championship, in the very first round, he actually almost beat Wesley So. Wesley won the whole thing, but he almost lost in the initial round. So Lazovic is super strong. And of course, down at the bottom, Vladimir Kramnik, the former world champion.
Yeah, the 14th world champion. And he's been so close to make it to Division 1. There's so much at stake in Division 2. $10,000 for the first prize. Tour points. Also, the golden ticket to the next Champions Chess Tour event. It would be amazing to see Vlad fight it out in Division 1.
I think we'd all be happy about it.
Still got it. Still got it.
Absolutely. And there's also Division 3. That's been super exciting today, David.
Yeah, super exciting is the right word there, Tanya. So many big names, more really top-class grandmasters. I want to shout out for Shakhriar Mamajorov winning his match, and that legend himself, Gata Kamsky. All of these really experienced players showing their class. Also, Alexei Sarana, Division 1 last time, but starts with a win this time in Division 3.
Yeah. This was just insane chess. I mean, what we witnessed today, the drama, the Armageddon, the brilliancies, we called it. Brilliancies, blunders, time scrambles at the start of the show, and we had it all. Right. James, this was your first show in Oslo. Oh my God. What a way to start.
That's amazing. I'm here with the team. The team here. I see you, chat. It's lovely. It's amazing. I'm just glad to be here, of course, in Seated Chess. And you always get a lesson when you're watching these guys, right? I love commentary because it's like free lessons. Really, you're watching these guys. You get to check things, right? You get to see the blunders. You get to say, oh, I play that opening. Oh, I'm never going to do that. And like in all kinds of things like that. So it's amazing. I'm glad to be here. So.
Wow. Loved every moment of today, every single moment, every single game. What an amazing day of chess this was, chat. Thank you so much for watching all the action with us. We will be back tomorrow. Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, is in the elimination bracket. He has only one life left. The drama continues. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place.